right here. Do it now. Oh, jeez. Creepy girl. Ah! Oh, no. Oh, no. Oh. Ah! Ah! Gonna grab my nuts, shoot my nuts. I'm gonna try and get it to go after my nuts under the giant sack of balls there. Spider-Man! I'm Spider-Man! Are you constipated? Oh no, why do you ask? Loading fetus. Loading fetus. It's a sniper rifle.
Alright, charge.
Oh, I actually hit him. I got my gun. Run past.
Okay.
So, you had enough yet?
I hope that line was a lot cooler than it sounded.
No, I don't believe that I have.
Hello, stranger.
Oh, right, the beast. Oh, you got a nut. Mic back. Yeah, there we go. Now you can hear me. Now you can hear me. I can't hear you, but you can hear me. Hold on. Hold on. Now I can... There we go. Now I can hear all the audio. All right. Why am I so far off to the side? Okay. Well, I gotta fix this. I'm gonna have to move some things around. I got a new monitor. Hold on. Hold on. Yeah. Yeah. There we go. I got a new monitor. So a lot of things got moved around. And I haven't adjusted for them. Because reasons. Hey, Pixel, how you doing? Hello, hello. How are you? Hello, stranger. Yes, that is the name of the show. I'm so cute sometimes. The name of the song, yeah. Welcome, everybody. Welcome. What is it? It's Saturday. It's the day before New Year's Eve. So it's New Year's Eve. I generally don't say that because I think that sounds stupid, but, you know, whatever. There we go. Not the best video quality today, but we will deal. Yes, it's New Year's Eve. I wanted to get a stream in. Obviously, I've talked about it. Did I say the second or the first? I'm gonna go with the first New Year's Day. We're gonna say the first. I might have said the second at best. I'm gonna say the first. I'm gonna be doing. It's gonna be doing our first stream of the Doki Doki Literature Club Deep Play. So I wanted to get one more stream in before that because it's been so long since I've streamed and I've streamed so little. So I said, screw it, I'm gonna stream. I'm gonna stream tonight. So here I am. No idea what I was gonna play, so I decided we're gonna dive back into Slay the Princess because I have thoughts. Before I get into that, beer of the night. This is the Cowbell Brewing Creme Brulee Nitro Stouts. This is one of the beers that Dimitri got me for Christmas. So we're going to crack this bad boy open. It's a smoky smooth nitrogenated milk stout brewed with rich caramel malts, golden naked oats, Belgian candy syrup, and natural flavors that harmoniously blend together to produce a beer inspired by the timeless French delicacy. For the best nitro drinking experience, crack the can open and pour vigorously into your glass. I'm not going to do that. First of all, I'm actually not the biggest fan of nitro beer. I've actually, and a lot of this comes from O'Hara's stout, which used to be my favorite, and then they went nitros. It's a cool visual. Now this isn't the best visual you're gonna get. I didn't pour it the way you need to get the coolest, but it's neat. The way the bubbles. Well, the can's purple. The beer it's a stout, so it's gonna be. Now it's not like super stouty. Like if I, Like, it is, and I don't know if this is the nitro. That's actually something I should probably ask, but... Oh, no, the light's not getting through. It gets kind of through on the bottom a little bit there, but you can see for the most part. It's a clearer than some stouts. No, this is about the color you'd expect for a stout, so... Turn off the flashlight. Thank you. Yeah, this is about the color you'd expect for a stout. Okay, don't do that. Because, yeah, they should be black. You should not be able to see through them at all. Is the proper color for a stout. So you can see that's the head right there, right? And then you see sort of the bubbles with the nitrous and the way that it sort of works its way to the top is a little slower, a little more interesting. You see very thick and viscous head. He's got to drink right through the head. You can't wait for it to disappear with these guys. I'll see you can clip that however you want. I mean, it's interesting. It's good. It's good. Yeah, there's lots of creme brulee flavor in there. Not much for beer flavor, though. Like, I'm not getting any sort of stout flavors. Very sweet. A little too sweet, generally speaking, for my liking. But then again, I've kind of lost my sweet tooth a little bit as I've sort of had a dye change there, so I don't know. Hold on a second, my touch portal's acting up here. Two seconds. Oh, no, there's... Okay, now I've got two of them open. That's not good. So, why are there two of you? Go away. Do I have two? I have two. That's not good. Okay, I think we're good. Alright, you stay there. Twitch authentication failed. Do I do anything through Twitch with... Oh, yeah, that's why the add button wouldn't have been working. Son of a... Oh, and this will take like 2 seconds, I promise. Hit. Save. Okay, there we go. What do you mean device not... Oh my goodness. Wait for it. Wait for it. Did I already have two open? Is that what the... Holy crap. Maybe I should just get one of those Elgato things. Oops. Don't look at my monitors. It's got secret password code things on it right now. So if you can see the reflection in my eyes, it'll get you like nothing, but, you know, might be fun. Okay. Okay, I think we're good. Can you not? Sometimes... Oh. Well, now it's saying it's fine. And then suddenly it's gone. But you said you were fine. Okay. Okay. Oh, okay. I think it's spaz. I'm gonna let it spaz for a little bit. We're just gonna let it spaz for a little bit, and then maybe it'll be fine. Okay. All right. Where the hell was I? Just stop. Okay. Where the hell was I? Slay the Queen. Slay the Princess. I played it, what was that, last week? I think it was early last week, now we're late last week, so that sounds about right. It was pre-Christmas. I played it. And I guess at home, thanks. So I played it last week, and the early part, I was quite enamored with it. I found it rather interesting. The way they did the branching stories, felt like there was a lot of meaning behind it. And then I got to the end. Okay. So I have this scale that I applied to things at random. And it's, at the bottom of the scale is 0, which is a fairly normal narrative that has some sort of meaning to it, or maybe a lack of meaning or something. And then at the top of the scale is not a number, but it's Neon Genesis Evangelion. Okay. So if you've seen Neon Genesis Evangelion, you know that there's sort of this building sort of momentum in it with different themes about youth and going through puberty and men and women and all these sorts of, and then a bunch of other stuff, and these themes start to layer on, and it's seeming like it's going to have some real meaning. And then at the end, it turns out Shinji is the god of this new world, and he just gets maybe remake things, and then everyone turns to Tang, and it's kind of it's this thing where I can hear your breath. Oh, sorry, I'll lean out a little bit here. Hold on, let me turn that down a bit. There we go. That should be better. It's kind of a thing where you get these stories where there's all of these concepts and all of these ideas, and you think they're going somewhere with it, and then at the end it's just like, oh no, you were going straight into goo. You were going straight into goo. You like, and there's lots of big conceptual words used, and there's all of these huge kind of ideas that are talked about, but then when you actually look closer at it, you're like, none of those were actually connected to each other, and you just kind of said some big conceptual ideas and then just sort of walked away from it. So that was my feeling coming out of my first playthrough of Slay the Princess. Was, we went from 0 to Neon Genesis Evangelion in about 60 seconds right at the end. it set me back a bit. So we're gonna, with now the knowledge of how it ends, we're gonna go back in, because I was really, and I actually did the first playthrough in one sitting, which I normally don't do with games. I got enthralled. Okay, I got enthralled. It was enthralling. So we're gonna dive back in with the knowledge of sort of how it ends, and we're gonna see if in my initial playthrough I was heaping on way too much praise and I just sort of got caught, or the first bit, I was heaping on way too much praise and I just got caught up. Maybe that beginning part is just that good and they just whiffed at the end. I remember in particular the first run through was really good, and just the way everything's introduced and the setup of it was really good. But we're gonna get into that. So let's dive in. Let's do the thing. Start Yon game up. Let's see which monitor it goes to. It should, with the new monitor, I've got 4 monitors now. Well, 3 monitors in it. Oh, that's right. I can't do the full screen because it gets wacky if I do the full screen. Is this gonna be? And this was sort of okay. So this was another part that, so let's not skip anything. Let's go through this. This is going to be a test case in a way for the deep play of Doki Doki Literature Club starting January 1st. We're going to be doing this 2 days from now. We're going to be doing our first session of the deep play, probably about 7. Keep an eye on the Discord. If you haven't joined the Discord, do that already, or just follow the channel. You'll know when we're starting. Okay, whatever horrors you may find in these dark spaces, have heart and see them through. There are no premature endings. There are no wrong decisions. There are only fresh perspectives and new beginnings. This is a love story. Okay, so I loved this, and I think I still do. Especially the part where it says this is a love story. This, I have to figure out if this misled me or not. It may have. There's certainly a possibility that it misled me. We've got to go through this again, because the initial playthrough, as I'm going through and we're sort of dissecting these parts, this thing about it being a love story, and this is where my rant at the end of the first playthrough was maybe even came off a little unhinged, but it was the frustration was that I was looking for a human story. And even if it's to be an allegory for a human story, and I just want to make sure you guys are getting the game audio here. I think so. Is there any audio coming from the game right now that you guys should be able to hear? Well, we'll figure that out in a minute. So, yeah. Hey, Cobalt Knights. Atlas Unhinged? No, you've never seen that. Something conduit. So, like, it was, we had this thing, and to me, it's building this allegory for this human story about the relationship in you know, the concept of the male-female relationship and these sorts of things. And then in the end, it just goes like, oh, by the way, they're gods and they're deciding the fate of the universe. It's like, maybe there's a connection there. Maybe I had been playing the game for 4.5 hours and I lost perspective on it. So maybe the allegory continues through and I just lost it. This is kind of where I need to go through again. So that's where I love this. If I was wrong by the end of it, and it might have been me, but we'll find out. It's also this is also really good for just do things. Just do that. And I didn't do things. I was so caught up on different things and, you know, doing things right and these sorts of things. So that's just, I engage heavily with media. I put myself in the position to engage with it. That's sort of the mindset I go into these things with. So, that's just what it is. Okay. This is a love story. Okay. So we're just going to go new game. Chapter 1, The Hero and the Princess. That's me, I'm the hero. It's a princess. To slay her. If you don't, it will be the end of the world. So spoiler alert, you're not the narrator. We figured that out last time. And that was one of the things I was kind of trying to figure out. Although you might be the narrator. That's the other thing. You're not the narrator, but you might be the narrator. So, and the amount of options they give you is great. There's obviously was a lot of dialogue recorded for this. So, the end of the world, what are you talking about? I think I did this one too. No sound from the game. Okay. Thank you for saying that. There you guys. You should be getting it now. I'm talking about the end of the world. Everything as we know it. No more birds, no more trees, and perhaps, most problematically of all, no more people. You have to put an end to her. But how can the princess locked away in the basement end the world?
Linger on the specifics.
He's always cagey about it. He's always cagey about it.
And do what needs to be done. We're all counting on you.
And he's very specifically the whole time about. I don't think I ever have you considered that maybe the only reason she's going to end the world is because she's locked up.
I appreciate the mental exercise.
I did
running
do this
up
one
against a bit of a ticking clock. Nevertheless, let me assure you, the princess is locked up because she's dangerous. She is not dangerous because she's locked up. And before you decide to waste even more of our time by asking how I know that, let me suggest a more pragmatic lens through which to view this situation.
Ooh, okay.
Causality doesn't matter here, because the end result is the same no matter what led us up to this point. If the princess leaves the cabin, the world will end, and there is no changing that. It's no use arguing semantics over a metaphorical chicken or egg, because the egg is hatched and it's about to ruin everything. Unless, of course, you do your job and slay her.
Okay, Look, I'll go to the cabin, I'll talk to her, and if she's as bad as you say, then maybe I'll slay her. Let's just... I want to see what he says with this one. I'm not doing the RP playthrough now, so let's just play around. Sweet, I've always wanted to offer Mark Viva. The fact that they give you this option.
That's the spirit.
Oh, okay, that's the...
You make your way up the short path to the cabin. You'll find the
this is
princess
a big
within.
discussion in games. Okay, so that decision, the decision to say that, affects next to nothing, right? It gets you to the next step, and there are a number of options you can click that get you to the next step that, as far as I know, don't affect anything. And this is a big discussion in gaming right now because I think that choice matters is something that that people talk about a lot. And especially in a game like this, and I think in a lot of other games, one of the things that as gamers we need to learn is that depending on the situation, choice matters even if it doesn't. The fact that they gave me the option to say that, as opposed to say something else, changes my interaction with the game enough that that choice mattered. Sometimes, not always, but sometimes, and I would say most of the time, the lion's share, giving you the choice to act in a different way, even if the outcome is the same, is still a choice that matters, because intrinsically it's your interaction with the game. You acting in the game is as much a part of the game as the game reacting to you. The choices you're given in actions are as much a part of the game as how the game reacts to them. So in giving you the choice to say that, as opposed to just silently walk in, changes my perception of the game, my perception of my character, and it's a different action that I took, even if the result is the same. So the fact that they give you all of these options, even though a lot of them lead to the same thing, still changes your experience with the game, because I had the option to speak in a completely different fashion. So just as a bit of a note there when it comes to games and change. So that's one of the things I do really like about this game is they give you so many options, and those options matter. Even if they don't change the outcome, they still matter.
A warning before you go any further.
Oh yeah, what's that?
She will lie, she will cheat, and she will do everything in her power to stop you from slaying her. Don't believe a word she says. We're not going to go through with this, right? She's a princess. We're
With the voice
supposed
of the
to
hero,
save
which is one of our
princesses, not
personas.
slay them. Ignore him. He doesn't know what he's talking about.
Proceed into the cabin. Doop, 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 doop. Click.
The interior of the
So there's
cabin
no
is
mirror
almost
on the first
entirely
run.
bare. The air is stale and musty, and the floor and walls are painted in a fine layer of dust. The only furniture of note is a plain wooden table. Perched on that table is a pristine blade.
And the blade's always pristine,
Blade
which is
your
interesting.
implement. You'll need it if you want to do this right. You take the blade
We're
from the
going to
table.
go full murder, death, kill
It'll
on the
be
first
rather
run here.
difficult to slay the princess and save the world without it.
Because the first... Yeah, I took the blade the first time, but I didn't kill her.
Door
I
to the basement
freed
creaks
her.
open, revealing a staircase faintly illuminated by an unseen light in the room below. This is an oppressive place. The air feels heavy and damp, a hint of rot filtering from the ancient wood. If the princess really lives here, slaying her is probably doing her a favor. Her voice
trying to win us
carries
over.
up the stairs.
Who's there?
Me!
She sounds dangerous. It's almost as if she's the one in charge down here.
Because
Don't
she
let it
is.
fool you. It's all part of the manipulation.
Continue down the stairs.
You're still listening to reason. You walk down the stairs and lock eyes with the princess. There's a heavy chain around her wrist, binding her to the far wall of the basement.
She's so coldly beautiful. Is she really a threat to the world?
Well, she's
Focus on the
cold.
task at hand.
So, you know, the inevitable heat death of the universe, so I'd say yeah.
And there you are. Are you here to kill me or something?
Yes. That's the plan. Seal your nerves and step forward. Yep,
You
just
step
silently.
forward. your grip on the blade tightening as you steel your resolve.
Damn Skippy.
Oh? No talking then? Fine. What even makes you think you can kill me?
So this interaction, so the first step in every loop is, do you pick up the blade or not? So when you, this is the same as the first time, except I've made a few changes in how I approach her, because I start the conversation in that. The first time I took the blade, she did this. That's why I got Crazy Mask Lady, or Mask Ghost Triple Arm Lady. I don't know if that's what I'm going to get again. I don't know if that's a preset one or what. But I was trying to avoid killing her in the last, or in my first playthrough. If you go down without the blade, you get a completely different reaction, and you see like her tone of voice is very innocent, and just wants to be free and these sorts of things. So there's a very different, like that's the first step in every loop. So this was the first loop I did, and then I think the next 3 loops I didn't take the blade. Right, because because I wanted to test it, and then I found out, okay, and I was still in the mode that I wanted to save the princess, right? So but then, again, I knew it wasn't going to be that simple, but I was kind of doing a little bit of the RP playthrough, right? So this is different.
I'm probably chained up in this basement for a reason, right? And if that knife is the only weapon you have, you'll have to get close enough to use it.
That's the plan.
So, you should just drop it. Best not to risk finding out what I can do.
You can turn into a ghost lady with 3 arms, and a beast lady that eats me. That's not a metaphor for anything. I know what you can do.
She's unarmed. If you hesitate now, it'll be too late. End this.
Shut up, Crowman. I do what I want. Slay the princess.
You lunge
I've never
forward
just
without
straight
a
up done this.
moment's hesitation. You feel flesh easily give way and look down to see your blade already sinking deep into her heart.
Yeah.
Oh. This is it, isn't it?
Yeah.
I'm almost embarrassed. I should have seen that coming. But I have to wonder, do you actually believe this was enough to kill me?
I don't know. But thanks for asking.
She's convinced she can't die.
That's because she can't. Not at this point.
Yes.
We're getting there.
Even as she lays there dying, she entirely believes herself to be alive and well. But it's over, isn't it? She stopped breathing moments ago. That arrogant look still plastered on her face.
Just do what the game
Is
says.
it over? Really over?
Well, hero? No. Of course not, that was too easy.
Over. Don't get all worked up. We should make sure. What's the harm in checking for a pulse?
I have done this in
I really don't
in
think you
the
should do
past.
that.
Yeah, I don't think I got all the endings, but I got a good amount of them.
And why shouldn't we? Is there something you're not telling us?
Oh, there's lots of things he's not telling
I
us.
told you everything that's happened with complete accuracy. The princess
Everything
is
that's happened.
dead. Your blade pierced her heart. There's no coming back from that.
Remove the blade.
You lean down and wrap your hand around the blade's hilt.
It's pristine. I mean, it's less pristine now, but I mean, it's still. I might need this for the epic action adventure RPG to follow after this, which is I'm sure going to start as soon as I click the next thing. We're gonna get to. This is gonna be like. It's gonna be older, but it's probably more Daggerfall than it would be Skyrim. But you know.
But as you begin to slide it out of its resting place, you feel a sharp and sudden jab in your side.
That's funny. I don't remember stabbing me.
What was that?
I guess I won't be dying alone after all.
Huh?
Quick, let's get out of here. It's too late for that now. You collapse to the ground as the mortally wounded princess twists a blade of her own deeper between your ribs.
There was never a second blade. Also, that face.
As you fall, she falls with you, exhausted by the effort, the little life that was left in her eyes fading rapidly.
An eye for an eye. A life for a life. I guess we're even now.
I guess. I mean, it's hard to be upset with that. It's kind of fair, isn't it?
See you around.
I don't know if that's how this is. Actually, I know this is how this is going to work.
Close. Why did you hesitate?
I didn't hesitate.
It doesn't matter. At least you managed to take her with you.
No, I didn't.
For whatever that's worth. Everything goes dark, and you die.
Hungry. That's a strange reaction to, I guess, the teeth? You don't eat people, do you? I assume not. Chapter 2, The Razor. So I haven't gone through
You're
this
on
one
a
before.
path in the woods.
Give me food.
And at the end of that path is a
Food.
cabin. And in the basement of
You
that
sound like Jet the
cabin
Cat.
is a prince. You're here to slay her.
If you don't, it'll be the end of the world. I'll give you guys the deja vu thing.
Terrible sense of deja vu. No, you don't have that.
Wait for the
This is
first
the
one.
first time either of us have been here. If he doesn't remember what happened, then maybe it's best to keep it that way.
This whole thing's a crock of shit. She's just going to pull a knife out of nowhere and stab us again.
The voice of the cheated. This is a new voice.
Stabbed to death? Well, you won't have to worry about that. The princess is unarmed.
You say that, but she has 2 arms. And 2 legs.
That's exactly what you told
She's
us
armed
last
and
time.
legged.
You said this whole thing would be easy, but after we sank our blade into her heart, she just got up and started stabbing us.
Calm down. I assure you she has no weapons, so there's no reason to fear her. You were made for this job. You'll do just fine.
Just woke up an hour or something ago. Oh, okay, fair enough. It's deja vu, though. I'm pretty sure this whole thing literally just happened.
It hasn't. Or if it has, I certainly haven't been a part of it. Like I said, we've just met for the first time, you and I.
Okay, well, we'll
Those
do
are
this
two
one more.
Very different questions, but fine. I'll indulge you if that's what it takes to get you moving.
Let's assume I'm telling the truth. How would this have worked?
Let's say for a moment that this really is the second time you've met me, or at least a version of me. If you're back here, I'm assuming you died, which probably only happened because you didn't listen to me. We mostly listened to you. How are we supposed to know she'd spring back to life?
He's right.
If she sprung back to life in this hypothetical scenario, then clearly you didn't slay her.
We did slay her!
Congratulations, you've been given a chance to actually do this right.
Now, the narration, they put a lot of work into the narration, and I'm very appreciative of how many different avenues. You do this every time, it's different, because they didn't really cheat out, at least not noticeably, on sort of the different narration versions of every time you go through the loop, and it's the same questions, it's the same thing, but because the scenario is different, they give you a new narration. So again, I've already done a full playthrough of this game, which is not all of the loops, but being in a different loop, I'm getting a different narration, which is
And I believe
great.
your other question was something along the lines of, "Oh, what's the point of doing anything?" If you're asking that, it sounds to me like you're making the rather dangerous assumption that your actions
Didn't have
last
any
time-
consequences?
What do you mean? Of course there weren't any consequences. We stabbed the princess stabbed us, and now everyone's right back to where they started. That sounds pretty consequence-free to me.
See, and again, this is we stabbed the princess stabbed us. So either a lot of cutting, or they just, re-recorded things, which again is appreciated, right?
Yes, but in this purely hypothetical scenario, that begs the question of how you got back here. Did time simply rewind itself, or were you instead transported to a different world entirely? Had you failed to slay the princess, what would have happened to everyone in the place?
Screw this. Who cares what happened to everyone else? She's not going to play fair, so we should do what we can to save ourselves and just get out of here.
At least you know not to trust her, but you do realize that everything and everyone includes you, right? If you turn around and leave, you're dooming yourself.
That's one
as
thing
well
I've never
as
done is just
everyone
walk
else.
away.
We were so close to finishing the job last time. She can't get the jump on us twice. If we're careful, we should be fine. That's the spirit. Just keep that stiff upper lip, and you'll save the world in no time at all.
Turn around and leave.
And away we go. Good call. Seriously? You're just going to turn around and leave? Do you even know where you're going?
Whitefall? Okay, fine, you're persistent. I'll go go to the cabin and slay the princess. Okay, fine. I'll go to the cabin and I'll talk to the princess. Maybe I'll slay her. Maybe I won't. We'll see. Yes, I definitely know where I'm going. Oh, wow. There's a lot of options here. The only thing that matters is where I'm not going. The cabin. I'm not going to the cabin. Okay, I'm actually pretty okay with the world ending. I relish the coming of a new dawn beyond our own. Gonna go walk in the opposite direction now. The only thing that matters is where I'm not going. The cabin. I'm not going to the cabin.
Fine. I suppose you just quietly continue down the path away from the cabin.
I've never actually done this before.
That's strange. It looks like this path also leads to the cabin. How convenient. Everything's back on track again. Maybe the world can still be saved after all.
Right. Turn around again and leave again.
You're really keen on wasting everyone's time, aren't you? It's remarkably selfish, if you ask me. I've already outlined the stakes of the situation. If you don't do your job, everyone dies. Like, dies. Forever.
Forever?
But fine. You turn around and...
Oops. Trek back down the path you came.
Wait, something isn't right. Can you still hear me? You're supposed to wind up back at the cabin again. But everything is getting fuzzy. What's going on? Where are we?
The long quiet.
That son of a bitch flipped over the table, didn't he?
Got coffee, there you go. That's food. The world around you is unwound. Its physical matter replaced by a textured nothingness. It is quiet. There is a distant rumbling, a sound of many sounds. Undulations pulse louder as something other comes close. Feelers probe across the fabric of reality. Extremities find your consciousness and wrap themselves around it. You are no longer alone. Resistance. Fingers drag claws across the glass surface of your soul. Frustration. This vessel is full of you. I need something empty I can crawl inside of. I need something shaped like me. Yeah, sure. Urgency. You have a story you need to finish. It is the only way for us to escape this place. Force pushing against your will. No, you cannot go back. Not there. Regret. This world is broken beyond repair. We must weave something new. A wagging finger. There is only so much thread in this place. Do not waste it. I am our only salvation. Oh, denial. Return to your destined path or face the consequences.
You're on the path. You're here.
Okay, well, let's go.
You make your way up. A warning. But she will...
Yep, lie, cheat, steal. Gotcha. 3 spoons of salad? Spoons of
The
salad?
interior of the cat blade.
You'll have to have a conversation about how salad works.
You take the blade from...
Okay, we're gonna do the stabby stabby again.
She said, don't let... Good. You're still listening to reason. You walk down... She's focused on the task.
And there you are. Are you here to kill?
You step forward.
Oh,
And she
I'm
tries to
probably
distract
think
me.
so.
She's unarmed.
Stab!
You lunge forward. You feel...
Stab!
This is it. I'm almost embarrassed. Do you act
It's like she's... Yeah, but it's over. But is it over?
Now, they don't let you do the same thing over, right? So I feel like she has some kind of trick. Of course it is. She's
Yes,
dead.
Exactly. It's over. With your work done, you make your way back up the stairs, closing the door to the basement behind. Why do I feel like we've done something terrible?
We murdered a woman. Of course we did something
You
terrible.
did kill someone. Greater good or not, something would be very wrong with you if you didn't feel at least a little bad. But it was for the greater good.
Oh, well, thank you.
One of these days that will sink in and help ease your guilty conscience.
That you don't have to
That
deal
day
with.
isn't today. Let's just get out of here.
So don't need to always be lettuce. Oh, by salad do you mean Jell-O? Leave.
You open the cabin door, ready to return to a world saved from certain doom.
Unfortunately.
Only a world saved from certain doom isn't what you find. Instead, what you find is nothing at all.
Nothing at all.
Where a lush forest stood mere minutes ago, the only thing in front of you now is the vast emptiness.
Oops, I did it again. Of some place far away.
Happened?
Well,
Everyone is fine. It's just that you and the cabin are now far away from them. Don't worry. You'll be safe here. This is good. Everyone is happy. You'll be happy.
I was kind of hoping I'd get a better ending for saving the world.
This isn't an ending. In fact, now that the princess has been slain, endings are a thing of the past. No. This is the beginning of eternity. Your reward. This is what's best for everyone. Trust me.
About that. Tomato cucumber salad.
Time
Okay, that could make
passes.
sense.
You can't be sure if it's days, or months, or years, or even decades. It's all a wonderful, boring blur. You've never been happier.
Have I, though?
Psst. Hey, we're not just going to stay here forever, right?
Didn't you hear the narrator? I'm happy. We're happy. I love how they explore, so you know you're not committing to anything.
Are we really happy? Or is he just telling us that we are?
That's an interesting supposition. Okay, maybe I'm not happy. And I'm not just saying that because you're the last person I talked to.
Because I have an idea to get us out of here. Though you're probably not going to like it.
Is it get stabbed?
Blade. We can use the blade to get out of this.
Oh,
I
yeah.
can hear everything you say, little voice.
Shh.
There's only one
No, I
thing I
can't.
would want you to use
Not if I
that
say it really
blade on.
quietly.
And I'm afraid that thing is you, dear hero. He's right. It's the only way out. Do you hear that? It wants to take this happiness away from you. It wants this wonderful place to end.
Honorable
Do
seppuku.
you not? There's more for us to do, and the only way for us to do it is to take that blade and use it.
I swear the voice is Dan. I swear it's
Don't
Daniel.
you dare.
Wouldn't using the blade, kill us? Wouldn't we be dead?
How astute. You are absolutely correct. Using the blade to kill yourself would kill you, and you shouldn't do it.
I love the wording.
In a sense, we die, but looking at things from another angle, are we even really alive anymore?
Ooh,
This
he makes a
place,
point. He makes a
nothing.
point.
It's absolutely nothing. It's just the same thing, constantly, forever.
I mean, so here's another one of the themes: is the concept of mortality, death and life. Right, is an obvious theme in here, which I comes up a lot. Like I haven't gotten this section. I didn't get this section in my first playthrough, right? So it's interesting, but is it just are we too many concepts in at this point? But let's continue
I know this
on.
is out there, but trust me, I know using the blade will work. That little voice didn't want you to slay the princess. It didn't want you to be happy.
I'm not happy. You better be right about this. I'll be pretty upset if we die. I'm not risking death over your weird hunch. Anything to get out of this hell. You're right. I didn't like that idea. I'm just going to stick around and do... Yeah.
Thank you. I made this happy little place for you. Is this not a good enough reward for saving the world? An eternity of bliss? You ingrate?
Ooh, ingrate.
Fine. Whatever. For the first time since time stopped meaning anything, you throw open the door to the basement and walk down the stairs.
Damn Skippy.
The princess's body is dust and bones, though the blade you used to slay her is still as pristine as the day you first held it.
Ooh, that was a passage of time, wasn't it?
Pick up the blade, you stab yourself, and you die.
I do.
The end. Nice knowing you.
See you soon. The Spectre.
You're on a path in the woods, and at the end of that path is a cabin. And in the basement of that cabin is a princess. You're here to...
You're in for it now. I'm wise to your tricks.
My tricks? What on earth are you talking about? We've just met for the first time. If he doesn't remember what happened, then maybe it's best to keep it that way. That's fine. It wasn't very hard to kill her last time. We'll just do it again.
Right, so it's and this is one of the interesting parts, is that what you get is you get this, you set the stage very early on, so these voices are based not on the results of your actions, which voice you get, but it's based on the actions you took. So it's the voice of the cold, because it was quite cold, just run in there and stab her, right? Now, they also tend to weave in your choice into what choices they give to you, this almost illusion of choice, right? Because the game wasn't going to continue until I killed myself, which is rather cold too, right? So it might be just that they're weaving it in really well. Pardon me. But and that's the thing, is all of the choices are consequential. But again, they don't have to be, as to my previous thing. So like, it's two different concepts, right? But it's sort of the same wording for both concepts. So the voice of the cold, I'm getting that because, yeah, I just ran up and stabbed her without saying anything.
Well, if for whatever reason you're going to insist that this has happened before, at least your heart's in the right place.
He likes the cold, which is telling. Let's assume I'm telling the truth.
Two very different questions, but fine. Let's say for a moment that this
at least a version of me. I'm back here. You probably didn't listen to me.
Which probably only... Oh, we listened to you plenty. We slew the princess just like you asked us to, and then you locked us away in an empty void for eternity. So we slew ourselves too. Well, if you killed yourself, then you weren't listening to me, because I would never want you to do that. Believe it or not, I care about you.
Maybe.
And I believe your other question was something... What do you mean?
What's the point?
Of course there weren't any consequences.
There weren't any consequences.
Yes, but in this purely hypothetical scenario...
We transported to a different world. What happened to the people in that world?
Because we didn't fail to slay her. And if she's really back, which I doubt, it'll be just as easy to do it again. But after that nasty trick you pulled on us, maybe she's not the only one around here in need of slaying.
Ooh, voice of the cold just wants to kill everyone.
Focused, will you?
Proceed to the cabin.
A warning. But she will lie. She won't be a problem.
So, it'll be interesting to see what she is now. Now, there's going to be the mirror.
The interior of the cabin is cold, a soft odor of dirt permeating the air. Cobwebs flutter in the corners. You can hear wind whistling outside, banging the shutters against the windows. The only furniture of note is an elegant antique table with a pristine blade perched on the edge. The blade is your implement. You'll need it if you want to do this right. It feels like no one's been here for a long, long time. Like I've been saying, she's dead. We killed her already.
I didn't say anything about the mirror on the wall.
Because there isn't a mirror. There's a table, the blade sitting on the table, and the door to the basement. There's nothing else in here. There's definitely a mirror. There isn't.
The mirror thing is my favorite part.
Who cares if there's a mirror? Let's just go into the basement and find her body so we can be done with this.
I care about whether I'm being lied to. I want to see how handsome I am. No. I care about whether I'm being lied to.
I'm not lying to you. Use your eyes. There is no mirror. Why would I lie about something so meaningless? What good would a mirror even do? Let you waste time preening yourself instead of doing what needs to be done.
This whole cabin is different than last time.
Very different. Maybe that's because you haven't actually...
There wasn't another cabin. Approach the mirror.
You walk up to the wall next to the basement door. It's a wall. There isn't much to see here. This really isn't funny.
Wipe the mirror clean.
You reach forward and rub your hand against the cabin wall. I hope you know how ridiculous you look right now.
And that's the first time we see the... other than the pointer clicker thingy. So that's interesting.
But it was there a second ago, and now it's gone. Let's not spend much longer worrying over it. Clearly it's not even important enough to be acknowledged.
Alright, take the blade.
You take the blade.
Enter the basement. It was interesting. I don't remember which one of the voices forced me to take the blade at some
Door to
point.
the basement groans open, revealing an old banister and a creaky wooden stairwell. Everything is coated in a thick layer of dust, and you can feel it settle into your lungs as you breathe in the stale air.
Gross.
The very building itself feels dead. If the princess lives here, slaying her would probably be doing her a favor. The room below is silent. Nobody's here. Naturally. As much as I appreciate the optimism, you shouldn't be so sure. I guess we'll just have to go down and see.
It's the first time she's been non-responsive.
As you descend the final step, the form of the princess comes into view. A skeletal body lying in a heap on the floor, its wrist still bound to the wall by a thick chain. Okay. She's definitely dead.
Boy, that escalated
Hey,
quickly.
Dark Fox Archer, how you doing?
I mean, that really got out of hand fast.
This is, yeah, it's, that's just this game.
It's just like I told you. Before you have a chance to finish your thought, the top of a head appears from underneath the floor.
I'm sorry, what? Oh, look at that. A little snicky snick right there. Yeah.
Two deep-set eyes stare up at you, followed by a mischievous skeletal grin.
I'm doing all right. And see, I should probably have this a little higher. This is just the spot where it doesn't block anything for this game, for the most part. So that's kind of why I'm in this corner, which I'm usually not. So that's why all the overlays are going over top of me, but it's fine. No, I'm doing all right. Yeah. I'm playing Slay the Princess and trying to figure out if it's good or not. I played it once through already, and I'm still not sure if it's good or not. So I was like, okay, well, let's go in again. We got to figure this out. Oh, she's
finally,
a ghost, but not like a
the rest of the body
crazy
floats
ghost.
up to join the head. Wait, this isn't right. What's going on here?
Oh, you love when the narrator doesn't know what's going on.
Ghost!
Yes. Maybe she's friends with Casper. That's where we stabbed her right there the first time. Job well done. Yeah, knock this one out of the park.
Oh. Wow. How absolutely terrifying. What's a ghost supposed to do to us?
Oh, it's you. Hiya, Keller.
Oh, that's me.
I was hoping to see you again.
Well,
I have some issues with how our last meeting went.
I can understand that. That's fair.
The princess drifts across the room into your orbit, gently running her fingers across your shoulders and down your neck as she circles you.
Yeah, that sounds about right.
Her touch is cold and ethereal, formless yet real enough that her icy fingertips send shivers dancing across your skin. So she has a body, and she's right there. That means we could kill her again, if we wanted to.
Step. We're going full murder, death, kill. Let's
Without
be
a moment's
stupid.
hesitation, you lash out with your blade.
She's a ghost, you idiot.
It's like you're slashing at air. No matter how many times you stab at her, no matter how many angles you strike from, all you manage to do is interrupt her form, the skin of your hand prickling with cold as it passes through, unable to find anything solid.
Thanks, cold.
You're adorable when you're confused.
Oh. Thank you? Ah, crap, I'm doing it again.
I didn't say you could touch me.
That's fair.
Why are you even here? Just making sure you finish the job, or what?
I got this voice in my head. Anyways. If I knew I'd have to talk to you again, I wouldn't have slain you. I died too, and I'm not floating around like you are. What happened? Why am I different? Why are you different? Yeah, that one.
You don't look dead, Killer.
The princess grabs your wrist, a sudden shock of cold flowing all the way up your arm, her eyes still fixed on yours.
Oh, if it gets to
as
my
you
heart,
try
I'm
to
gonna die.
squirm out of her grip.
Yeah. Heck, did I swallow there? If this doesn't lead to the scene from Ghostbusters, where he gets an implied ghost job, then poor game design. Well, you know what? She might just be helping me with a stranger here. Who knows?
You don't feel dead either.
Which is weird, right?
She lets go and pulls away. Your fingertips tingle painfully as the chill subsides.
You're so cold, just like me.
I'm less interested in why you are or how you are, and a lot more interested in what you are.
Cold. Yep. Oh, I'm a monster. Rawr. Rawr. Yeah. Nothing in this game is as it seems until it is.
I've tried to leave on my own. Before you came back to me, I explored every inch of this place, even the spaces between the walls. But I never found a way out. I always wound up right back here.
I like the way they do the voice layering.
I'm so cold and alone here. But you can come and go as you please, can't you? So, let me hitch a ride.
Yeah, sure.
After all, you owe me.
You're not wrong.
Absolutely not. Is she asking if she can possess us?
Yeah.
She is. And I hope I don't need to explain why you can't let that happen. It would be catastrophic if she managed to escape this place. And if you let her in, there is very little anyone could do to stop her. Would she be able to see us if we went along with it? Now, isn't that an interesting thought? We could finally bring her face to face with him. I wonder what she would have to say to the one who wants her dead so badly.
This is new.
You won't like how things play out if you go down this path.
This seems to be temporary. You'll leave once we're out of the cabin. If I let you in, do I still get to be in control? Before I agree to anything, we need to talk about what happens after you leave this place. I was told you'd end the world. Sounds great. Do it. The answer's no. I still get to be in control, right? It's interesting that the shackle also becomes part of her ghostly visage. Yes, well, it's very important. I'm not 100% sure why yet. But there's another iteration where it is very important.
That doesn't sound very reassuring. It could be the best way to trap her for good. Doesn't seem like it would be very easy to end the world from inside someone else's body.
I mean, he's not wrong.
That is a very dangerous train of thought.
Is it, though? This should be just temporary, right?
If I'm able to. But for all we know, that's not how it works. Maybe I'll wind up stuck with you for a long time.
I mean, it could be worse. You could have, like, a smoker's cough. Being possessed by somebody with a smoker's cough, you'd never sleep.
Do you hear the way she said that? She knows more than she's letting on. Don't let her fool you into doing something you'll regret.
Before I agree to anything we need to talk about... Yeah, sure.
The princess swims through the air in front of you, pausing for a brief moment.
I think we're just gonna die.
And eyes stare deeply into yours. There's a hunger in her gaze.
We also don't have confirmation on how the possession works. She can touch you, so she might remove all your organs or something. Well, let's find out.
Thanks for the body, killer.
You're welcome.
What are you doing? Don't just let her in. How many times do I have to tell you?
See you soon.
She rushes forward and then she's gone. A sharp chill spreads across your body. It starts in your chest, a freezing numbness flowing out from your heart, all the way down your limbs, your mind growing cloudy and confused as it settles over your very soul. I'm not sure I like this. Can we get a do-over?
I don't think that's how it works.
I'm afraid it's too late to stop now. The numbness gives way to a stabbing pain, your muscles twitching and convulsing violently, each involuntary movement causing more waves of agony to ripple across your body.
Well, I don't think she's removing our organs, but it's not much better.
You collapse to the floor, and everything goes dark.
Get up. You've still got a job to do.
Your eyes flick back open as you get your bearings, your vision swimming as...
So this is what it's like to be you, huh? Disembodied voice narrating your every move?
Yep. Yep.
So
welcome to my hell.
It doesn't work like that for you? Clearly it doesn't, or she wouldn't have commented on it.
All these shards of broken glass on the floor? Are they also supposed to be you?
Expert on me, ma'am?
Hey, I'm not a shard of broken glass, I'm...
Yeah? Go on. Finish the thought. What are you?
I'm a voice? I'm me is what I am. Who cares what we are? We exist.
Now, this is actually one of the most telling things to where you end up in the end, so this is actually very interesting.
Do you have to deal with this annoying bickering all the time?
Oh, you have no idea.
No, it matters. What we are matters. If I'm a shard of broken glass, then that raises some questions about certain other voices in here too. I'm clearly the same thing you are.
Hopefully they'll all go away once we leave this place.
Oh, fuck. I hate when I do that. I don't know how you can tolerate all of this noise.
No, I'm not talking about you. I'm talking about him. You don't need to know what I am. You just need to know that I'm different from you. More important.
So you're the one who pulled the strings and made me dead. I can tell you don't belong here. You're barely even there. Like the shape of something left behind. You're more of a memory than a person.
Wow, this is a lot of insight into the end.
That's rude.
You're kind of like me, actually.
I'm just going to ignore her. You push yourself off the ground. The princess is nowhere to be seen. Obviously, she's nowhere to be seen.
Because I'm in here with all of you. Everybody knows that.
I'm setting the stage. The room is empty.
Narrator's got to narrate.
Spiteful, idiotic, and all-round foolish decision.
Oh, shut up. Stop trying to manipulate everyone.
That's kind of what he does.
Or don't, actually. It doesn't really matter. Because you won't be around to do this for much longer.
This is infuriating. Just whatever you do, you can't leave this place. It's not too late to fix this. Probably.
I can't think straight. There's too much noise.
Then don't think. Just move.
One way or another, this is all going to end. Wouldn't it be nice if he ends with it?
So now this is one of the other things that's interesting that I'm still trying to figure out. The capitalized references, and this is where the narrator gets his so if you're not familiar with sort of the way the Bible works, is that anytime you're referring to God, no matter what word you're using to refer to God, it's capitalized. So in the Bible, if you read the word Lord with a lowercase l, it's just the word Lord. If you read the word Lord with a capital L, it means God or Yahweh or whatever, right? So the capitalized references to the narrator's voice, to the narrator, indicates his godhood, and it's throughout the whole game. But as she sort of alludes, later on you find out, well, he's just sort of a memory of God or pieces of him. Now, what exactly that means is still a little bit up in the
We'll
air.
just have to see what happens when we leave. But if I'm stuck in here, I'll be making some renovations. It's too crowded.
Agreed. How would I guess slay myself? It's leaving.
Your legs, weary with the weight of the princess's spectral form and clumsy with the cold that still pervades them, stumble towards the stairs.
I'm just trying to get home. You don't have to act like it's the end of the world.
But that's exactly what you leaving this place is going to be.
You don't know that.
It's interesting hearing conversation between the two.
I do.
This is the only time you get it.
Wait, if she has a home to go back to, doesn't that mean that her leaving won't end the world? It doesn't mean that at all. It could mean that wherever her home is, it's outside of the world.
Voice of the cold.
Yeah, but it has to be somewhere, doesn't it? And if it's somewhere, then it's part of the world.
Depending on how you define world.
I suppose it's all a matter of perspective. Where does the world end and something else begin? Does the destruction of one open a door to another? Or is it the same world reborn?
See, and this is where I was kind of digging the metaphor. I've been kind of stuck on the metaphor for a while now about the concept of worlds being like each person is a world in it to themselves. I am a world, and you are a world, and when we converse, our worlds collide, and they create another world between us, which is a compromise between our two perceptions of the world. Now, that is not to say that I ascribe to any sort of relativism or any kind of, just sort of... the world is not perceived truth, it is the truth, and yet our perception is all that we have of that truth. So when two people interact, those are two different worlds that are sort of connecting, they're colliding, and they're creating a they're creating like a shared world, which is either at war or at peace, dependent on the two people that are interacting. So this is kind of where it's like, well, it's going to destroy the world. Well, the world in a metaphorical sense can mean lots of different things. There are a lot of possibilities for what the world could mean, right? Shattered Glass reference makes me think perhaps Shattered Glass reference makes me think perhaps that since you're a monster, that maybe you are a hero that died, and the narrator put you into a monster, the voice of the cold, being what it was forced into its own body, and sent you to kill the princess, because with the hero, you, dead, having a princess unsaved means that the world would fall apart. Not bad. You're seeing a very small sliver of the game right now. So the voice of the cold is one iteration, and I got the voice of the cold because in the first chapter of this, I stabbed her. I just ran up and I stabbed her. I hadn't done that at all in my first playthrough. I went through, I think, 4 or 5 iterations. So you get a different voice every time you run through an iteration. So let's finish up this one, and you'll see what I mean as we finish this iteration, and we go from like 0 to 5 on the 0 to Neon Genesis and Evangelion scale. All matter per second. Where does the world seem? Yada, yada, yada.
Against the backdrop of the inane conjecture of meaningless little voices, your body continues its ascent up the stairs, staggering through the open door. For how much you hate her, you aren't doing a whole lot to stop us from leaving this place.
It's because he can't stop me. Why do you think he sent you here?
I hate to admit it, but she's not wrong.
Ooh. Wait, will this iteration give you the voice of the princess, maybe?
It's too much for me to do anything other than describe and dictate.
This is actually a very unique one, because this is the first time the princess gets to converse with anyone but you, and because she has no visibility on this sort of inner conflict. So this is actually the first time I've seen this, which is interesting. It's the weight of it all. It's too much for me to do anything other than describe and dictate.
And whine. This body wasn't made to hold you and the princess. If you want to renege on your cataclysmically terrible decision a minute ago, well, you're the only one that can make that happen.
Trudge forward. Nope, that's my only choice.
You continue slowly to the door, your feet like lead dragging across the floorboards, growing heavier with each step.
Finally! Finally!
You lift your shaking hand and rest it on the door handle, but you pause before you open it, exhaustion sapping what's left of your will. Was exhaustion really the best you could muster up? It's over. There's no use stalling. Let's see what happens next.
Open the door!
Shit.
I got the knife right now.
But exhaustion wasn't enough, was it? The handle clicks as you twist it, and then the door groans open.
Alright, Cthulhian horror, here we go.
To the ground. You and the princess, free from the confines of the cabin. As you exhale from the effort, you look up and see... Yes?
Mr. Nat?
Nothing. He's gone. And so is everything else.
It was also the first time she comes through this. Oh my goodness, what's going to happen? Because I know what normally happens.
So we did slay him after all.
Who
We
did?
had it coming. I
Nat.
suppose. But what about us? Are we just stuck here in nowhere forever? Did taking her out of the cabin really end the world?
We murked ourselves the first time for a reason.
We're still here. Yeah, but that thing you said earlier, are we not part of the world anymore? Are we in some world that exists after the world ends, or on top of the other world but not in it, or have we never been part of the world?
Oh, there's an interesting one.
Alright, let's see if I'm stuck with you forever.
I mean, you might be. Hitchhiker, pick a passenger and take her to... Okay, good, she separates. You feel a lightness in your chest as a pair of sunken eyes emerge from your body and stare up at you.
Guess I'm not. All's well that ends well, right? You lived up to your end of the bargain, so I'll live up to mine. Thanks.
And...
I think
Are you guys ready for it?
this is where I'm meant to be.
Are you ready for it? Grabby hands! Nom 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 nom! She seems different, a little. Yeah. But you don't get the chance to respond. Something has taken her away and has left something else in her stead.
She's gone.
Hopefully that wasn't
Where
too
did
loud
she
for you
go?
guys. I don't know what my compression filter's set to
Try
right
and
now.
Find her?
Scott, where did she go?
And there's that mirror again. Why is it here? Why now?
I don't know where she went, and I don't know how we'd even go about looking for her. I think it was just to look at the mirror.
There's something dreadful about it. I don't think you should. Ignore him. You have to look.
Ah, the cold. The narrator's gone.
Does that mean the world ended?
Kind of.
He was never going to outlast us.
Ooh, this guy's ruthless. We'll do this.
She's gone. It's just us and that awful thing.
Wait, you talking about the mirror or the nothing?
Don't bother looking for her. I'm sure it's just a waste of time.
Approach the
I'm begging
mirror.
you, don't do this.
The mirror never That's true. Well, it kind of did.
It's different now. It feels... I don't know. Final.
Oh, I guess it didn't. Yeah, because of... Right. I'm mixing up iterations. You approach the mirror. Gaze into your reflection. Silence as you reach forward. They're gone. But the mirror remains. It's time for you to see what's in it. It's you. So the first iteration seems to be just it's you, although the later iterations give you sort of different vibe-ish things. Wait, just noticed, but the hero voice just acted as if the choice you made was wrong, implying that you are another person in the body. Oh yes, they certainly acknowledge me. I'm certainly acknowledged in this game. They know they're not in control. You absolutely caught that one, yeah. You are alone in a place that is empty. It is quiet here. Proceed to the cabin. That's right, we're going to the cabin. Except you are at the cabin. Except, am I? Approach her. She is the cabin. Oh, that's a metaphor I hadn't. It is mind twisty, right? You recognize the presence inhabiting the shell. It is the entity that dwells in the spaces between.
Something returns to the long quiet. It has surrendered its path of annihilation and brings me the gift of a fragile vessel.
Hands off, lady. So, yeah, the hands are the thing, and it's using her as a puppet. Oh, what'd you do? First time? I stabbed her. Sir Spider Shitter? Sir Spider Shitter? I stabbed her. I just ran up, because I hadn't done that at all last time. I just ran up and just shanked her. Like you wouldn't believe. And then I ended up with this stabbed ghost. So, yeah, I'm bringing her the A fragile vessel handed to her. She's so handsy. I like her, but she's so handsy. And in public too. Like literally everyone in the world is watching us right now. Her hands are everywhere. Literally every person in existence. It's like OnlyFans because it's only the fans because it's everyone because there's two of us. There's just two of us. You know. You're the thing I met in the space outside of the woods, aren't you? I thought that was a dream. See, this I didn't do last time either. Was I didn't try to do the runaway. Had to get the point across, right? Absolutely.
Vague recollections. Empty tunnels without a mouth. I am sorry if I frightened you.
The gift of a fragile vessel?
Yes. Nerves and fibers to feel the worlds beyond. Perspectives to make my own.
It's interesting, that little piece. So this is like one of the few times where they left in something that didn't really fit. Nerves and fibers to feel the world beyond. I feel like no, you're not. You didn't quite get this one. This was she's a spirit, and they don't have. Well, anyway, sorry. You know what? We'll just continue. Three of them and three of us. I like, don't hug me, I'm scared.
This one is vaporous. She is a dream for a life she could never have. But that longing has given her so much capacity for kindness. She will make for an understanding heart.
So, this is sort of the, so Dark Fox, this is sort of the core loop of the gameplay. We've hit the end of it, is you go through these different iterations and you bring her these different aspects of the princess.
Do not mourn her. She will finally be able to hold what she never knew.
Do you know about the world beyond this place? I do not.
Only that they are.
Or the worlds beyond this place. Don't hug me, I'm scared. Was amazing and scary. Let her out of there.
I'm sorry. There are some changes that can never be undone. There are some tears that can never be unshed. This is not a place that can hold a fragment of a concept. The moment she arrived here, she was going to return to me.
Right, so this is the, yeah, I'm still piecing a lot of this together. So, you know, as to whether this went just full Neon Genesis Evangelion or not, I still haven't decided whether this is a complete concept or whether it's just like concept soup. Which, it's a blurry line, to be perfectly honest, but although I'm glad I was finally able to get a term out of it just now. You guys saw it here live. Concept soup. It might just be concept soup, but we'll see. I like soup too, but you know, sometimes you want soup, sometimes you want a salad. Either way, sometimes you need a spoon.
I promise that it doesn't hurt.
She's a ghost. So unless you're like, you know, making fun of her. I like salad. What are you? She doesn't know what she is.
I am solitary lights in an empty city. What are you?
I would have accepted I don't know. Like you didn't need to write a poem, but anyways. Solitary lights, what do you mean?
Thoughts without connections. A dim and nascent network. I wish to be more.
So she's incomplete, right? So this is kind of where, right, human condition, integration of different parts of yourselves, different aspects, the idea of the persona, all those sorts of things, right? The gentle grip on her stomach, eyes hips, or a gentle stomach. The gentle grip on her stomach, hip, eyes, and cheeks versus the hand gripping her wrist are such a beautiful visual to me. The aggressive hold on her wrist to show the inescapableness of this fate, and the gentle hold of the other hands to show a mild show of comfort to the vessel. I hadn't even noticed that. That's interesting. Cool. If she didn't have nerves, how could she be thinking and capable of processing stimuli to respond to you? Ghost. It's magic. Wizard did it. I wish to be more. Okay. What do you think I am?
I think that you are like me.
Right, and this is where in my first playthrough, it's a love story. Like, and I have to cling to that because I just feel like all this, like, ghosts or gods and and all of this sort of weird power stuff. It's okay. So what? It's a love story. So it's about him and her. That's what it's about. So, am I getting caught up in concepts that aren't there? Am I the problem, right? Did you leave with her? I left with her in me. Clip that however you will. I was possessed. She possessed me.
We are oceans, reduced to shallow creeks.
Is this the end of the world?
How can the world have ended if we are talking?
Okay, well, you know what? Thank you. I mean, for the mound last time. For the mound. This is my first iteration, kind of. I did one false start where I tried to run away. Oh, end of my last playthrough. Like, the end of my last playthrough, I lost? I conceded to her, which I thought was a weird wording for it, because it was like, no, you're right. Because, like, she was like, yeah, things have to end, so new things can begin, and the cycle has to begin. And I'm like, oh, okay, no, yeah. And then I sort of played it, because it was like, do you want to surrender? And I'm like, and one of the options was like, I'm going to make you think what I think. And I'm like, I agree with you. So, yeah, let's do the thing. Let's... Like, as far as I could, and like, I had played it all in one sitting. So I was, you know, maybe I'd gone too long and it was getting late, but I was just kind of like sitting there. I'm like, okay, what the hell is going on? And there's this sort of faux boss battle that I wasn't a huge fan of, and it was just kind of like, no, just give me the ending, like, just, and then it's giving you these choices, and it's just like we're having a discussion, and then it's like suddenly there's the option to surrender. I'm like, well, no, I'm not surrendering. That's the direction I want to go. Like, and then I have to look at the achievement I got. It's like, you got this achievement because the good ending doesn't count. I was like, did I get the bad? It didn't feel like the bad ending. It felt like the right way to go. Things die, things live again. We're the gods of, it's ostensibly, it's either a yin-yang thing, creation, destruction, chaos, order, you know, a feminine spirit, male spirit, like those sorts of things, right? The man's a monster, the woman's a princess, Beauty and the Beast, tale as old as time, right? You know, so... And this is where I was trying to, it sort of, it primes you for that, it being a love story, and this is where the weird god things at the end kind of got me. So anyways, we'll continue. I'll just keep piecemealing that as we sort of go through this. Are you what sent me to slay the princess? Are you a trap? No, she's not.
I have only just now stirred to consciousness.
I could not have trapped you here.
I could not have trapped you
and I too
here.
yearn to be free. Yeah, she is not the narrator. What happens now?
Nothing.
19!
As we are.
So close,
but
Nat.
I know that there are worlds beyond us, and that we are meant to reach them.
So the narrator... So close, Nat. So the narrator is trying to maintain the status quo.
There is no exit, but this vessel is a creature of perception. She can make you forget, if only you believe her to be able to.
Vessel's a creature of perception. She can make you forget, but only if you believe her to be able to. Okay.
Bring me more perspectives so that I may be whole. And perhaps then we will know our freedom.
Aren't you scared that I'll find a way to kill you?
I have not lived. I am not afraid to die.
Oh, well, that's okay. How much will I forget?
Everything. Until we meet again.
See, but I won't, like, that's one of the tough things. It's like, I don't forget about it, but the game forgets about it. And what if I don't let you do this to me?
Then we will be here forever, as we are now. Unfinished. Dry. Hollow.
And this is where one of the common themes of the game is just sort of that, well, what if I don't? It's like, well, then nothing happens. And then what is, and that's it. And that's the consequence, you know? So the narrator can't affect the princess because as long as he views her as a threat, she is one. Potentially, I think my working theory right now in the narrator is a piece of us. As much as he claims it's not, and the game goes out of its way to say it's not. That's the only perception I have for it, because in my perception of the game, there is the monster, and the princess, and those are the only two entities that exist, and everything else is a shard of those entities. Another layer of someone's perceptive continuing while another's ended, maybe. Perspective continuing while another is ended, maybe. Yeah. Could be. Well, and like maybe the narrator represents the perception of external forces, but I still believe it's part of the hero, the beast, whatever we are, whatever we're calling that. I'm not going to. Okay, make me forget. No, let's just do this.
She asks that I tell you to
be ready for it.
Her.
Be ready for it. Tell you to remember her.
You won't.
I love. That's just perfect. The way they do that is just perfect. Everything goes dark and you die. And back to the beginning.
You're on a path in the woods, and at the end of that path is a cabin. And in the basement, you're here to
slay her. And then we'll just silently continue the cabin. Because everything's the same now from the first iteration. So we're back to the beginning of the game, per se.
The princess within.
Well, in my life case, an example, due to my condition, I find myself narrating the stories as a way of coping and dealing with the past. So the narrator is essentially our protagonist, or part of the psyche of the protagonist. Yes, and that's what I believe. In the game anyways. The short path to the cabin, find the princess before you go any further.
She will cheat.
Don't believe a word she says. Proceed to the cabin. We're gonna go with the no knife this time.
The interior of the cabin is almost entirely bare. The blade is
pristine blade. Into the basement. No blade.
The door to the basement creaks open, revealing a staircase faintly illuminated by an unseen light in the room below. This is an oppressive place.
You're an oppressive place.
The air feels heavy and damp, a hint of rot filtering from the ancient wood. If the princess
really does,
here,
yeah. Slaying her would probably doing her a favor. Maybe a failed spell of sorts? Feels not saying this is what it is, but it does feel kind of like the character is a monster that people keep sacrificing princesses to, and the cycle is just a show of the monster's perception of time. That would be a narrative. Yeah, possibility.
Her voice softly carries up the stairs.
There's a lot more going on, but that's, yeah, I could see that as far as the parts that you've sort of seen today. That, like, keep theorizing. I love this, but just know that by the end of it, we're going from Zero to Neon Genesis Evangelion really fast. So,
Hello? Is someone there?
so if you were here for the last time I went down the stairs with a knife, completely different voice.
It's hypnotizing. It's the kind of voice you only have to hear once to remember it for the rest of your life.
It's interesting. I'm not sure if they stick the landing or
Don't
not.
let it fool you. It's all part of the manipulation. You're playing a dangerous game by coming here unarmed.
Oh, shut up, narrator. Let's just try to save
How
her.
many times do I have to tell you how dangerous letting her out of here would be before it finally sinks in?
Wait, really? You're here to rescue me? I was starting to think I'd be stuck down here forever. Come downstairs. I want to see the face of my rescuer.
You walk down the stairs and lock eyes with the princess. There's a heavy chain around her wrist, binding her to the far wall of the basement. She's beautiful. How could someone like this be a threat to anyone?
Like living dangerously.
I am begging you to stay focused. There's a lot riding on you here.
Hi. I can't believe you're here. I've been waiting for something like this to happen forever. I hope you brought something to deal with these chains.
It gets real weird here. Get ready for this.
Don't do it. If she gets out of those chains, we're all one step closer to the end.
We'll see what I can do. Examine the chains. Yeah, let's examine the chains.
You're only making this more difficult.
Thank you. Thank you.
You're making a huge mistake. No, you're doing the right thing. You walk up to the chains binding the princess to the wall and give them a tug. They're large and heavy, far too solid for you to even imagine trying to break them apart.
Far too solid.
I'm guessing you don't have the key?
I do not.
Maybe it's somewhere upstairs. Doubtful. Whoever locked the princess away down here intended for her to never see the light of day. They wouldn't have just left the key to her chains somewhere in the cabin.
If there's any key, do you have any other ideas? I'm going to check upstairs. Maybe the key is still lying around somewhere up there. And if not, maybe I can at least find something to break you free.
Okay. I'll be here. Good luck.
No, well, and I didn't narrate with her too much on the first one with the knife, but if you do, she's like really suspicious.
Out of the basement, but the door at the top of the stairs slams
Yeah, he locks
shut.
us in.
You hear the click of a lock sliding into place. Is someone else here? Your shouts and pleas are met with silence. I'll repeat myself once again. You're here to slay the princess, and you won't leave until the task is done.
I'm about to grab another drink, that's for sure. Yeah, which I know the door doesn't open.
You make your way to the bottom of the stairs. This would have been so much easier if you'd just taken the blade like you were supposed to. Easier for whom? Easier for everyone. Look at the mess you're in.
I heard the door slam. They locked you down here too, didn't they?
There's a slight panic rising in the princess's voice.
Well, of course, yeah. This is. I don't know if you've seen this part yet, Nat. Vastly from the time I saw. Yes, when I first started the game, I took the knife, right? So that's you can like, and this is where the decisions you make continue on, right? Because it's not taking the blade. Even before she sees the blade, it still affects how she reacts, how she sounds. And that's why you get sort of that part in the stairs, is so that it's clear to you that it's your decision that changes how she acts, not her perception of your decision that changes how she acts. It's very clear, right? And that gets reinforced throughout the game, that it's your decisions that change things. It's not her perception or the narrator's perception or anyone's perception. It's your decisions, right?
If I could just get out of these chains, I know we could force our way out of here together.
She barely hesitates before raising her arm to her mouth, her teeth tearing through her limb with the determination of a trapped wolf.
So if you want to see how this continues, I'm going to do a quick bathroom break, and I will be right back. So don't go away to see how this ends. Perfect timing. Nailed it. Except that the button's not working. Oh, there we go. But that button's not working. Okay. I will do it manually. Okay, we're back. Next beer of the night. One Great City Rearview Mirror, a Spruce Tip IPA. Might be a bit old. I got this a while ago. Spruce beers are not my favorite, but some of them are very nice. I think I had this one at a beer festival not too long ago, and I enjoyed it. Actually, probably would have been a couple months ago. Smells like a tree. A little bit old. Should have drank that sooner. I wouldn't say it's too sprucey. Yeah, spruce beers are interesting because they get sprucier as they get older. You get more spruce out of them, which is interesting. I don't know if you guys can see. Probably not. Oh yeah, a little bit. The reflection or the flex in there. It's a hazy, right? So you're getting. Well, I don't think it's actually a hazy, but there's a decent amount of sediment in there, which you can get with the smaller batch stuff. There's nothing wrong with it. It changes the mouthfeel a little bit, but usually it's neither for the better nor the worse. Anyways, last thing she was doing was biting through her arm. So let's see how that works out for us. Custom beer.
As she rips her flesh from her bone, a sound comes from behind you. The clang of bouncing metal.
Hey, Nat.
It's the blade from upstairs. You're not sure how it made its way down here, but if there's a time to strike, it's now. Or we could use it to free her. You won't like what happens if you do that.
I only have one option.
Fine. Against your better judgment, you place the blade against the ragged, self-inflicted
Mango
wound
beer
on the princess's
float.
arm, just above
Essentially
the
beer,
unyielding
okay.
chain binding her to this place.
Place the blade against the ragged, self-inflicted wound on the princess's arm, just above the unyielding chain binding her to this place. All right.
You cut into her flesh.
I do.
The blade is sharp, and it takes little effort to crack through the bone of her arm.
Ha! Take that, arm.
Her limb falls to the ground, and the heavy chains follow suit. She didn't so much as utter a sound through the whole ordeal.
See, it always gives you a reason to kill her, even if you don't go for the kill.
No.
Beer with mango ice cream. Interesting. Does it have to be like the right mango ice cream or something?
She smiles softly as her gaze meets yours, blood from her wounded arm dripping rhythmically to the ground. How is she still smiling after everything? It's like she isn't even bothered by what just happened.
Doesn't seem so, no.
Thank you. Now let's get out of here.
Approach the locked door.
No, we won't have any of that. The stakes are too high. You can't just let her escape into the world.
This is the tough one.
I can't just let her escape into the world.
Make it taste different each time. Okay.
As the princess approaches the bottom stair, your body steps forward and raises the blade. Wait, this isn't fair. You can't just do that.
Heineken and local mango brand ice cream. Okay. Okay, I will look out for that.
Watch me.
What are you doing?
Note all of the slay the princess, but then there's also a warn her. See, last time I did this, I did warn her every time, so we're just gonna stab her.
There's no going back now. I'm with you to the end. You bring the blade down to strike at the princess's heart. But she's fast. She ducks to the floor, your blade narrowly grazing her backside. Slaying her won't be easy now that she's free.
How many splits did this man have? A lot, apparently.
We could have gotten out of here together. Were you just lying to me this whole time? I don't know what's come over you, But if I have to kill you, then I'll kill you. Do you think I need both of my arms to do that?
See, she went dark real fast here.
She pounces on you with the same animal ferocity she used to
Oh,
tear
this is
through
the
her
animal
arm.
one. I already did this one.
But you have a weapon. You raise the blade, digging it under her ribs, aiming directly for the heart.
But
it's not enough to stop her. You feel her claws in your
She has
throat,
claws suddenly?
then her teeth, somehow sharp enough to pull apart your flesh and sinew with ease. You collapse to the floor, your body unresponsive as your blood pools
This is the worst
on
one.
the ground beneath you. She stares down at your ravaged form, eyes shining in the darkness, dress stained in red as her blood and yours both seep into the fabric. If we're lucky, the wound you managed to inflict will be enough to at least delay her escape from this place. If we're very lucky, it will kill her before she can reach the outside world. It can't just end like this, right?
Oh, but it can.
As much as I'd prefer for things to have gone differently, I can't deny the reality of what's happened. I'm sorry, but it's over. Everything goes dark, and you
die. Chapter 2, The Witch. Oh, no, this is the witch. Okay, this is not the beast. This is the witch. This is not the worst one.
Woods. And at the end of that path is a cabin. And in the base, you're here
That's it.
to...
Getting deja
Terrible
vu.
sense of deja vu. No, if he doesn't remember what happened, then brilliant. We need to keep our cards
The
close
opportunist.
to our chest, and I'm not sure we can trust him.
Capital H him. See, that's what I'm talking about.
You know I can hear you, right? It's going to be a lot harder than you think to keep secrets from me. Did I say I'm not sure we can trust him? Slip of the tongue, bit of the old brain fog. I meant to say that we should probably head over to the cabin and slay that princess. We already know we can't trust her, so let's get
Capital
on with the
H
show.
her.
We could go back and forth on this forever, and it won't get you any closer to doing your job and saving...
Let's just agree to disagree. Let's assume I'm telling the truth.
Very different questions, but let's say for a moment, if you're back here, I'm assuming
Because you didn't
died.
listen to me.
We were just weighing our options in a morally ambiguous situation. You can't blame us for weighing our options. I can if you failed to slay the princess, which you apparently did.
Judgy
So,
much?
great. Congratulations. You've been given another chance to actually,
do
and I
this
believe your
right.
other question was something... What do you mean? Of course there weren't any consequences. We
That
would
sounds
kill-
pretty consequential.
Yes, but
You were
in this
transported to
purely
a different world
hypothetical, it's
entirely,
the
in which case
latter.
what happened to that
What do
world
you
after you
think? Do
died?
you think the people there lived happily ever after? Or
Or do you think the princess
think
left, brought about the end of the world to everyone?
left-handed?
No, that's not what
a
happened.
Very good point. This princess character seems like a lot of trouble, and if you think about it, actually slaying her probably breaks us out of this cycle, right? We don't want to be stuck here forever, do we?
Yeah, well, you have... You know what? I skipped. There was one... I don't even know how I avoided this time. The first time, my first playthrough... I'll go back and I'll get the recording. In my first playthrough, and it didn't happen on this one, was something happened where I got all of the voices in one big thing at the end on the first playthrough, which was crazy. And I wonder if it was because it was my first. I wonder if they sort of lock your first loop, because I wonder if that's what happened. Because it was very different, and I'm only now realizing as you say this that it was very different. Yeah, there's been some updates, so they've definitely capitalized on the popularity of the game. That's for sure. For sure.
You're laying it on a little thick, aren't you? Laying it on a little thick? What are you talking about? I'm sharing my honest opinions. What matters is that almost everyone seems to be on the same page. So whenever you're ready, you can stop dawdling, get to the cabin, and save the world.
All right, proceed to the cabin. All right, we're gonna stab the witch in the back, because last time she
boy.
stabbed me in the back.
Before you go any further, she will lie. Don't worry, I think we've taken that lesson to heart at this point. You can trust us to get the job done. The interior of the cabin is a mess of twisted roots. The walls are chaotic.
We'll skip the
weave
mirror
of
this
knotted
time.
wood that, almost as if by accident, just happened to resemble a room. The floor is damp and earthy, and the only furniture of note is a slab of mud in the shape of a shelf, with a pristine blade perched on its edge. The blade is your implement.
If you want to do this right. Take the blade.
You take the blade. Well, if we... That's not actually
okay.
a bad idea.
Say anything about the mirror. Oh, I don't think you're not allowed to not take the blade here. I think the opportunist, I want to say it was the opportunist that forced it. So the cabin is different than last time. It was into the basement. And the mirror disappears.
The door to the basement creaks open, revealing a staircase dug into the muddy earth below. The ceiling is thick with roots that hang like locks of tangled hair. The weak starlight from the cabin windows behind you can barely penetrate the gloom here, only illuminating the edges of an opening below. It shines in the darkness like some kind of massive maw, waiting to swallow you up into the earth.
Yeah, kind of gives you an idea how many options there are. The game has 97 achievements, which seems excessive to me, but, you know, whatever.
The air smells of dirt and copper. It's thick and wet, as if your lungs are being coated in mud with each intake of breath. If the princess lives here, slaying her would probably be doing her a favor. Her voice skitters up from below.
See, and there's a good lesson in sort of language choice. Her voice skitters up from below. I really like that.
Something nasty finds itself on my stairs. Come on down. Don't be scared. I probably won't bite.
Also, props to the voice actors in this. There's so many different types of voices that they do, and it's still the same person. You can tell it's the same person. Some of the voices don't hit. Some of them don't hit. But for the different kinds of voices while still using their own voice, props to them for that. I'm not nasty.
But you are. You're a wretched little thing.
This is so mean.
I recognize that voice as easily as I recognized your nervous little footsteps coming up the path. I know who you are, and I remember what you've done.
See? She knows us. Is this enough for you to believe what we've been saying? Maybe, but you shouldn't let that cloud your judgment. She's just a princess. As long as you remember that and remain focused, slaying her will be easy. She seems friendly enough. Maybe we can talk our way out of this whole situation.
The opportunist.
You can't. Unless you slay her right away, she's going to break free and end the world. There's no reasoning with what she is. Look, I'm just throwing ideas out there. I like to think out loud. I'm the kind of guy who likes a discussion. Don't we want to hear what everyone has to say before making any big decisions? Do you want to hear what everyone has to say? Or do you just want to hear yourself talk?
I love when the hero calls out the voices.
You need to stop lingering. Your task is to slay the princess, not endlessly debate about what to do with the princess. Fine. You're the boss. Thank you. You descend the basement steps, entering the dark room below. You can just make out the shape of the princess in the gloom. She's huddled against the far wall, her eyes bright and glaring from amid the thick roots.
And there you are, one hand tucked away behind your back, gripping that sharp, sharp blade, no doubt.
Yeah, you got me.
That's no fair. How would she know that?
So, we've dropped the pretenses. Good.
She's acting like she already knows you. I guess what you said back in the woods really was true.
Damn Skippy.
That's pretty sharp. How'd you figure that one out?
He's so like, oh, you're very smart. You're so smart. You're so good at this.
Call it deductive reasoning.
You should be on my side because you're so smart.
Well, you seem to be great at it. So, you really don't remember us, do you? No, I don't. But you and the princess clearly have a shared reality, even if I'm not a part of it. I won't waste time fighting you on something that's clearly true.
It's just shared reality. My mind goes to your reality. In my pen. So anyways, I love the sarcasm. Yeah.
You fought us on it back in the woods. That was when the only perspectives we had were yours and mine. I'm just glad we could put all this behind us. Is it all behind us? Just focus on the task at hand. I don't care if you've been here before, and I don't care if you think you'll go somewhere else after this. My world is on the line right now, so I'd appreciate it if you would take this seriously and slay her.
Not a capitalized H this time. Interesting.
Let's chat her up a bit first. Maybe we can find a middle ground where everyone's happy. Don't talk to her. You're just going to make things more difficult than they have to be.
Well, I seem to remember you having a tongue.
Oh, yeah. Don't worry. The blade isn't for you. Or not for killing you. We've got to get you out somehow, right? I get the sense you're not happy with me. I died last time. If you didn't, you didn't. If anyone here shouldn't be trusted, it's you!
You were the one who tried to kill me when my back was turned.
She's right.
You were the one who started all of this.
She's right.
Only a poor loser twists their own failures around on the winner.
She's right. Look, I know. Things got messy last time, but I think there's something bigger than both of us at work. We should team up.
I suppose you didn't come into my hovel of your own accord, did you?
No.
All right. I suppose I could team up. I need a way out after all, and unfortunately you're the only one I have.
Seems to me like she's offering a mutually beneficial arrangement.
We're gonna shank her in the back. The plan is to shank her in the back.
Do you know what the word mutually means? Because it sounds to me like she's offering an arrangement that benefits her and her alone.
Until I shank her in the back. Give her the... Yeah, that's... I'd like to be straightforward with my intentions. I didn't care for how you treated me last time, and I think you might be... No. The way you say it, yeah. Can't you get those chains on your own? Those chains didn't stop you last time.
Oh, of course. They're nothing to me.
It's always easier the second time.
Grins as the chains fall from her wrist. She could have gotten out of those the whole time. That sneaky little... A woman after my own heart, really. She knows how to hold her cards close to her chest. This is why she can't just be abandoned here. If left to her own devices, she'll find a way out. Now stop her.
I'm her way out, I thought. I get the sense you're not happy with me. Why do I have a nagging feeling you're going to stab me in the back if I help you out of here?
And why would I do such a thing? Is someone's guilty conscience getting to them?
No, I've played through this loop before. That's exactly what you did, metaphorically speaking.
But I wouldn't worry. As much as I may hate you, letting you live is in my best interests. If you get me out of here,
this is the scorpion and the frog, if
only thing
anyone's
that will
wondering.
be dead and buried is the bad blood between us.
Oh, that nagging feeling you mentioned is me, by the way. I'm actually a little anxious about a potential backstabbing event. She needs us to get out of here. We'll be fine if that's what we decide to do. You won't be fine because destruction is in her nature. If she gets out of here, that's it for the world, remember? Even if that's true, that doesn't automatically mean she's going to stab us in the back.
But she will.
I think that depends on your definition
Metaphorically
of words
speaking.
like stab and in the back. She might not literally do that, but she could very well symbolically do the same thing.
Okay, narrator. That's what I just said. Could you not, like, just repeat what I say, but with more words? And sounding more British?
See? He gets it. There's nothing wrong with looking out for number one.
Okay, let's leave.
Yes, let's.
She creeps forward, taking one cautious step at a time until you and she are face to face.
Hello.
She never breaks eye contact, even as the two of you find yourselves face to face. She's silent for a long moment, as if testing to see what you'll do now that she's within arm's reach.
After you, darling. You're the one it lets come and go. It's best if I follow.
Oh no, we can't have that. If anyone is going to turn their back on anyone else, she's going to turn her back on us.
We're gonna shank her so hard.
It shouldn't matter who leads and who follows. We're working together here.
We are absolutely not.
Well, if it doesn't matter, then she can go first. We may be in this together, but that doesn't mean we have to trust her. We're armed and she's not. What's she gonna do? Bite us when we're not looking?
Yes! That's literally okay, not exactly, but...
Talking a lot about trusting someone who, by her very definition, cannot be trusted. I don't know how many more warnings I have to dole out, but if you help her out of here, you're going to regret it.
Clearly there's some broken trust here. What if I give you this? No, she'd shank us. Maybe. You first.
And turn my back on you? Do you think me a fool? Your tricks are one of the only things I've known, and I've learned better by now.
Just go first.
You're the one who said you can't leave here without me, which means I hold all the cards. Either you go first, or we stay here. Up to you.
The princess leans close, her nose twitching as she sniffs your neck inquisitorially.
Knife! Distance, please.
What is she doing?
He's sniffing us.
I think she's trying to figure out if we're lying, so it's a good thing we didn't lie.
Your stink is the stink of a wretch, but not of a liar.
Oh, I'm so
If
lying.
I have to go first, I'll go first. But I'll have you know my ears are sharp, and I've got eyes on the back of my head. They'll be watching.
I'm gonna be honest, if you have eyes on the back of your head, that's gonna take you from like a 9 to a 7. I don't think I could deal with that, so... But let's continue.
Eyes on the back of her head? Does she really?
See? He feels the same way.
No, we're fine.
The princess pointedly turns her back on you.
Also,
the stairs.
I have a feeling we're not going to have the choice on to whether or not to shank her, because the opportunist is going to force the issue.
You follow close
And that's why he
behind
said,
her, the two of
we
you
weren't
walking on
lying.
tiptoes through the knotted roots of the basement stairs.
Because I'll be honest, I was going to shank her, and then she blushed after she sniffed us. I'm like, no, I don't want to.
It's time, boys. Stab her in the back. Do it. Do it now. Wait, I thought we were helping her escape.
Of course we're not. You didn't buy all that noise I was putting down, did you? I was just waiting for a moment for us to strike. She has it in for us, you know.
Said I'm not stabbing her in the back, and I make the choices here. To be honest, eyes on the back of her head is like a 4 out of 10 on the princess weirdness scale. Well, okay, yeah, on that scale, absolutely. Not to mention an idea that I totally never saw coming. Thanks for looking out for us. I'm not going to praise you, but I am going to stab her in the back. Ugh, fine, stab. I'm not... Okay, well, this is an explorer, so we get to play around with it. I'm not stabbing her in the back.
Do realize that she hates us, right? If we don't make the first move now, she's going to find a way to make the first move herself. Why would she do that? She wants to leave, which means we need to work together. And she knows that. She wouldn't just act against her best interests.
Except that she's the scorpion. She did last time.
I don't know. If I were her, I'd betray us. Look at me right now, suggesting betrayal.
You really need to learn to put yourself in someone else's shoes. I'm with that little weasel. You have an opportunity to save the world. You should take it.
I'm not going to praise you, but I am going to.
Oh, you're no fun. But at least you get how important it is that we leave this basement at the top of the pecking order. You plunge the blade deep into the princess's
scorpion.
back,
It was in your
driving
nature.
her to her knees amid the roots.
Would you look at that? No need to thank me. But, you know, please, do thank me.
Of course you'd betray me the moment I turned my back on you. Don't think you're leaving here alive, wretch.
She shoves you in return, sharp teeth clamping around your ankle.
Oh, we
as
get the
two
same
of you
ending.
tumble
Damn, I
down
shouldn't have
the
done that.
uneven stairs in a hastening flurry of violence and loathing.
We both break our backs.
You separate with a bone-shaking thud as you hit the basement floor. You feel something pop. The princess lands against the far wall, gasping as she struggles to recover from the impact. You're still in shock, trying to get a hold of yourself. She grins as you continue to remain exactly where you are, cackling derisively as she watches you realize that you won't be getting up. Wait, why won't we be getting up? I'm afraid your back is broken. One unlucky fall is all it takes, really, and you had several.
You know what? I'll say it. That sucks. I don't like having a broken back.
Did you really think you could stab me in the back without suffering the consequences? Fool, fool, fool. You're such a ridiculous fool.
Stab, 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 stab. Damn, I thought I had you there.
The princess lets out a mocking laugh.
You had several falls or several backs? Both?
I could see your scheme twitching in every muscle. I understand you too well for there to be secrets between us. We're the same creatures at our core. Spite runs through our very marrow. By our very natures, only one of us can make it up those stairs unscathed. Better me than you.
At least we can all agree that it was a good idea to make her go first.
Oh, shut up, opportunist.
How? Well, she was going to betray us, wasn't she? And we struck first.
Probably the former, but you never know with this game. True, yeah.
Our back is broken. But we gave it our all. No regrets. Besides, she's got to have it as bad as us, right? The princess's body twitches as she tries to get up. Oh, so she does have it as bad as us.
Something inside me is broken. Isn't that a cruel twist of the knife? Isn't that so funny?
She eyes you with intensity.
Ah, damn it, I did it again. She eyes you with intensity, silence falling between you for a long moment as her gaze travels up and down your battered form.
Seems I'm not the only one, though.
Wait, are we both just stuck here?
Meow.
Certainly seems that way. What a way to go. But look on the bright side. In all this chaos, you may have actually managed to deliver a lethal wound. The world could be saved after all.
We're going to die together. Isn't that a lovely treat? I wonder how long it'll take. Maybe I'll get to watch the worms lick your bones clean.
Is that really what's going to happen?
I'd call her a witch, but that's what she is.
Hello? Are you still there? What happens next?
No more narrator. He doesn't respond.
I think he's gone.
Something strange is twisting this place out of shape. I wasn't feeling much of anything, but now I feel cold.
It's the long dark. Grab your hands! But you don't get the chance to respond, nor will you ever. It's time to leave. Memory returns.
She's gone. Where did she go? Should we try and find her? And is that a mirror? Why is it here? Why now?
It's going to be okay. Just trust me, we've been here before, and you always get scared.
But it feels so bad. Like looking into it right now is going to be the end of everything. If he thinks it's bad, I'm with him.
I'll see you on the other side. It's going to be okay. See, I feel like they mean that as a lie, but it's like, I will. Like, you will come back. This isn't the end for you.
Finally. We're going places.
They're silenced for a while, but they come back. Gaze into your reflection. They're gone once again, and the mirror always makes them leave, but you need to see what's in it. You've grown. I still have to figure out the mirror, because that was the first one I got the second time. You find yourself in the long quiet once again. Proceed to the cabin. You are at the cabin. Approach her.
Flickering lights and empty cityscapes become pockets of vitality and movement. I am more than I was before. Whenever you are ready, I will wipe your slate clean once again.
Are you the same being as you were before? How much has changed?
Is a child the same as an infant? I am an unbroken pattern, but every vessel gives fresh perspectives and carves new avenues of expression. I am different, but I am the same.
Everybody's a different person every day. Our experiences change us, and the person you are today is not the same as the person you were a year ago, never mind yesterday. What does it feel like to change like this? Well, I just explained it, but...
Eyes close in reflection. Perspectives meld together, and the breadth of my experience stretches to new corners. There are contradictions, conflicts in my nature, and there are familiarities that bind everything together. It feels correct. This is what I need to be. This is the only path forward.
When this is all done, do you know what you will do?
With every gift you bring me, I excavate the alleys of what I am meant to be, and every exploration yields new and complicated truths. What I will be is different than what I am, and what I am is different from what I was. I cannot tell you what desires I will hold when I have changed. But in this moment, all I want is to know myself and to know you.
This is a love story. To know and be known. You've been kinder to me than anyone else I've met. Why?
Why wouldn't I be kind to you? You are the only thing I know that isn't me.
When I go back, it's as if an invisible wall closes around me. Why can I not do the same things I've done before? So this I actually...
Those paths lead to worlds you've already seen, and to perspectives I have already made my own. They are useless to us now, inaccessible. The only paths of value are those that are yet untread.
So I didn't actually know that until I saw that, and then I experienced it later. But that's interesting. Again, this is like just sort of credit to them for all of the different options that they give you. I don't want to hurt you, but the more times I go back, the worse I fear things will be.
The vessels are a weave of emotion at odds with themselves, but they are only perspectives. They are not me.
I mean, okay, let's get a little philosophical here for a second. I mean, pretty much, I think there's one path you can go down that isn't like some sort of hellscape, where she ends up like some sort of strange beast. There's the one where you save her, which I pulled off on my third iteration on the first playthrough, which I think is go down without the blade, prevent yourself from stabbing her, prevent yourself from saving her. She stabs you, you die, you go back down, and then you just lead her out. And then the rest of them, there's some sort of a beast or horribleness to it. I don't know, if I'm interpreting that, and I'm the one with the microphone, so I am, it's, if you take any aspect of an individual, any particular part, you're going to have a negative extremity and a positive extremity, and left unchecked by other aspects, it's going to become a negative extremity. And that's why for me, that's why these all become bestial and terrible, but they need to be experienced. She needs to reintegrate them into her as these aspects that have been shattered apart, like a looking glass, as we find out later. Anyways, we'll continue on. These are all
carved texture
shards right now.
Without them, I would be as I was before.
And okay, wounds, right? Like it's a very human story, right?
I would be alone and without sensation. I could not feel the joy of having you by my side, for I would not know your absence.
Again, this is a love story. Remember, this is a love story. Let's head back.
I await your return, but it will give me time to reflect on what I am. We will meet again.
They do it at a different timing every time, I swear. Because half the times I'm not ready for it, and it gets...
You're on a... You're hit.
Silently continue the cabin.
You make her a warning. She will... The interior of the blade is your...
Go without.
The daughter, her voice soft.
Hello?
Is hypnotizing.
Does anyone want me to? Does anyone want me to talk to her?
To remember it for the rest of your life.
Because I can actually
Don't
sit down
let
and
it
talk to
fool
her a
you.
bit.
It's all part of the manipulation. You're playing
Playing
a
a dangerous game coming here unarmed. Hey, I think I'm here to slay you.
Good.
Continue down the stairs.
You're still listening to reason. It would. You walk down the stairs and lock eyes with the princess. There's a heavy chain around her wrist, binding her to the far wall of the basement. She's beautiful.
So we could be a threat to anyone.
I'm begging you to stay focused. There's a lot right.
Hi. Do you think you can get me out of these chains?
Hold on. Let's talk a bit first.
Okay.
If I'm the first person you've seen in a while, what have you been eating or drinking?
I don't see what that has to do with anything.
This is the only time this is ever going to happen, but I agree with the princess. That's hardly relevant. Okay, but actually, what has she been eating? She has to eat, right?
What's your name?
Oh.
She pauses, carefully formulating her words before she responds.
You can address me as Your Royal Highness. Or you can just call me Princess if Your Royal Highness is too formal.
Is Princess her name or her title? What if it's both? Could you imagine being named Princess Princess?
That'd be fun. Right, keeping her locked is not a great idea. I can't believe they've been keeping you down here. You know what? Let's keep her locked away. I'm going to keep you locked away down here, at least for a little bit. We can get to know each other better while I decide. Yes, because I'm King. What to do?
That seems like a pretty good compromise.
Not really.
I don't think I could bear being down here that much longer.
Leaving her alive is too risky. If you don't deal with her soon, she will find a way out. So I'm the only one who liked that idea.
One way or another, I'm going to find a way out of here.
Ah, damn it! I did it again. I would make it easier. It would make it easier for both of us if you'd help.
But if you don't, I can promise that you'll regret that decision.
You have to make a choice. Let's hope for all our sakes it's the right one.
I'm gonna go for the crazy ghost one. I want to see that one again.
I know you think this is some kind of fair compromise, but it isn't. No one wins here. It's a chance we'll have to take. We can make this work if we just stay here and keep watch. No one has to die.
Where are you going? You can't just leave me here.
I can and I will.
You turn your back to the princess and make your way back to the stairs.
Fine. Turn your back on me. But it won't be long before I slip these chains. And once I'm out of here, there will be hell to pay for leaving me behind.
Slip these chains? She can't, right? She needed our help to get out of here. But do you hear the conviction in her voice? I don't think she's bluffing.
She's not.
Either way, she dropped the mask, didn't she? You can still grab the blade and get back down here.
See, I did this one. I haven't done this one, so we gotta do this one.
It's never too late to do the right thing. Now hurry. You rush up to the first floor, grabbing the blade, both yours and the world's only possible salvation.
See, you say that.
Okay. If we're sure about this decision, I'll support it. I suppose we have a world to save after all.
Oh, Hero, you're so...
You slowly
You're almost
down
as
the
gullible as the
basement
opportunist.
stairs. It's quiet. Where the princess sat only a moment ago, there's only a severed arm, its cooling flesh still chained to the wall. And she is nowhere to be seen.
Capital S-She.
Is it just me? Or did this room get a lot bigger?
Or we get a lot smaller. Haha, sex joke. I think we got off on the wrong foot. Do you think we can start over? She's lost an arm. I'm locking her down there and letting her bleed out.
This is a dangerous play. Who's to say she'll actually succumb to her wounds? She doesn't have a weapon, and she's missing an arm. You can finish this right here, right now.
Okay, narrator, we both know that's not true. We both know that's never how this goes. Tell you what, I'll even stay here for a while to make sure she's dead.
You close the basement door, locking it behind you and quickly barricading it with the heavy wooden table that once held the blade. Okay, we can make this work. She has an awful wound and we have all the time in the world. Playing jailkeeper for a while might make things a little easier. You settle in against the far wall to watch the basement.
I mean, she also didn't need to eat, so...
It isn't long before you start to drift off, your eyelids heavy with fatigue.
This was my first one.
Sleep doesn't come. Instead, your rest is broken by a piercing, wailing voice calling out to you from the other side of the door.
Get ready for it.
I know you're still there. Why don't you make things easier on yourself and let me out? It's not like this little door will hold for very long anyways. It's probably a good idea to try to get back on my good side.
She sounds terrifying. Like she's less of the princess you saw and more like something out of a nightmare. As she violently rattles the door, you do your best to shut her out of your mind.
When I get out of here, I'm going to pick you apart piece by piece.
I'm gonna die.
I won't forget what you did, and I'll never forgive it. You don't know the kind of enemy you've made tonight.
I have an idea.
It doesn't sound like she's getting any weaker. No, it doesn't.
It doesn't sound like she's getting any stronger, though. All it does is ease my guilty conscience. Whatever you are, you're not a princess. Go ahead and waste your energy. I'll be waiting for you. Bang on the door all you want. It'll only make you bleed out faster.
Do you think losing an arm is actually enough to do me in? I can always find another. I'm not as frail as you think.
You put the princess's threats out of your mind as best you can and huddle up against the wall. You jolt awake in the middle of the night to silence in the cabin. The ruckus has stopped, and the door to the basement is
Wait, why would the table do anything if it's a pull door?
And the table shoved out of the way.
So the door opens in. Why would the table being in front of it do anything?
Where is she?
Thanks for helping me get out of that awful basement.
Your hand is,
You try and stumble to your feet, but as the princess draws near, it's as though your body simply stops working.
You don't have a forearm.
It isn't all at once. The paralysis comes in waves. First your toes go numb.
This was my first one.
And then your legs. You lie prone on the floor of the cabin, unable to do anything but witness her approach.
Yeah, I tried to do the compromise. This is what compromise gets you. Ghost ladies. More of a phantom, really.
Whose side are you on? Yours, of course. But I have a duty to uphold the truth. Lying about the facts of the situation doesn't change them.
So helpless. I can take my time with you, can't I?
She steps closer. One
Although I don't
silent
remember
footfall
this.
at a time, cocking her head in curiosity as you feel your organs shutting down.
No, this is
one by
different.
one.
I think. Because the first time I did it, it was... Because my first playthrough was take the blade, she's a bitch. Yeah, because the first was take the blade, she's a bitch, and leave her locked down there, come back up. This is the first time I've done the go down without the blade, promise, it's like, say I'm going to leave her, go up, to get the knife, go back down, retreat. So I think that's how we get the severed arm version. So this is actually different than the first one. No, that's from this one. She tore her own arm off this time. The iterations don't carry over to each other.
Or maybe I can't take my time with you. You don't look well. A little green around the gills.
I'm not a fish!
What a shame. If you'd only helped me get out of here, we could have done such wonderful things together.
Well, you can tell a
lungs
lot of
stop
work.
drawing in breath, and your heart freezes in your chest. You have seconds left.
You can tell a lot of work went into the branching narrative.
Say better luck next time. But we both know this is the end, don't we?
We don't know that. In fact, we know the opposite of that.
It can't be. This can't actually be how everything ends.
It actually is, yes.
I'm sorry, but it is. Everything goes dark, and you die.
Yeah, and I mean, like, it makes sense that they spend so much time on the narrative, because that's the game. Like, the branching narrative is the game.
You're on a path in the woods, and at the end of that path is a cabin. And in the basement of that cabin is a princess. You're here to slay her.
Deja vu.
Terrible sense of deja vu. No,
Neither of us have been
He doesn't
here.
remember what happened, then
Best to keep
maybe
it that
it's best
way.
to keep- Shh. What if he hears us?
The paranoid.
That's a very good question, little voice. What if he does hear you?
I love it.
Shit. I think you'll find yourselves very hard-pressed to keep any secrets from me. Not that it matters right now, because like I said, this is the first time we've met. Still, I'd rather not get off on the wrong foot. We've a world to save, after all.
So this was my first iteration. This is more than just deja vu, though. I'm pretty sure the whole thing literally just happened.
We could go back and forth on this forever, and it won't
So let's
get
just agree to disagree. Nope, we're going to push
Those are
the
two
issue.
Very different. Let's say for a moment that
At
this
least a
really
version
did
of
feel
me.
back here,
Because-
I'm assuming you died, which
because you
probably
didn't
only
listen to
meant
me.
We couldn't trust either of you, and as far as I'm concerned, we still can't. All we did was lock her away. And how'd that work out for you?
Fine. Ish.
No comment. Well then, congratulations. You've been given another chance to actually
do this right.
Your solution is to send us back in there. Do you want us to slay the princess, or do you want the princess to slay us? Obviously, I want you to slay her. One of you poses a threat to the world, and the other doesn't.
I could threat the world if I wanted to. I'd be an excellent threat to the world. I'd threat the world like it never been threatened before. I just feel like I've been put down now.
Anyways, I believe your other question was something along the lines of, what's the point of doing anything? What do you mean? Of course there weren't any consequences.
I am the
Killed by
threat that
princess,
knocks
and
on
now
the
everyone's
night.
right back where they started. Sounds pretty consequence-free to me. Speak for yourself. From my perspective, there were plenty of consequences. I'm never going to forget the way she just made us stop working. And that's only scratching the surface. If what you said is true, it begs the question of how you got back here. Did time simply rewind itself, or have you found yourself in another world altogether? If it's the latter...
What do you think happened after you died? Do you think everything just went back to happy?
If she brought an end to everything and everyone, how are we supposed to stop her? What do you want from us? I want you to succeed. You'll find a way.
You're the only one who can. Alright, let's go. Click, clock, click, clock.
A warning. She will lie. I don't think lying and cheating is her thing. She was very direct with us last time. Or at least she was direct with us after we decided to lock her away.
Yes, that is true.
It doesn't matter. Don't trust
Just
anyone.
Proceed to cabin. We go to cabin in woods. Enter into Joss Whedon movie.
The interior of the cabin is plain, the smooth wood of the walls almost featureless. The only furniture of note is a lone table, knocked on its side in the corner of the room. A pristine blade stands between you and the open, inviting basement doorway.
I was so freaked out on my second run through when there was no door. I was like, what? No, there needs to be a door. The door is my safety. The door is the thing I use. The door buys me at least 5 seconds more of life. Why is there no door? I was so creeped out by that. We talked, I think, last time about Star Citizen, and I love it. Did you watch? I haven't looked into Star Citizen, no. I've got such a lineup of games right now. Like, I've got Starfield, which I love. I got to do the DDLC playthrough next month, so I don't know if I'll have a chance to look into it anytime soon. But it's on the list. It's on the list. Notice how there's also no doorways. Like, it's open. Everything's open. It's just open. Oh my goodness. That reminds me of Inscription. I didn't even notice that. Why would you tell me that? It would have been much nicer had you not told me that.
The blade is your implement.
You want to do it right?
What happened to the door? There was a door here last time.
I love that the game reacts the way I react. I love that.
It's just an empty frame. She's already gotten out, hasn't she? And she's ready for us. She's been waiting. Can't you feel her eyes on us?
No, I didn't notice. And now I can't not notice. Notice them, Senpai.
I'm going to need all of you to pull yourselves together. The princess has not already gotten out. But if you keep getting stuck in your head like this, you're going to struggle to get the job done.
I am only in my head. I exist nowhere else.
So deep breath in, deep breath out. Your task awaits, and only you can do it.
What about these three? Or this guy over here? Looks like a lone wolf. He looks like he can do things on his own. Approach the mirror.
You walk up to the wall next to the empty basement door frame. It's a wall. There isn't much to see here. What are you talking about? This isn't a wall. It's a mirror. Or at least it'll be a mirror once we wipe off that layer of grime. You reach forward and rub your hand against the cabin wall. I hope you know how ridiculous you look right now. Did he make it go away? Clearly there was something in there worth investigating if he wants it hidden so bad.
Well, it's, I like the implication of escape being impossible despite open doorways and windows. Yeah, like she can get out of the chains. The chains aren't what's keeping her locked away. So, you know, like she can get out at any time she wants, but she can only leave with us. We are the key to her leaving the cabin. So I still have to suss out exactly what the cabin means. Which the cabin might be her, which given it's a love story, so it's essentially about marriage. It's like it's the cabin is her. She can't leave herself. She can't become one with someone else. She can only do that with another individual, namely us, whom she loves. Ostensibly, it's a love story. Again, and this is kind of why they at the beginning they have to say it's a love story, because you have to cling to that, right? Because it has to be, because there's so many. It's such a the metaphor is so, it's not vague. I don't want to say it's vague, but it's so open because realistically, it's very human, right? The idea of integration in different aspects, right? So you've got that. And then you're looking at that through this lens of a love story, and she is the cabin, and she can't leave the cabin. She can't leave the individual that she is to join you. And then the narrator is, I'm theorizing here, so run with me here. The narrator is the part of you that is afraid of commitment. So she can't commit to you until you commit to her. So you can't come together to create this new being in union, man and woman and all these sorts of things. So her challenge is, her challenge is, alluring you to her. Okay, it's starting to fall apart here, but that's fine. Because she needs you to come get her. Generally speaking, naturally speaking, males are the pursuers, women are the pursued. So she needs you to come get her and pull her out of this individual being that she is into a joint being that you will be. So she can't leave that unless you come and get her. She can't. So she's trapped, metaphorically, in this individualism, whereas what she wants is this dualism of man and woman, of marriage, right? So that's where you come in, and the narrator is trying to maintain your world. So for you, you're wanting to pursue her. You have this princess, this, you know, the ultimate prize, the ultimate woman, the 10 out of 10, these things that you want. So you want to pursue her, but the narrator is like, no, you can enter her cabin, you can see her, but this idea you have, you must slay, because I'm trying to protect your world. I'm trying to protect your individualism. I will not accept the dualism of marriage. The dualism of love is not something I can accept. So the narrator is trying to drive you to slay her, metaphorically speaking, your love for her, your attraction, your desire to join with her. So you end up with this cat and mouse game. Not cat and mouse game, but kind of thing, right? So I don't know. Is that making sense to anybody? Yeah. All right, Nat. See ya. Thanks for jumping on. Is that making sense to anybody? Being impossible. I wonder if they are part of the psyche looking from the outwards. In the context of the nightmares whole shtick. Actually, what do you do last time you were in this chapter? Last time I was in this chapter, I got to this chapter actually by taking the knife down. I took the knife down, and then I said, I'm going to keep you locked down there. And then I left, and then it was pretty much the same thing. That's kind of how I got here. I made the exact same choices, except the start was different. Which is interesting, because I had not perceived of the possibility of rebranching, but apparently it is a thing, right? It's a massive overthink. Yeah, it could be. Could be. Like, it's I mean, that's kind of the nature of me, right? I mean, and that's the kind of thing when you go super, like, and this is where I'm not sure if this is well written or if it's just concept soup. Because when it's concept soup, you can pull anything out of it and it works, right? Like, that's where I'm kind of like torn on this game, is like, is it great or is it just concept soup? You know? Is it just this big glob of concepts and you can pull any meaning out of it you want? But again, I'm pulled to that because the text in the beginning, this is a love story. So focusing through that lens, this is what I see. Now you could a lot of the terminology and sorts of things as far as the aspects of men and women, masculinity, femininity, the idea that it's marriage as opposed to love. Like, I have a more traditional view on a lot of these sorts of things. So you could rephrase that in a way that sort of fits more into your sort of view of a love relationship. Well, this is very specifically male female. It's princess and monster, right? Beauty and the Beast, tale as old as time, right? So it's you know. But anyways, let's continue on. Let's get our ending here. I brought the knife last time. So, we're going to bring the knife. We're not going to bring the knife, sorry. Let's ask him about
different.
I'm not the only one who sees her in the window, right? She knows that we're here.
Well, that's her.
Calm down. Maybe the three of you just think everything is different because you haven't been here before. Enough of this past life nonsense. You haven't died. You certainly haven't been killed by the princess. So focus up. A lot's riding on this.
Enter the basement.
Oh, we should have taken the knife. I don't think going down there unarmed is going to do us any favors.
She's a ghost. It doesn't help. It's fine.
You cross over the threshold and onto a series of isolated steps suspended in darkness.
Whack a knife.
More eyes, too. You never mentioned the eyes.
The air seeping up from below reminds you of fresh lightning and static, as if you're descending into a place that isn't meant for a creature of flesh and blood. If the princess lives here, slaying her would probably be doing her a favor. Her cruel and playful voice prances up the stairs.
Prances up the stairs.
I didn't think you'd come back. We're gonna have a lot of fun, you and I.
Are we?
Okay, we need a game plan. Last time we were here, just being close to her was enough to kill us.
We don't need a plan. I'm just going to kill her. Mr. Narrator seems to think I could do it. I don't know why you're all being such pessimists right now. What the heck? I'd say you only live once, but, that's not the case.
You attempt to step off the stairs and into the pitch black surrounding them, but you're stopped by an invisible force. Why did you do that? What did you think would happen?
I was presented with the option. I don't know. Falling into a void seemed better than going downstairs. And dying. I'm just scarred. I was curious.
Congratulations, you really lucked out. Of all the things that could have happened from stepping into a void, nothing is quite possibly the best outcome you could have gotten. You make your way to the bottom of the stairs.
Do I now? Oh, that's good for me.
As you
I'm very excited for us.
You find yourself between two loose rows of white wooden planks suspended in nothingness. A smattering of cobblestones visible against the inky black of the basement mark where the floor should be, forming vague pathways. At what seems to be the end of the room, they diverge in opposite directions, left and right.
She could be anywhere, and there's nowhere for us to hide. We're completely exposed.
Yeah.
Are you really not going to comment on how weird this place is? No, I'm not. Somebody needs to be the voice of reason here, and it certainly isn't you.
Well,
excuse me.
There's not much reason to be
being
seen.
Incredibly reasonable. You're the one who's just matter-of-factly describing whatever the hell we're looking at like it's an ordinary basement. We're going to die down here. I don't want to die again.
I want to be alive! Or a cowboy!
Please stop saying that. You're only going to make things worse. Just pick a direction and start moving.
I wouldn't give it too much thought if I were you. It doesn't really matter, because either way you go, I'm going to find you.
Do you have to say it like that, though? I went right last time, so I'm gonna go left.
You
I feel
turn
like
to the
the
left.
two of them don't matter, but I probably should have like stayed put or turned around or something. But
Faintly
whatever.
outlined path lies before you.
There you are. I told you I was going to find you.
Oh, I see you've been talking to Belladonna.
As the princess approaches, your legs suddenly go numb. Your arms quickly follow. This is it, isn't it?
It's almost like you want me to get you.
Yeah, a little bit.
There has to be a way out of this. Think. What did you do? Pull yourself together. She isn't supposed to be like this.
And yet here we are.
I wonder how many times I'll get to play with you before you break.
Your vision cuts out as your blood begins to coagulate. It's as if every part of your being is coming to a lurching halt. Heart, lungs, liver, nerves. Heart, lungs, liver, nerves. Your lungs pull in a desperate gulp of air as your eyes shoot back open. Heart. What are you doing?
I'm working. Do you want this body to function, or do you want...
And then experience stops once more as your body reapproaches death. Okay, whatever you were doing, please just start doing it again.
Are you sure about that?
Are you sure that's what you want, or do you want to interrupt me some more? You have seconds left. Yes, I'm sure. Heart, lungs, liver, nerves. Heart, lungs, liver, nerves. Again, your eyes shoot open as you gasp for breath. Liver, nerves, heart, lungs, liver.
So what got me here was locking her downstairs, right?
Nerves.
And then what happens is she becomes this. So trying to keep her trapped. Ah, frick, I don't know.
You can't decide what you want to do, can you?
I mean, I'm talking.
Oh well, standing there gasping like a fish is more fun than dead. Even if you look ridiculous.
She isn't attacking us. Why? The why doesn't matter. She's already proven her ill intent. Don't lose sight of your mission. And how are we supposed to do that? We don't have a weapon. The way out of here is nowhere to be seen. That isn't my fault. It doesn't matter whose fault it is because fighting her isn't an option, right?
Ah, damn it, I did it again. Isn't an option right now.
Then you should get looking, shouldn't you?
Why won't you finish me off?
Because I don't want to. And even if I did, I don't have to. Look at the way you're struggling to stay alive. It's taking everything you have to keep your heart pumping right now. And I'm enjoying the show.
The princess leans forward, bringing her masked lips close to your ear.
If I want to see you gone, all I need to do is break your concentration.
Heart, lungs, liver, nerves, heart, lungs. She slowly runs her velvet glove across the base of your neck. It feels like static. And then... Shit, make her stop. Hey, snap out of it. Okay, deep breath, we're fine. Heart, lungs, liver, nerves, heart, you're back. Lungs, liver, nerves.
One moment, and then you're gone. Just like
Heart, lungs, liver, nerves.
Lungs, liver, nerves.
Ah, and there's the fear.
Heart, lungs, liver, nerves. She pulls away. Lungs, liver, nerves.
But that wouldn't be very fun, now would it? I've already done that.
Liver, nerves, heart, lungs, liver, nerves.
What happened to you after you killed me last time?
I tried to leave while you suffocated, but that stupid cabin wouldn't let me. So I started to drag your body out with me, and then... Well, you died before I could get to the door. And then I was here, and now you're here too. I don't think I can live without you, and dead doesn't count. And as much as I love what we have going on, I have bigger plans than tormenting one poor little creature forever. I want to leave.
Who dis?
Hey, Solo! Welcome to Fresh Shell. Welcome to Slay the Princess. The game where you never actually slay the princess. If you need me alive, then why did you threaten me on the stairs? Why didn't you try being nice to me?
I am being nice. You're alive, aren't you? And you got afraid as soon as you saw me last time. I didn't think keeping you alive was an option. But it looks like that's not a problem anymore. At least not for me. You seem miserable.
I'm doing okay. Thanks for asking, though. If I let you out, what then? Do we go our separate ways?
No, definitely not. If you're what I need to leave this place, chances are you're pretty useful. I think I'll keep you right by my side. A little good luck charm to make sure I stay free. Don't worry, I'll make sure to take good care of you. I promise.
I just have to hear heart, lungs, liver, nerves. Heart, lungs, liver, nerves for the rest of my life in my head. What if I refuse to let you out? What happens
then? We're stuck down here together until you change your mind.
Static, and a skipped beat as she touches your shoulder and whispers in your ear.
Ran out of time.
No! Heart, lungs, liver, nerves, heart.
Only until your heart finally gives out. And then, when you die, I'll find myself somewhere new. And before too long, you'll be there too. That's how this all works, right? This doesn't end until you let me out.
It's true.
And a lot can happen before then. I'm sure I can get creative.
I'm not doing anything. I'm not helping you leave, and I'm not trying to kill you, so do your worst. Remain with your nightmare. Okay, let's see if you're... Fine, you win. I'll let you leave. Run!
You turn and run, doing your best to put one useless leg in front of the other.
Oh, thanks, narrator. Thanks.
You poor thing. Wrong choice.
You get nowhere before the princess is in front of you once again.
Hello.
You're always going to be a coward.
She raises a hand to her mask and
No, don't do
pulls
it!
down.
Aww.
You don't get the chance to see what lies beneath before it envelops you.
There's a little tear there. She was sad. She didn't want me to run away. She likes me.
Like a creeping mold, the complete reality of your existence threads its way through your mind. Birth, death, birth again, decay and bloom, a million
this was the first one I
stitches
got.
from a million microscopic wounds you've inflicted on everyone you've ever met, with every muscle you've moved and every word you've ever spoken.
Okay, so let's pause here for a second. This is a great story. Yeah, like this was the first one I got. Like a creeping mold, the complete reality of your existence threads its way through your mind. So, okay. I got here trying to keep her trapped. It doesn't matter if you take the knife or you don't take the knife. So your initial action, this is the one that, as far as I know, it doesn't matter what your initial action is. What matters is that you tried to keep her trapped. You tried to keep her trapped down in the basement. She doesn't like that. She becomes masked ghost lady. Or let's say mask lady. That's because there's a ghost lady, it's not the ghost lady. This is the mask lady. So she becomes mask lady, who is dangerous to be around. Okay, so trying to keep her trapped. She's dangerous to be around. She has an aura of death. Concentration is able to keep you alive. She's very conscious of the cycle, more conscious of the cycle than any of the others. This is the nightmare. Yeah, so this is the nightmare. Like a creeping mold, the complete reality of your existence threads its way through your mind. Birth, death, birth again. Decay and bloom. A million stitches from a million microscopic wounds you've inflicted on everyone you've ever met, with every muscle you've moved and every word you've ever spoken. And what's the narrator most afraid of? Her escaping. Right? Or death? Death? Death. And he's afraid of her escaping because it's the end of his world, because he dies, because there's... Is the narrator dad? Kind of death, but more on the scale of death of the universe. Right, but that's jumping out of the metaphor though, right? Because that's the, when we get to the we're all gods end up part of it, and it's like, oh, we were actually gods and we're determining the continued existence of the universe. It's like, okay, are we leaving the metaphor when we get there and like, okay, this is the reality of it, or is that just the continuance of the metaphor, right? Like that's, and this is where again, is this genius or is it concept soup? I don't know yet. That's what I'm trying to figure out. Like for this one here, like this is, I let this sequence just sort of wash over me the first time. Well, okay, so there's a song, if you're familiar with the metal band Sonata Arctica, there's a song they have called Full Moon. Excellent song, by the way. If you like any kind of metal, or really any kind of music, it's power metal, so it's very melodic. It's not generally what a lot of people who don't know metal would think of as metal. I'm gonna sneeze at some point here. It's gonna come. Yep, there we go. Almost. Nope. Be ready for it. Okay. And it's called Full Moon, and we used to have this argument whether it was about werewolves or whether it was about domestic abuse. It was a metaphor. It was about both. That's what a metaphor is, right? Looking up lyrics now. Yeah. So it's called Full Moon, and it's basically all about it's using the metaphor of the werewolf to illustrate a story of domestic abuse, ostensibly. You could read it in less negative ways too. It would probably be a bit of a stretch. But at any rate, the point is that like the game at the end here becomes this sort of, okay, we're gods and we're deciding the fate of whether the universe continues or whether it stops. But I don't know. I just the way that it's presented to me at the end, it doesn't feel like it's talking about. And maybe I misread this, and maybe this is why I agreed with her and just sort of was like, okay, why wouldn't I do? This is a song I'm thinking of. I see a young single mother giving a child up for adoption, perhaps throwing him to the wolves in the system. No, it's not that. That's Mary Lou. Yeah, no, that's Mary Lou. She should not lock the open door. Run away, run away, run away. Full moon is over sky, and he's not a man anymore. So my read at the end is it's more sort of death and rebirth, right? Okay. And you know, the circle of life, right? Like, it's when things have to die for more things to be born. If humans stopped dying, we'd all starve to complete and absolute sufferance because there wouldn't be enough food because none of us are dying to make room for new people, right? So, you know, that's where, so nightmare. Okay, so this is the nightmare. That's the idea of this one, is the nightmare. The creeping mold, the complete reality of your existence threads its way through your mind. Birth, death, birth again. So it kind of makes sense that this would be, if we are the perspective of the narrator specifically, right, where we're looking at, that's just particle physics. But like that's, yeah, and this is where, you know, like, are we just playing with concept soup? Have we taken the male-female dichotomy, merged it with the yin-yang of chaos and order, and with the birth and decay, and then we've just made this this concept soup where we're taking like bits from all of them on either side and then just creating this, and now we're gods, because if you want to make concept soup, you gotta get into gods, right? Also, the butterfly, like, and this is where I'm like, are you geniuses, or did you just read 3 different, you know, philosophy books and then merge them all together, right? Like, okay, so on, this is the nightmare. Like a creeping mold, the complete reality of your existence threads its way through your mind. Birth, death, birth again, decay and bloom. A million stitches from a million microscopic wounds you've inflicted on everyone you've ever met, with every muscle you've moved and every word you've ever spoken. Okay, so there's like the concept of life is suffering, okay? Nihilism, all pain is due to attachment. Life is suffering, and the majority of your life is going to be suffering. What you do with that fact is up to you, right? So in this sense, the death, any change is going to cause suffering in some way. So this idea of what the narrator wants, which is to have things be in a static way. So this is my reading of it, is that the narrator wants to create a static world where nothing changes. This is accentuated in the first ending that we got tonight, where you're in a cabin. She's dead. If you slay the princess, if you just go up and you just shank her, you just run up and you shank her and she's dead and you walk away, you end up in a static world, and the narrator was like, you're happy. This is what we want. We want a static world where nothing ever changes. Okay, so that's reinforcing that static world where nothing ever changes. We don't want death, birth, decay. We don't want these things. We want a static world. That's what the narrator wants. So in my mind, his desire is to create a complete static world, whereas the natures of ourselves and the princess, represented by the beast and the princess, or man and woman, or however you want, yin and yang, however you want to determine that, is one of birth, death, decay, change, interaction. You interact with people. Every interaction changes them. When I speak to you, you become a different person. You are changing right now, hearing my voice, just as I am changing in speaking it. Everything that we consume changes us in a way. We wake up every morning a completely different person. I have writings about this. So we have this concept. So the in this sense, the nightmare being this realization, this abstract viewing of the circle of life, does make kind of sense. It's kind of where I was trying to get with this. And then the million microscopic wounds it's interactions every day. So I'm sure that, okay, when you interact with people, you hurt them. You hurt the ones you love the most because they're the ones, they care the most about what you say, right? I might be biased as this is sort of themes I have in my own writing, but there's a lot of deconstruction going on in this game. Deconstruction. I'm actually not sure if it's 100% static. Well, he wants things to stay the same. So, the example of when you just run up and stab the princess and they go back upstairs, it is a essentially 100% static world. You are yourself with yourself. There's no new concepts, nothing new can come of it, right? And if you are going to stop change from happening, it has to be 100% static, because any change will create a cascade effect into other changes. I don't want to say what he said in case you haven't seen that dialogue yet. At that point, you're no longer in the world. Yeah, it's not in the world anymore. Press X to doubt on that one. And like the question is, what does the world mean, right? What is the world? Is the world existence? Is the world, you know, like my world? Because I have a world, I have a perception of my world, and I build my views, and I have my world, and then you have your world, and then your world, as we collaborate and talk and interact in any sort of way, we create a collaborative world between the two of us that is a compromise between our perceptions, between our worlds, right? Because our worlds are our perceptions of reality. And I said it earlier, I'm not a relativist. I do believe there is an actual reality. But our world is created up of our perception of that reality, and then our shared worlds create this own world, which is a compromise between our two realities, right? And so you can't have another person, because in having two people existing and interacting, if you don't slay the princess, if you have two worlds that are interacting, that there's going to be some sort of, I'm going to say the word conflict, but don't think of it as a purely negative sort of fight. Not a fight, but a conflict between those two perceptions. So for there to be a purely static world that doesn't change, and all of those cascading effects, you have to have a singular being and a singular perception of reality. You can't have multiple perceptions of reality. It doesn't work. The world is the thing where Daft Punk runs around. Yeah. Not just overlap, but also an entirely new world in and of itself. Absolutely. Absolutely. Right? It's its own world that is a compromise between the two worlds, that the way that it exists is dependent on a lot of things, including both people. Okay. All right. So Nightmare is the circle of life, which feeds into the current concept that we have right now, which kind of works.
No.
Let me out.
Your existence hurts them.
Them who? Everyone, I guess.
Let me out.
Well, okay, your existence hurts them, and this is our existence as you think he's talking to? He can't talk to her. She can't hear him. It has to be to us. Right, but so if we're looking at Ying, it's until we're possessed. That was the first time, and that was today. That was the first time, was when we were possessed. She could hear him, but she couldn't. As far as I know, there's no other point where she can hear him. That I'm aware, and I could be wrong. But I mean, like, here's the thing. And this is like when you look at the Chinese yin and yang, you have those dots, like the black and the white sort of curving on each other, and you have that black dot in the white and the white dot in the black, and that's to represent that order and chaos cannot exist separate from each other, much like creation and destruction cannot exist without each other. You cannot create without destroying. It's impossible. You want to build a table, you need to cut down a tree. You want to make soup, you have to destroy the ingredients of the soup. They're not supposed to direct, but he does have to know what she's doing to narrate, to some extent. True. Can't have ketchup without mustard on a hot dog. There you go. Exactly. Make the little yin-yang symbol out of it as well. Can't have a cat this fat without destroying a lot of kibbles. Hey? Hey, Jet the Fat? What are you doing? What are you doing? What are you doing? I finally caught her. This is a little... It's a big old kitty cat. Big old kitty cat. So big. She's on a diet now. We got her a feeding machine, so she doesn't bug me for food anymore. She just stares at the feeding machine and waits. And waits. Get it. Okay. Let me out.
A lonely soul in a room by itself, weeping. It lives for 80 years and then it's gone. And then it's there again.
See, so for me, this is the life cycle of humans. I don't think it's talking about her in particular. It's talking about, like, just humans, I think.
Let me out.
A reprieve. A good life. Love. Children. A steady career. Recognition from your peers. Here one moment. Gone the next. The worms have found their orifices.
Let me out.
See, and this was kind of thing. This instance, never really bothered me because I'm very comfortable with this the cycle of life and death. Like this is not something that's like, oh, we're gonna die someday. It's like, no, it's like we're gonna die. Like it's just it does not bother me.
Diagnosis. It forgets everything it is. Anger, rage, distance, poverty. The lonely soul is lonely again. Love turns to mockery. It dies. It is reborn. Worse. Lonelier.
Or is this... Okay, hold on. Let's try this from another angle here. Are we looking at more... more specifically, are we looking at... the perception. Okay, so let's say this is the case. The narrator saying this. So the narrator's perception of relationships. People die, bad things happen to them. It hurts us when that happens. Why do we do this? This is the nightmare. The nightmare is our friends and our family dying and being hurt. Why do we deal with this? Why do we allow this to happen? Why do we... And this is sort of the center of nihilism, right? Is that attachment is the source of all pain. You know, death of one's own self-image. It could be, yeah. I mean, like, it gets very specific with 80 years. It gets very specific with the loops. It gets very... Yeah, and this is where I lean more towards concept soup. We're just saying things. We're just writing poetry and then jamming it into a game. It does feel a little meandering sometimes. But then it just has these solid moments. It's like, so yeah, the horror of memory loss, literally. Like but it's so many things, right? That's part of the problem with it. It's so many concepts, right? And it feels really good going through the first time, and it's when you just let it sort of wash over you. But now just trying to dig down deeper, it's like, okay, it's just concept soup, doesn't it? Anyways, that's, maybe it is, maybe it isn't. I'm not saying that as of yet, but...
Let me out.
And she's trying to get out, but it's now, okay, the source is important in this game. We always have to go back to the source. We always have to go back to the source. We always have to go back to the love story. We always have to go back to the source. The source on this one, the thing that brought us down the path was trying to keep her trapped, trying to keep her in the basement, trying to keep the status quo. We're trying to keep the status quo. We are the narrator? The narrator's trying to keep the status quo. We were trying to keep the status quo. Well, we're trying to keep a different status quo than the status quo the narrator's trying to keep. Reliving his death in a way. Yeah. So, by the way, anyone who's watching, if you're enjoying this, we're going to do the pitch here. If you're enjoying this technical breakdown of Slay the Princess, next month, starting on January 1st, so that's... Well, it's Monday. I'm going to be starting a long or a deep play, which is kind of going to be like this for Doki Doki Literature Club. We're going to take our time, chug through it, break down every line, and try to figure out what the hell that game's all about. So if you like that, hit a follow, and if you haven't already, but just be ready for that. Keep an eye on the Discord and the socials and all those sorts of things. Okay, let me out. So she's trying to get out because we trapped her in the basement. We trapped her in the basement because we were trying to keep the status quo because we were cowards. Because we couldn't make a decision one way or the other. We couldn't make a decision. Decisions are going to be the source of change. We're trying to keep things the same. Or she wants out of this cycle too. Could be she wants out of the basement. She wants out of the cycle. She wants out. She wants out of... Okay, let's keep going.
No. What's happening to us?
We are stuck in Chalk World.
Let me out!
This is all too much. I can't keep going.
See, and that kind of supports it being like this is the narrator's nightmare.
You can't keep going? Well, what are you talking about?
But he doesn't respond.
Oops, I think I broke you.
A little bit, yeah.
I'll see you soon. You'll know what to do.
So this one knows about the cycles. Your body is dead, but you live on. Chapter 3. Okay, so this is... That is so funny. The moment of clarity. This was my first playthrough.
You're on a path in the... Shit. What the hell was that? Who are we? What are we doing? There was a princess, I think.
I'm so lucky.
It's all so fuzzy.
I'm so
It
lucky.
hurts when I try to remember. You shouldn't know about the princess. At least, not until I... You've already been here, haven't you? I guess. It feels so long ago, almost like we've never left. We have to let her out. No, that's the opposite of what you're here to do. You have to slay her. Slay. We decided not to do that, didn't we? Yeah, we're supposed to let her out. It's really the only way this works out for us. If you think about it, she's the one with power here. Nobody else can do much of anything. No, we were supposed to keep her trapped there forever. I think. We're supposed to be unfeeling. How many times do I have to tell you to snuff out your heart? We can't be unfeeling. Not when there's so much fear everywhere. There's nothing for us to do. We've already tried everything.
I haven't gotten that one yet.
We love her.
I got
so
that one.
we have to set her free.
I hate him so much.
Can we love something that hates us? Can we love something that hurts us? To be given an ounce of kindness from something so cruel would be more pure than any other love. Why are there so many of us? There aren't supposed to be so many of us. This is bad. You need to get a grip. What did you let happen? How many times have you been here?
So, this was my first playthrough. This was my first iteration. I literally hit the jackpot. Because I actually thought for a while that this was, this is the first iteration because they're priming you for it. Because they want you to know they're priming you for it. And I'm gonna count myself so lucky that I was able to get this one on the first go. Because it was such a primer for it. It was great. Wow. Okay, wow. It was luck. It was dumb luck that I got this. That I got the moment of clarity on my first iteration, on my first playthrough, not knowing anything about the game. It's better to be lucky than good, eh? Oh my goodness. That's a good question. How many times have you all been here? What if we don't go to the cabin? Can you make sense of them? Can you make sense of them?
Something worth making sense of. They're clearly all traumatized.
I'm so confused.
And yet, you aren't. We break apart, and you stay the same. Yeah, what's your secret? Why can you break the rules when we can't?
feel so disjointed. I don't know if I can pull this off. I don't know if I can slay her.
I don't care how you feel. You have to slay her. You have to pull yourself together. You have to snap out of it.
Yeah, no, some roots have way more revealing narrators than others. Yeah, and like one of the ones I got today was the possession one, which is much more revealing about a lot of things with the shards of broken glass. And it's kind of like, so I've already seen that part, but now this is just kind of like, oh, okay, all right. So that's in me. Because, well, all of this is in me. I'm the long quiet. This is the long quiet. That's where we are. We are in me, for lack of a less suggestive phrase. I don't care how you feel yet.
You're lucky you haven't been stuck here like the rest of them. There's no other way to keep going. You either need to forget, or you need to stop feeling much of anything. They can't do either.
Applies to root variations too. Okay.
He's not wrong. He's the only smart one left, if you ask me.
The opportunist always
He's worse than her.
That's a good question. How many times have you all been here?
Many, many, many times. It feels like we've been here forever. But it also feels like we've barely been here at all. It doesn't matter. Yes, we just have to do what she says, and then everything will be fine. It won't. It will be for us. She said so. You're part of everything. If things aren't fine for everything, they won't be fine for you.
Am I part of
There's
everything
no
now?
difference between fine and not fine. It just goes on and on.
Contrarian. That does make sense. I only remember being here twice before this, and some of you don't seem to remember being here at all. Was I here those other times? Did someone else make the decisions? Right, but I've been here more than twice, so that actually doesn't apply to me. Which is so funny, because the first time I went through here, I said that one because that was the case. I think they're all wrong.
Of course we're wrong. She's the only thing that's right.
Yeah, I said this one before. Stupid Smitten.
Yes, obviously they're all wrong. What are you going to do about it?
I don't know, cry?
What does here even mean, if you really think about it?
Oh, contrarian.
Shut up. You were here. Every single time. You did your best, really. There's just a pecking order. And our cruel and beautiful goddess sits atop it, right where she's always belonged.
Shut up!
You're lucky. What I would give to be able to forget. I've tried to keep them numb, but they're all too soft. A shame, really.
If I don't remember what I did, then it couldn't have been me that did it.
Don't think about that too hard. All it will do is weaken your resolve and make it that much harder for you to slay her.
There's no slay her.
Maybe you're shattered in your own way. Are you your memories? Or are you the one perceiving the present moment? Ugh, here you go philosophizing again. It never goes anywhere. Yes, this is far from the first time you've asked us about consciousness. Who am I? What am I? What is I?
What is
Who even
I?
cares?
Oh, I remember that
They're
one too.
good questions, great questions even, but they don't have any answers.
Thanks, Thanks,
You'll
Hop.
just end in quivering torment. It doesn't matter what we do because we always find her, and if we don't find her, she always finds us. And then she smashes us into smaller pieces.
At least the game is self-aware.
If
True.
you all
Yep.
just stopped feeling, we could have been done with this ages ago. Your thoughts are far too scattered to rein back in. Your only option is to silence them.
What if we don't go to the cabin? Yeah, just do it. What if we don't go?
We've tried that. It doesn't work. Our hearts always brought.
Shut
the
up.
deck is stacked. So many paths, and they're all circles.
Alright, let's go.
You slowly
I don't
make
remember
your
how
way
this one
through
goes.
the umbral
Oh, right, she
forest,
crawls up out of the ground or
bumping
something?
against unseen trees as you grasp through the darkness for a way forward. But eventually, you do make it to the cabin, Or rather, you make it to the...
Oh, shit, I did it again. Or rather, you make it to the place a cabin should have been. Instead, all you find is an empty hill.
No, this isn't right. There's a cabin there. There's always supposed to be a cabin there.
About that.
Don't ask him about the mirror. He always says he never sees it. He always lies.
He's a bit of a liar, though.
And he always makes it gone. Stay focused. You still have a job to do, and it's best not to be distracted by fraying thoughts. There is no mirror. You know that as well as I do.
Do I, though?
She's still here, buried deep inside the earth. Just walk up the hill. You always give too much space to the others. It's why you always lose.
Interesting. And what's wrong with giving them space? What if it helps them? What if they need to be heard? What's your theory on the mirror? What is my theory on the mirror? Reflection. It's gonna have to do with self. We are in us. We are in the long quiet. We are the long quiet. We are in us. The mirror is to help us see ourselves. Even when we don't see ourselves, when we go up to the mirror, it's the first time. It's the first time you see your hand when you go to wipe the mirror, and you see your clawed, bestial hand. That's the first time that you see that, or at least it very much has the potential to be. Right, so the mirror has a way of like it reveals yourself to you. Why does it silence the voices? Why does it silence the voices? It silences the voices. The game itself is about the integration of parts. It is about sort of the different aspects of ourselves. That's clear with the princess, who we are collecting parts of her for her to integrate back into herself. Obviously, they've been split up into these different worlds. We know they're different worlds because we're told over and over that they're different worlds. Our actions splinter them in a way, creating different aspects of the princess, which allows us to harvest those aspects of the princess, for lack of a better term, and take them to her for her to reintegrate into herself. We are also exploring different aspects of ourself, and when we go to the mirror, those aspects become integrated. Perhaps we do notice changes with ourselves. I haven't played enough iterations to get the idea behind the different things that we see ourselves, and it'd probably just be easier to look that up. I'm avoiding doing that for now because I want to dig a little bit deeper before I get other people's opinions and ideas and thoughts and answers on these sorts of things. Although feel free to share in the chat more sort of. I'm worried about sort of corpus or like mainstream things or official explanations. So you look in the mirror and it silences the voices because it serves as a sort of form of integration. You collect these different, as you are collecting aspects of the princess for her. In doing that, you are also collecting aspects of yourself, the voice of the cold, the voice of the paranoid, the voice of the hunted, these different aspects of yourself, and you're integrating them. It would be interesting to know if you are able to, in the same run, get the same voice. I don't think I was able to do that, and I would be surprised if you could, because these voices also seem to be tied to the aspects of the princess. Those two seem to be tied together. You get the version of the voice with the version of the princess. So at the same time that you are collecting these aspects of the princess to integrate them into her, you are also collecting these aspects and integrating them into yourself. She does the grabby hands, you do the mirror. The mirror is the self-reflection, which is the integration of the voices. That's why it silences them. They are no longer different voices of your head. They're no longer disparate, intrusive thought versions of your view. They are now integrated into you, the exception of that being the hero for reasons I don't know 100% right now, but I'm sure there's a reason. How many voices do you have right now? Define now. Sorry, that's mostly a joke, but it's kind of like, how many voices have I gotten in the game total? I've gotten a few copies in this one. In fact, mostly copies? No, because the ghost voice was a new one. I can't remember the name of it. I haven't gotten the Contrarian. I've gotten the rest of the ones that are featured here, but I haven't gotten the Contrarian. I've gotten all the ones that are here except the Contrarian, and then there was also because the other new one I got today, which was the ghost one, which was the voice of the cold. Yeah, that's this one right here. This one that's right on the screen right now. So that's the new one I got today. The other ones I had copied. I think that's all of them, I want to say, at least of the ones that I heard here. There aren't any other ones that I heard here that I didn't get. So much juicy content, I know. Who's in this chapter? Everyone's in this chapter. I'm outside at the moment. Okay, all right, man. I am going to. I need to upload this to YouTube, and I will do that. I'm going to promise that. That's going to happen next week sometime. I will upload this to YouTube next week sometime, and I might cut it a little bit. I might not. I might just be lazy. So if you want to go back, it's there. It'll be there. Chapter 1 is always the hero or the princess. Yes, that's likely where the hero comes from. After all, what is a hero if not someone who's trying to do the right thing? Absolutely, right? Like, so the hero is... Who is the hero? What aspect is the hero? Is the hero our conscience? It's the easy answer. I don't know if it's the right answer, but that's the easy answer. Our moral center. If you see those as being separate from conscience, could be either or, could be both. Is the ego perhaps, and the cold is the id. There's too many voices for it to be a Freudian structure. We could try to overlap it with like a Jungian structure. That's a little harder because, at least to do off the top of my head, because there's a lot more aspects to the Freudian structure, including the anima, the animus, those sorts of things. Back, by the way. Oh, good to see you back. Welcome back. Thanks, man. Yeah. There's too many voices for it to be Freudian, but it could be Jungian, which it's definitely playing much more like a Jungian mind structure, especially considering the Freudian mind structure is. So for those who don't know, the Freudian mind structure is the ego, id, and the superego, or more appropriate, it, I, and I above. If you want to understand them better from a English translation standpoint, it, I, and I above is a much better representation of those three concepts. The ego being I, and the superego being I above, right? Because the ego is sort of the moderator, and it's the one that lives in reality and interacts with the world. The superego, I above, being sort of the moral and societal structure framework, not particularly that it's always moral, but it tries to deal more with sort of the moral and societal interactions, and it being the base desires, right? So that's the Freudian structure. The Jungian structure is, I don't remember that one off the top of my head, but it's just, So the Freudian structure is more of an internal, how I interact with myself, how the different parts of me interact with each other, whereas the Jungian structure is more sort of a, how do I interact with the world and others? So they're both useful, but this is definitely with the interplay between the princess, who is a separate individual being, and us, the beast, I'm going to start calling us. It would be much more conducive to being a Jungian structure as opposed to a Freudian structure, because there are outside influences. The voices you get tend to be released to how you express yourself as perceived by others, the princess, or both. I don't know if the narrator can. Yeah, I believe the superego is more mediator from what I remember. Because the id operates fully in the subconscious. The ego operates in the subconscious and the conscious, and the superego also operates somewhat in the conscious and the subconscious, but more in the conscious. I'd have to double check that. That's not how I remember it, but I could be wrong. You could be right. I'd have to double check that, but it's, yeah. So the simplification is too simple for the complexity of the voices. That's fair. Yeah. There's too many of them. There's too many of them, right? So it definitely fits more like a Jungian structure as opposed to a Freudian structure. Now, if you wanted to break it down into, and this is where you can take a lot of stuff. Now we enter into concept soup. Do we want to make it fit? We can make it fit, right? Because it's. Well, maybe we're the super ego, the narrator is the ego, and the princess is the id, or like that. Okay, that probably wouldn't be the lineup, but maybe the narrator is the id, we're the ego, and the princess is the super ego. We'd have to be, or whichever version is the moderator is what, or the mediator is what we would be. So we're the mediator, and then one of them represents the id, the base desire, and one of them represents the more societal interactions, and then you can sort of draw it out from there, right? But you could do that with take three characters, anything. You could make it fit, right? Like, as to whether that's what it's actually meant to be, I don't know. But let's continue. Okay, what's going wrong with giving them space?
Too much. It's why they are the way they are.
And the cold obviously doesn't like that.
They are delusions, and all that catering to them will do is drag you down to their level. You have to keep moving.
Okay.
Or you could just give up.
Well, the hero's really been beaten down in this one, eh? Approach the mirror.
You walk up the hill, hesitating just beyond the bounds of the cabin.
There's the cabin. I promise.
A cabin that isn't there. You've got to clean the mirror, haven't you? You've got to see what's in it. Smash it to pieces.
She's on the other side, and we have to let her out. It's the only way we can be free.
We know that doesn't work.
It's the only way we can have our thoughts back.
Everyone has to know it doesn't work.
Just go around it.
The contrary is like, no, let's go around it. I gotta say the opposite of everybody else.
Just do something.
Attention to detail.
It doesn't matter what.
Love it.
Proceed. Proceed to where? I'm afraid you're going to have to be a little more specific.
Well, that's the option he gave me, you son of a bitch.
That's a new one. Do you think it'll work? Of course it'll work. He always makes the best decisions. It's why he gets to make them.
It's this guy right here.
It already has worked. It's gone, don't you see?
Broken glass she was talking about when she possessed you? The mirror shards? Oh, you'll see. You'll see. We're getting close to there.
One step closer to her.
Am I gonna finish this game again tonight? Oh god, it's already 10:30.
The interior of the cabin is much the same as the exterior of the cabin. A dull, fuzzy, dreamlike nothing. It's empty and isolating, but there's just enough vague shape and unknown texture to suggest the structure therein. Wrong and unsettling as it may be, the only object of note is a pristine blade buried in the dirt floor, a hint of its shining edge teasing through the sediment.
This isn't gonna go how you think.
The blade is your implement. You'll need it if you're going to do this right.
I love the narrator's commitment to, like, these are my lines, I'm gonna say them.
Take it. It's the only way forward.
Take the blade. It's the only way forward. You've already tried everything else. Don't you remember? You have to take the blade.
You reach down to take the blade, but as you do, the ground beneath it shifts.
Can
the
you
weapon
just
sinking deep into the earth.
Just imagine for a second, this was my first iteration. This was my first iteration of this game. My first interaction with it, this was it.
You lean over the hole and gaze into the abyss. It is so very deep. Deep in the bowels of the earth, you see something staring back at you. It fills you with dread. It's her. She's watching us. She never stops watching us.
There you are. My toy has finally come to finish his job.
With every word she speaks, the princess in the pit blinks closer.
You dragged this out for so much longer than you had to.
This was my first. She's got 3 arms now! What does she need a 3rd arm for?
But it was always just a matter of time.
And closer.
Inevitability.
You are going to have to stop running eventually.
And closer.
Everything stops running eventually.
That's death.
Except for me.
Right.
I've already taken your will, and you're not getting it back.
No, my friend Will? I like him, usually.
That was for you to take my hand and let me out. It'll be so much fun. You and me, together, exploring the world and spreading fear wherever we go. Well, mostly just me. But you'll get to be there too. A witness.
You get to be there too.
I can even make you a little cage if you want. Gilded and everything.
Do something. Do anything that isn't taking her hand.
I took her hand. You're just an object, a tool. You once were something else a long time ago. But was that something you, or is it just dull and jaded, or just a dull and jaded memory? There's no other ending here. Just take her hand and set her free. Poor man narrator, this is literally everything he fears right here, right now. Yes, absolutely. Oh my, I am so lucky. I'm just gonna say it again that this was my first one. Like, it's just, wow. Just take her hand and set her free. Like, so like, what's going on here? It's so confusing. Yeah. It's, because ship. I'm just being forced to set her free. It's inevitability. This is the inevitability. Like, so, and this is feeding into sort of the death life cycle, the inevitability. It's inevitable. There's nothing we can do. I can't stop it. She is new creation being birthed from a hole. She's being birthed, okay. It's not an anus, it's a vagina, if anyone was wondering. And I am destruction who must bring her into the world because as, why not both reasons? That's why. It's two different holes, two different purposes. Usually. I am destruction, which is ironically bring her into the world because that's what I have to do. I don't have a choice. My existence, the existence of destruction is also the existence of creation. The two are intrinsically tied.
You extend your hand to hers. For all her past cruelties, the moment feels gentle, tender even. I can't believe you just made me say that. I hate you.
Right. True. Although it's tough to, yeah. Is it an analogy for death? We're pulling her out of a hole. I think the result is death, although, mind you, getting this in the, this looks really funny. It looks really funny. I kind of like, hold on, I was going to wiggle you around in there first before I pull you out. The result is the narrator's death, but like not of this in particular, because many people who have experienced a near-death experience reported feeling relaxed and shit. Yeah, okay, and that's his sort of, yeah, because I mean, like, he also believes this about every iteration. So this one in particular, maybe. Hold on, let's keep going.
The motion is difficult at first, as if something still resists your efforts. But then that resistance gives way, and it's over.
Is it you? Were you the something?
And that's the end. I wonder what we're going to do next.
Oh. I'm gonna give you a heads up. 3 arms ain't gonna be nowhere near enough to get you away from what's coming next. Which, by the way, this being my first one, I thought the 3 arms and the grabby arms, I was confused.
I didn't think I'd be so tired.
The princess exhausted slumps.
Why is it so cold?
Grabby hands. You do not get the chance to respond, nor will you ever. It's time to leave. Memory returns.
She's gone. Yeah. I can finally think again. Almost. That mirror's back. What does that mean for us? I'm sure it'll be whisked away just like her. Maybe it won't be gone. Things are different now,
aren't they? Doesn't seem like there's much else to do here.
Finally, we can smash it.
We're not smashing it.
Oh, you stop with the smashing.
What do we say, boys? One last vain attempt to look at ourselves.
Yeah. I think I'd like that.
Seems we've got a majority. All that's left is to give it a look.
Approach the mirror. You step towards the mirror once more. Its secrets remain hidden. Its mysteries remain unresolved.
Something tells me that this is the end of the line. But I don't feel bad about it. I'm ready.
Again, I got this one on the first one. He wasn't scared. This is what happened on my first... Man, they should lock that in. They should lock this in as the first one, because it's the best experience, in my opinion.
It feels... okay. The fear's gone.
The moment of clarity.
I'm done fighting. My heart feels quiet.
Ah, that did it again. See, and this is where is the mirror integration, and it feels like it, doesn't it? It feels like the mirror here is integration, because it's through all of these parts coming together. The voices are being quieted, diluted maybe, into the mind. They're no longer individual parts. They are now integrated into the singularity of the beast, as it were.
The game was always going to end. I'll be free of all of you. I'm ready for the truth. I'm ready to sleep.
Yeah, I've gotten all the voices at this
I'm
point.
just ready to be
except
anywhere
Contrarian.
that isn't here. Boys, it's been an honor.
Yeah. Silence as you reach forward. They're gone once again. The mirror always makes them leave, but you need to see what's in it. You've withered. See, I got this one before too. I'm still not sure the mirror exactly what the reflections mean, because I think it was the same order the first time, which was it's you, you've grown, you've withered. Which plays at the cycle of life kind of thing. You find yourself in the long quiet once again. Proceed to the cabin. You are at the cabin. Approach her. That drawing could have been better.
I am a growing chorus of contradiction, a mass of tides ebbing and flowing all at once in more directions than my attention can bear to hold. To look at any one is to shift them all into something new, and to look away is to reshape them yet again.
Except the second one isn't bloating, it's you've grown. It's you, you've grown, you've withered. Right? So I don't think the second one is it death, or is it's you're alive, you've grown up, you've withered, you've gotten old, and then the skeleton, you died. Is it the cycle of life? I think that maybe fits a little bit better. Are you alive? I think so. Last time I checked, hold on. Yep. No. Are you alive? Yeah, I think so. I think at the very least for the purposes of the metaphor it works. Because the first one is just, it's you. Now, I thought that those... Slay the princess. No, I won't do it. You can't make me. You can't make me. The narrator couldn't make me, and you won't make me. Maybe. I don't know. I haven't decided yet. Hey, Doc Corbin, how you doing? Welcome to the channel. Welcome. Okay.
All of me is changing, and yet the rest of me is still the same.
I am doing all right. I am. This is second playthrough here. I've discovered just how lucky I was to get the moment of clarity on my literal first iteration of my first playthrough. So that was cool. This exact one. So I almost feel like they just need to lock that in as the first one, because I think that's the best first experience. As someone who got that as my first iteration, right? All of me is changing, and yet the rest of me is still the same. It's a metaphor for growth. You can't be a contradiction. Contradictions don't exist. That's not true. How can you stand to be a contradiction? That's perfectly fine. We all are. It doesn't matter how many times I go back. At least one of us always hurts the other. Doesn't that change you? Doesn't that make you worse?
It changes me, but it doesn't make me worse. Nor does it make me care for you any less. Does it make you worse?
Handsome. Nice.
Me?
See, and this is where I keep having to go back. It's a love story. That's the anchor they give you at the beginning. It's a love story, right? Unless they just say that. And the love story is the part of the metaphor, which would nettle me a bit. If anything, it makes me like you more. I don't know what that says about me. Does it make you worse? No, not really. It all seems so distant as soon as I'm near you. I have no opinion one way or another. Blame.
Doc Cobrin.
Oh, thank you for the follow, Doc Cobrin. I appreciate that.
Doc
I gotta duck
Cobrin.
down. I'm usually on the other side of the screen. This is just the best side for this game right now. There's a route the game actually has a special line for if you encounter it in a first playthrough. Oh, really? Interesting. I have no opinion one way or the other. I just want it all to stop. Yes, you're torturing me. No, none of those are true. It changes me, but it makes me worse. But it doesn't make me worse. I think I did this line the first time. I'm gonna go with this guy here. Welcome to the other side. Yeah. No backseat. He's gonna kill her, you know.
It does seem small from here. And the more we journey, the smaller each of those steps will be. But that doesn't make any of them less special.
Right, so the whole concept of time, right? When you're 20 years old, 2 years is 10% of your life. When you're 40 years old, 2 years is 5% of your life. The older you get, the less time matters. It's an interesting concept. So the longer you are in relationship with someone, be it a romantic or otherwise, the less the hurts matter, because the more good there is. It's percentages. Right now, obviously, there's, some things are gonna, explode those sorts of things, right? Like it's, cheating. Like it's not always percentages, right? But it's the idea of that sort of a thing, that sort of a time. They seem smaller. These moments seem smaller because they're less important. They are less, right? So you can't be a no, don't care. Yeah. What do you think of this vessel?
This one is filled with sadness. A doll, abandoned to the company of her darkest impulses. She desires only companionship. But the only thing she knows is how to hurt. She will make for a tender heart.
Right? So again, it sort of goes back to, how did we get here? What was the decision I made that got us here? And it was leaving her in the basement. The knife decision, and this is actually interesting, the knife decision doesn't matter in this one. I've gotten this through line, both taking the knife down and not taking the knife down. The knife decision, and this is the only one that I'm aware of right now, and there might be more, there could be more, but I'm just going to say for now that I'm aware of. This is the only one I'm aware of where the knife decision is irrelevant. You can get this either way, leaving her in the basement, locking her up, separating her, right? So it's abandoned to the company of her darkest impulses, abandoned to being alone, right? So that's sort of the through line of this one, and it's independent of the knife's decision, which I find to be interesting. So, geez, what is the metaphor on that one? I still want to say her coming out of the earth is some sort of birth metaphor. It's either that or maybe nothing. And it can also not be a metaphor at all. It's just like, she was in the basement, she had to come from somewhere. I mean, in the ground, that makes sense. But she will make for a tender heart, because who knows better how to comfort the hurt and the lonely than those who have been hurt and lonely. Those who have heard their stories and seen their stories, you know. It's why we tell stories, isn't it? One of the reasons, anyways, I think. Yeah. You know? She desires only companionship, so that's what was denied her. We left her in the basement. We kept her separated. We wanted to keep the status quo. We wanted to be non-committal. We didn't want to commit. You kept her in the basement. Oh, what's going on? Hey, Electronics. How you doing? How you doing? Welcome, welcome. I'm practicing for next week, January 1st. We're starting the deep play of Doki Doki Literature Club. We're gonna go and then we're gonna take our friggin' time a lot like this. So I've been taking my time a little bit today. We've been doing some breakdowns, so you know I'm warming up for it. I'm warming up for it. That's what's going on. We are, yeah, just playing Slay the Princess, which is it's just as story heavy, and not quite as creepy, but maybe more overall than less in spurts. So yeah, she desires only companionship. We deny that to her by locking her up in the basement, by keeping her away, by keeping her hidden, by keeping the world safe from her, but also her safe from the world. You know, Oedipus complex, right there, which is 99 times out of 100 is not sexual. Just for the record, I know the joke is that it's sex with her mom kind of thing. No, 99 times out of 10, it's not sexual. So Oedipus complex is basically just keeping someone from the world and keeping the world from them to keep them safe. Existential horror shit. Yeah. Well, that's next week. We're going to be doing that, so that's going to be fun. I'm going to be doing that. I don't know how long that's going to take, but it's going to take how long it's going to take. There's no timer on it. We're going to do a long play of DDLC. She will make for a tender heart, right? So keep in mind that all of these pieces of her are trauma, almost all. Not all of them. So I've mentioned this before, but all of the pieces of her that we find, and I found, I think all of them but one based on the number of voices. Now, there could be more. I mean, I'm missing 66 achievements, so. And you get an achievement every time, but I'm assuming they're not all those. But all of these pieces of her are traumatized. They're all parts of trauma, with the exception of when you save her. The voice of the smitten one, where you save her, you just bring her out. Unless you're counting the trauma of that ending, which I wouldn't, because they all had to end anyways. But they all are trauma, and yet when she talks about them, she talks about them in the positive. When she speaks of the fragile vessel, she talks about them as in the positive. And that points to our trauma is a part of us, and it doesn't have to be a negative part. We can learn so much from it. So much from it. Hell, maybe she's a fucking mirror. She reflects her own actions in a sense. Symbolism be wild. And yeah. Thanks for the lurk, Dark Fox. I mean, yes, she is a mirror, but in that same way, everyone's a mirror. Every person you interact with, every person you talk with every day is, in a way, a mirror of yourself. And you can either choose to look into it or not, but the reactions of others tell you so much about yourself and how you're acting. You obviously don't want to become a slave to the whims and perception of others, but they are mirrors nonetheless, you know? She just wants new experiences, good or bad, has nothing to do with it. Yeah, you just, because that's the only way you change, that's the only way you grow, you know? Yeah, all right, next.
Do not mourn her. She has finally found her way home.
Which raises the question, what happens after she's awakened? Because she can't stay like that forever. She has to change eventually. Yeah, but that's just the next step in the journey, isn't it? You know, it's, you grow and change so that you can grow and change. I have a poem. I don't think she can ever stay what she wants to be. No one can, you know? I have a poem, which I think I'm still working on it. And the crux of it is, you know, every day you wake up in a pile of papers, and those papers, you pick up those papers and you read them, and the papers tell you who you are. And then you live your day, and at the end of the day, you write the next paper. Lie it down in your bed of papers and go to bed, so that tomorrow you'll remember who you are. And it's a metaphor for the fact that every day you wake up, you're someone completely different, and you are informed by your memories as to who you are, which is empowering and frightening. And then you run out of ink. That's what blood's for, my friend. That's what blood's for. But it's empowering and frightening because it gives you the power to shape who you are based on how you choose to perceive things. And the world you create for yourself that will shape you every day gives you the power to control that. But it also gives you the responsibility for your actions, because even what you don't mean and your mistakes and your faux pas are built upon the person you've created yourself to be every day. And that is empowering and terrifying all at the same time. But that's what power is. Do not murder her. She has finally found her way home. Determinalism, IR in real chat. I'm really bad at internet. But hold on, I can look it up. I can look it up. I feel like this one I should know. If I remember correctly, semi-deterministic. If I recall correctly, yeah, semi-deterministic, right? You choose how to perceive things. So, okay, we'll pause here for AI language text generation, AI language models, large language models. The way they work is basically you give it an input, and then based on an algorithm that was created, a little black box that we kind of don't know how it works and kind of does, it predicts. It's basically predicting what the next word is. Okay, so as it's building it, it's basically just predicting what the next word is based on percentages, guesses, algorithms, however you want to word it. It's probably not the way that you do word it if you actually are like an AI person, but that's it's good enough for our example. We are kind of like that. Even when you speak, like you see, I start to talk and then I pause. What am I doing? I'm building the sentence as I'm saying it. I'm doing exactly what the large language models do. I speak in the same way that they speak. I start to talk, and then I'm guessing what the next word is based on the algorithm going on in my head. I'm spitting it out, which sounds deterministic. It sounds like I don't have a choice. I am pre-programmed to say these things, and it sounds scary or comforting, depending on your view of it, as to whether am I really in control of myself, or is this all predetermined based on my experiences, based on the life that I've had, the parents I had, the place I was born? Does it decide who I am? And the reason I say it's semi-deterministic is because you decide the input data. You have so much power on how you perceive things and how you, like what that input data is. Yes, it is guided in some ways. Insert what is free will here. Absolutely. Like it's guided in some ways. You can't choose who your parents are, but you can choose to either, I'll use the phrase, honor them or not. You can choose to either dig for the gold in what they've given you or not. You can choose to focus on the good or the bad, and maybe you had the worst parents ever. I didn't. I was lucky there. But there was enough bad. Sorry, Mom, Dad, if you're watching. There was, and you guys know this. And everyone, the person with the best parents in the world had some bad. So you can either choose to focus on the good or the bad. And your focus is the input. Your focus is what builds the model. Your snap decisions are still yours because you've created the model that you react off of. Now, the good news is that model has a bias based on more recent data. So if you want to change the way that your model outputs, you can. But you need to change the way you perceive things. You need to change the input data of the model. And that's how you change yourself. You don't change yourself by making conscious decisions. It's too hard. It's far too hard to make conscious decisions to be a better person. You can't do it. I can't do it. No one can do it. It's impossible. You have to change your perception. You have to change the input data. And then the conscious decisions will follow. Now, what that looks like for you, I don't know. But that's... How did we get here? I hope that meant something to someone. Anyways, that's my thoughts. Dunamur, she has finally found her way. Good. Moving on. Contradictions, don't really care about that. Okay, I want to hear what she has to say.
And yet my waters flow and my streets bustle. There are no words that can describe me into non-existence. There is no logic that can bind my multitudes.
I did actually listen to this one last time.
I am everything that you have known me to be, but I am also none of it.
That's an interesting line that I don't really want to dive into right now. I mean, I do, but that would be like another half-hour seminar. How can you stand to be a contradiction? Everyone's a contradiction, it's fine. I'm not going to kill her. I don't want to. Do you know what happens when the world happens to the worlds we leave behind? She doesn't. Have you figured out what you'll want when you're finished? What do you want me to bring you next time? She doesn't care. How many more vessels do I need to bring?
We will know when we near our destination.
How many loops? Is it 5 loops? She doesn't care.
Gifts aren't what someone tells you to bring them.
Is it 5 vessels?
Do
Okay.
not worry. There are no wrong answers. And every perspective illuminates my shadows and shares new secrets.
So you don't have any preferences on how you'd like to change or grow?
The tides do not dictate where they are pulled. A river does not dictate its outlets. My gift to you is to let you choose your path, and my task is to treasure the gifts you bring me.
See, and that's a very interesting view right there, because it's... I'm not going to control you. So, okay, so this actually feeds exactly into what I was saying. I'm not going to control you. Your actions are not my responsibility, and they're not mine to ask. But my task is to treasure the gifts you bring me, even when it's trauma, even when it's... My task is to write, and it's the perception of the interactions. If I choose to cherish them, if I choose to learn from them, if I choose to pull the gold out of them, I'm putting positivity into my model, as our example was, right? So that just feeds exactly into what I was talking about before. Is it the water that chooses where it goes, or the environment the water is in? Depends. Are we talking about like the 1-year plan or the 100-year plan? We're talking about the 1,000-year plan, because then it's the water. Because then it's the water. That's kind of a timeline we're looking at there. Although on that same note, the land, the environment. So yeah. I'm ready to go back. I think I destroyed my body once.
I will be here when it is time for us to meet again.
Who dis?
She finally has form. Tango Alpha November, how you doing? Welcome. Everything goes dark and you die. She had more arms than you could shake a stick at. It's just like
you're on a path.
The 3 plus more.
You're here to slay
Oh,
her.
Nat, that's right.
If you don't, it will be the
Wait a
end
second.
of the world.
Tango Alpha November. November Alpha Tango Nat. Was that on purpose? Tan. Yeah, okay, it was. Nat incognito mode. Oh, man. Okay, thanks for telling me what to do.
It's all part of the job. You make your way up the short path to the cabin.
Okay, so I need to get the
You'll find
contrarian.
the princess within.
How do I do that?
A warning before you go any further. She will lie.
How do I get... What haven't I done? I feel like taking the knife, I've done a lot less.
The interior of the cabin is a blade, is your...
Because I've pretty much always avoided going with the knife.
Who dis?
Technically, yes, but I don't know if I want it. Like, hold on, let me... I've got one more iteration. Am I doing it tonight? What is this? It's already 11 o'clock. I'm gonna do one more. I'm gonna take the blade. I'm gonna try to figure it out.
Table.
Contrarian, the contrarian.
The door to the basement creaks open, revealing a staircase faintly illuminated by
gonna
an
be grumpy.
unseen light in the room below. This, her voice, carries up the stairs.
Who's there?
She sounds dangerous. It's almost as if she's the one in charge down here.
Oh, she usually is.
Don't let it fool you. It's all part of the manipulation.
Hey, Kalinx, welcome to the chat. Hey, I think I'm here to kill you.
Oh, are you now?
This was the first
Why
one I
don't you
did.
Come down and let me take a look at you.
I'm imitating my first
the
run.
element of surprise. Good luck, hero.
Which actually probably works. This is probably... I'm probably on the path, I
Walk down
think.
the stairs.
Because this was the one
Good
where I
luck,
left her
eyes
down there, and I
princess.
don't know if I've taken the knife down
There's a
since.
heavy chain around her wrist, binding her to the far wall of the basement.
She's so coldly beautiful. Is she really a threat to the world?
Maybe.
Focus on the task at hand.
You weren't kidding when you said you were here to kill me.
Yeah, I got a knife. Did you want to see it? He's right here. Look, he's pointing it at you. There's a knife. What? No way. Why would you even think that?
That giant knife you're holding kind of gives it away, doesn't it?
It's not giant. It's like medium-sized at biggest.
The blade. Of course she doesn't want to talk. Who'd want to have a conversation at knife point? We should drop it. Don't you dare. It's fine. We can decide what we want to do after we talk to her. Maybe she really is a monster. Killing someone in cold blood isn't very
I know, that's a
becoming.
really nice touch. That's just sort of visual reminder of whether you... I tighten my grip.
You ignore the trembling in your hands and tighten your grip on the blade.
You poor thing. Your hands are shaking. Are you scared of me? Because you should be.
You step
I can't
forward,
release her, because if I release her,
your
she
grip
just
on the
stabs
blade
me.
tightening as you steel your resolve.
Maybe.
I'm probably chained up in this basement for a reason, right? And if that knife is the only weapon you have, you'll have to get close enough to use it.
That is true.
So, you should just drop it. Best not to risk finding out what I can do.
She's unarmed. If you hesitate now, it'll be too late.
You're too late.
End this.
What if she isn't bluffing? What if she kills us?
You go into this expecting to die. You're going to die.
I mean, I've died a few. I have real expectations for dying. That's mostly what happens in this game. That's most of what I do in this game.
Hesitating? Why don't you drop the knife and the two of us can be civilized with each other?
Okay. If I just shank her, we've already done that. That's the dead princess. I think. No, that was the go back up and get it in dead princess. If I just shank her, I don't see how that gets me the contrarian. I believe this is what I did the first time, but maybe there's another path.
The blade tumbles out of your trembling hands and drops to the floor with an unceremonious clang.
Sorry, I'm supposed to be down there.
Thank you. Maybe now we can just talk.
Against your better judgment, you step forward to speak with the princess face to face, unarmed.
Yeah, I'm getting flashbacks to the first run.
I don't know what you're hoping to accomplish here, but I can assure you there's no reasoning with her. Just make sure you don't forget about the blade on the floor. You're going to need it.
So here we are. What an awkward start to a relationship.
Yep, it's pretty awkward.
I know. I just said that. Now why are you here to kill me?
I think I'd just come here to kill someone without even knowing why? That'd be ridiculous. I don't know, it seemed like fun. You're supposed to end the world.
Don't just tell her that.
That's cute. Do you believe that? Do you think I'm some sort of monster?
Okay, clearly I'm the monster, alright?
If I'm supposed to be capable of ending the world, then how did I wind up here, chained to a wall? Have they told you why I'm allegedly so dangerous?
I don't know. Nuclear armaments? Maybe you have the nuclear codes. Can end the world that way. What are you going to do if I let you out of here? Are we the Eldritch shapeshifter, though?
Princess
I don't think so. I don't think we are.
Responding.
I think we're just a clawy, beastie kind of monster.
She doesn't know. She's been down here too long to have any idea of what she'd do in another life. She knows what she'd do. She's just searching for whatever answer she thinks you want to hear.
I don't think I can answer that question in a way you'd find meaningful.
That's kind of condescending, isn't it?
At the end of the day, whatever the two of us have going on down here is about trust. Whoever sent you to slay me claimed I was a threat to the world, but they didn't tell you why.
I still feel like it's about marriage.
That doesn't sound right to me. And I don't think it sounds right to you either. Otherwise, we'd be killing each other instead of talking.
She has a point. There's a reason I've been telling you to question the situation, and there's a reason you've listened.
So, I could tell you that I'd lead a quiet life in the woods, or that I'd open an orphanage, or that I'd do any other number of good things that I'm sure you think you want to hear.
I do want to just say that.
But you don't really know me, do you? What can my word possibly be worth in a situation like this?
I don't know.
She's right about one thing. Her word isn't worth anything.
Well, it's worth about as much as yours.
It's all about trust. Blind trust.
Okay, maybe his is worth a little bit more because he's in my head. Just generally
speaking.
So
do you trust me, the prisoner, the victim, the princess clearly incapable of ending the world? Or do you trust whoever put me here?
She's wrong. This isn't about trust. This is about risk.
I just love...
We stand to lose everything. All for the sake of one person. And a subjugating monarch, no less.
Okay, we don't know that about her. I love... I trust voice of paranoia. I love the way that they bounce you around. Like, the writing is just so tight. in this game because, like, she's being so cagey and dodgy and mean and cruel and just uncaring, right? But then she says, so who do you trust, me or whoever locked me up in here? It's like, oh, there's a little string you pulled there where it's like, who locks a princess in a... Yeah, who locked me? Yeah, that's actually a good question. Who would lock you? It's just those little tugs that... the rating is just so tight. Just get bigger trusters if you don't got enough trust. Yeah, okay. We just need to decide.
Have you decided what to do with me?
You know why you're here.
Yeah, that's the only thing I can think.
The princess, blade trembling in your hand.
Oh, I just went and got the blade.
You've already lost the battle.
What? Why? How?
She casually sidesteps your thrust before knocking you to the ground with a single blow from her elbow.
We shouldn't have hesitated.
But she doesn't stop there. She kicks you a few times for good measure, the pointed tip of her shoes feeling like a pickaxe against your fracturing bones, making sure you stay down.
Well, this is a new death. Not bad, not bad. I think he just lose. Engie, yeah.
As you lie, crushed and broken on the basement floor, the princess kneels on your throat.
She's just a princess.
You didn't think her slight frame could possibly possess. As you gasp for air, she eyes you with an intense curiosity. You shouldn't have let that fear creep into your heart. You had the upper hand, and now look at you.
All right, let's see if I did it.
Is this really the best you could do? Look at you. Completely broken.
This is literally the worst I could do.
I'd be lying if I said I wasn't a little disappointed.
This is literally the last thing I did, so no, it's not the best I could do, but
pressure, slowly
you just
squeezing
whatever you need to feel good about yourself.
Of your lungs.
What a hero.
This is the end, isn't it?
Not the hero, I'm the beast.
It is. Everything goes dark, and you die.
The tower. Okay, I think this one's new. I think we got him.
You're on a path in the woods, and at the end of that path is a cabin. And in the basement of that cabin is a princess. You're here to slay her. If you don't, it will be the end of the world. A terrible sense of déjà vu. No, you don't have that. This is the first time either of us have been here. If he doesn't remember what happened, then maybe it's best to keep it that way. You know I can hear you, right? It's going to be a lot harder than you think to keep secrets from me. What does it matter what he knows? There's nothing we can do to stop her. She's just going to kill us again. She is not going to kill you unless you let her. But slaying the princess and saving the world is going to be much more difficult than it has to be if you spend the whole time second-guessing
His reaction to broken. Proceed to cabin.
A warning. She will lie. We might as well just pledge ourselves to her and stop pretending we're capable of doing anything in this situation.
Try to overpower
Can we
us.
tone down the pessimism just a smidge? I'm not being a pessimist. You're being annoying. Just ignore their bickering and whatever you... I agree. If she's wrongfully imprisoned, then we should rescue her, but if
Wants you to
he's
slay
telling
her.
the
You
truth,
should listen
we
to
should
him.
just hand her the world on a silver platter.
Is that... Doc Corbin, is that what you do? Do you just go around trying to get people to slay the princess? Are you getting paid by the narrator?
There's a difference between rescuing her and pledging yourself to her. Either would be terrible. So please try to ignore both of those knuckleheads and focus on saving the world. Let's not make this harder than it has to be. If that's what you want, I guess I don't have a say here. The interior of the cabin is larger and more grandiose than its humble exterior would suggest. The only furniture of note is a massive marble altar with a pristine blade perched on its edge.
This does not look familiar to me, or does it? Maybe, I don't know.
The blade is your implement. You'll need it if you want to do this right.
Can I take the ladder with me?
Why do we feel so small?
No, I've definitely done this one before,
We
yeah.
don't feel small.
You can say anything
That's
about the mirror?
because there isn't a mirror. There's the altar, the blade sitting on the altar, and the
Yeah.
door to the basement.
Oh,
There's nothing
weird.
else in here.
No, but I remember that. Why do I feel so small?
There's definitely a mirror.
Oh, not on this playthrough, but on a previous playthrough. Yeah.
There isn't. Who cares if there's a mirror? We're all going to die anyway. And I'm sure that if we looked in there, we'd just see something sad and miserable looking back at us.
Oops, I did it again. We don't need any reminders of what we are. It would only make things worse.
For the last time, you're not going to die unless you let it happen. And luckily for you, there isn't a mirror, so no one needs to worry about confronting a grisly visage any time in the near future. Though, for what it's worth, if there were a mirror, I'm sure that you wouldn't find anything sad or miserable in it looking back at you. You probably look perfectly normal.
Wait, don't you know?
Probably. Do you not know what we look like? He knows. He just doesn't have the heart to tell us.
I've never clicked that one, and I really don't want to.
Please don't. I'd rather the princess kill us again than see how dreadful we are. I care less about what we look like and more about whether we're being lied to.
Science!
If he's willing to lie about something as innocuous as a mirror, what else is he hiding from us? I'm not lying to you. Use your eyes. There is no mirror. Why would I lie about something so meaningless? What good would it even do?
Approach the mirror.
You walk up to the wall. This really isn't funny.
Wipe the mirror clean.
You reach forward and rub
You
your
look ridiculous.
Count ourselves lucky.
Some things are better left unseen. Okay.
Unseen.
Take the blade.
You take the blade from the altar. It would be difficult to slay the princess and save the world without a weapon.
All right, let's try to murk her. You getting your way, Doc Corbin? We're gonna try and murk her. It's probably not gonna go well, but
The door to the basement creaks open, revealing a spiral
this feels
staircase.
strangely new and
Its
strangely
steps
not.
almost as deep as you are tall. The smell of incense drifts up from below. For a moment, you almost feel at ease. Huh. This is actually kind of nice. It's still a stone basement. If the princess lives here, slaying her is probably doing her a favor. Her booming voice rolls up the stairs.
I have not done this one.
Is that a guest I hear? Don't linger on the stairs. Come down and witness me.
I have not done this one. I've had the broken before, but I've not done this one. Wait, did the voices have multiple? I know I've had the voice of the broken. Unless I haven't.
You weren't kidding when you said it was booming. She
Are
wasn't
you
like this
schizophrenic
last time.
world-ending dragon that thinks he's the hero? In the metaphorically, probably. You could make that work. You could make that work. You weren't kidding when you said it was booming. She wasn't like this last
We
time.
need to get down there. She wants us to see her. We need to see her.
Feel
Should
high
we
for
be
bum?
worried about your sudden change in attitude? Just a few minutes ago, you were going on about how pointless everything was. Now you want to go down there.
Up to this point, from my experience, each voice is intrinsically tied to a version of the princess.
It doesn't
if I-
matter what that little voice says.
If I've not
He's
done
not
the
the one
broken.
making the decisions. Though if his ramblings get you to the princess, they get you to the princess. Making your way down the spiral staircase is a time-consuming and exhausting effort, every step requiring you to clamber over one edge before dropping to the next. But soon the end comes into view, and you tumble to the bottom, entering the vast, temple-like room beyond. The princess towers over you.
Yep, this is
almost
new.
glowing in the weak starlight, her figure framed by a stained glass window. Her long hair billows around her, and a chain binds her wrist to the far wall. The chain is nothing to her. It might as well be a toy for all the good it would do. I told you it was pointless to resist her.
She did broke me.
The little bird has returned to me. I wonder what he wants. You've brought that knife again, even though you know it's useless. Such charming audacity.
I wouldn't say it's useless. Can pick my teeth with it.
Drop it.
As if
We're gonna try
on
to murk her.
command, the blade slips from your grasp, It clatters uselessly to the floor.
That was not the button I pressed, right? Guys? That was not... I pressed tighten your grip. She's kind of floating. Oh boy. I am broken. She did sure done broke me.
But we didn't drop it. We decided to grip it tighter, remember?
Thank you, voice of the hero.
Are you really just going to let that happen to us? I have a duty to report facts as facts, and the fact is that you dropped the blade. Of course we dropped it. She's so much more than us. You wouldn't
frick. You wouldn't understand what it feels like to be in her presence.
Oh, I understand what's going on, and you'd better snap yourself out of it.
Kneel.
I feel like we need to go, shoot, was a Shadow of the Colossus on this one. No.
Oh, are you still trying to defy me? I said kneel.
Your legs buckle, and your knees hit the floor.
Okay.
That's my good little bird. Now, why don't we talk?
Yes'm. Yes'm.
The last time we met, you told me I was destined to end the world.
I did say that.
Wrapped itself around my heart. It has pulled at me since the moment I squeezed the life out of your broken lungs.
Okay, to be fair, you're the one who broke them.
I could feel its fundamental truth awaken me.
This is new.
The collapse of the old is a necessary prelude to the birth of the new. And the world as it is now is overdue for alterations.
This would be the crux of the story, yes?
It's time for me to seize my destiny. And you, little bird, will help me seize it.
Oh, I do have feathers, don't I? I do have feathers.
Well, that gives away the game, doesn't it? It certainly does. And beyond that, it more than lends credence to our conversation in the woods. I don't love the thought that in some other reality you failed to destroy her, but what's done is done. I can only hope it helped you learn a valuable lesson. You are the only one who can deal with her. And if you don't, well, she's let you know what will happen, hasn't she? Then you shouldn't have trusted us with her destruction. She is inevitable.
Wait a minute.
Can't you feel it?
Are you saying she's Thanos? Actually, kind of she is. Except, like, she's Thanos times 2, because she wants to destroy everything. Not just half of everything.
He's being melodramatic, but he's not exactly wrong, is he? What are we supposed to do to stop her?
Ask politely?
Okay. First things first, you're going to have to stuff those pessimistic thoughts someplace far, far away and commit yourself to what needs to be done.
I already tried that, it didn't work.
The stakes of the situation should be perfectly clear to everyone now. And if you're going to save the world, you have to have faith that you can pull this off. You can't win a battle
her, then she would
already lost in your mind.
It literally gives away the game. What would you have me do? What do you have planned? Just because you're supposed to end the world doesn't mean you actually have to do it. You can do whatever be whatever you want to be. I have questions for you before I decide to do anything. What happened to you after I died?
Know the limits of your privilege, little bird.
But answer me anyways.
There's an empty place at my side for you to fill, if you'll have it. But it is not a place for an equal. It is a place for something worthy to be kept. A priest, perhaps, or a pet.
Just because you're supposed to end the world doesn't mean you actually have to do it. You can be whatever you want to be. It's empty, but we'll try it.
This isn't about desire. This is about what I am. And I have little interest in discussing destiny with one that cannot see the divine truth that shines in my heart.
What would you have me do? What do you have planned?
All you have to do is break these chains and set me free.
Can I do that? If you're so powerful, can't you just break the chains yourself?
Be rude. Of course she can. It's not rude to question someone who's apparently trying to end the world.
Okay, he's got that.
That's exactly why it's rude. We should know our place.
Pretty sure I'm where I'm supposed to be.
I can, easily. But that isn't what I want to do.
Qua?
The story of a terrible and bountiful god unbounded of her own will is no story at all. It's not worthy of everything I am, or everything I'm bound to become. It isn't even worthy of what I was. The destruction in Genesis that's to follow in my wake is deserving of a song that can echo for eternity.
Getting a real Protoss vibe here. Protoss Xel'Naga vibe. A little bit of StarCraft going on here.
The song of you, being so struck by my glory, so overwhelmed by what I am, that you feel you must deliver me into the world.
She makes a point.
And from your act of utter devotion and submission springs a new dawn, a better dawn. Submit now, submit later. It makes no difference. Because in the end, no matter how vainly you struggle against me, my will triumphs over yours.
I feel like we don't have a choice. But we still have a choice to make. I'm not going to help you end the world. I don't care if something new comes after. I just can't let you do that. So like, okay, if we're in the metaphor right now, and this is marriage, relationship, however you want to view it, and the ending of the world is the ending of... The end of the world isn't that bad if something better comes. Well, it's not better. It's different. Keep that in mind. All progress is change, but not all change is progress. You know? Or for those of... Yeah, that's the thing, right? But that always depends, right? Well, it sucks for them. Yeah, it's I don't feel that submission is the right thing. Skill issue on the narrator's part. Yeah, it seems like skill issue.
I see.
Nope, I'm not doing it. I'm not doing it.
Perhaps you need another lesson in submitting to your betters.
Well, as soon as I see a better, I'll let you know.
Pick up that needle.
Do it. It's what she wants.
And then throw it at her face.
No objections here. I don't know what she's planning, and I don't like that we don't know what she's planning, but we might as well pick up the blade.
Narrator, you're an idiot.
As your eye falls on the blade, you feel a weight. Some divine hand that sits unperceived by your senses, but then manages to push you towards its desires like an unseen puppeteer.
Why? What are you going to try and make me do with it? I'm going to kill you. You're not kidding about that divine hand. Who's doing this? Is it her? Is it you? No. Pick up the blade. Damn it, Senator couldn't even give his proxy god, I don't know, a gun or something? Well, you know, this game's very different if you get an AK. Give me an AK-47, it's very different.
Grasp the blade.
Stand.
This one's easy. See? This isn't so bad.
Oh, for this guy here? Wait, DLC?
Okay, yeah. we can do that. We were probably going to stand
Is it a
anyway.
DLC or a patch? Store page. Oh, sometimes I'm just too gullible. New DLC, the AK-47 mod. Oh, really? Okay, that doesn't surprise me. It's a very popular game. And I imagine it was a very small budget. I mean, it's a visual novel, right? So... yeah, we can do that. We were probably going to stand anyway. I hate you. I hate you so much. All of you. Stop making me do things. I'm going to kneel here forever.
You can feel a creaking tension between body and will as you slowly rise to your feet, like two
Or a couple.
foes forced
Okay,
into
that
an
makes a
unhappy
lot of
truce.
sense.
The princess eyes you with soft contemplation. The moment seems to last a lifetime, the silent anticipation of what's to come dragging out the long, painful seconds. But all silences are broken eventually.
To define me is to claim we stand on level ground. We do not.
Well, yeah, because you're floating.
You are quiet shadow, while I am brilliant radiance.
Well, no, we don't stand on level ground. I'm standing on the ground. You're floating. Put your feet down, then we'll be standing on level ground. It's just... You're the one getting in the way of this. That's all I'm saying. I can't float. I can't... So, you're the problem. That's all I'm saying. I'm saying you're the problem. Anyways.
Take that knife in your hand and slit your throat.
The only way you can stand on level ground is to slay her. Like you're supposed to. It looks like I'm about to slay me.
What?
Oh, come on. You can't tell me you guys didn't see that coming.
Don't have to listen to her. You're armed. Just steel your nerves, step forward, and end this.
Broken's not letting me do that. Oh, so you can't float? That's her fault. Absolutely. POV, you're 5'11". End this.
Oh, we'll end this all right.
Yep.
Your hand lifts the blade and brings it towards your throat. Okay, I apologize for the unclear language. End her.
Okay. That's great. Yeah. Sorry, I gotta read it. Your hand lifts the blade and brings it towards your throat. Okay, I apologize for the unclear language. End her. Lowercase h. Slay the princess.
Your body is sluggish and unresponsive, actively fighting against you, but you do your best to stagger forward. One step at a time, you move towards the princess.
I'm coming to get you.
Slitting your throat would have been a mercy, but it seems you're in need of a harsher lesson.
Well, you know, I'm kind of dumb, so joke's on you. It's gonna be difficult to teach me anything.
Plunge that knife into your lungs.
I'm sorry. Don't. As you take another step forward, the blade digs into your ribs, slicing through flesh with ease. It somehow feels like an entirely natural thing to do, while the simple act of walking has become an arduous impossibility.
Keep walking. Oh, there's blood on the knife. Look at that. I forgot they did that. Look at the knife. Step.
Then it slides back out, the wound burning as a small hiss of air escapes through the fresh orifice. Blood fills your lungs.
That's not supposed to be in there.
Now, do it again. Keep doing it until I give you permission to stop.
Those are just words. You don't have to listen to her.
Says the narrator who's been trying to tell me what to do with his words for the last... It was definitely not 11 hours. How long have we been going? 4, almost 5 hours. There we go. Got there. Getting the Yuri treatment. I wonder if she had a narrator. I feel like she had a narrator. She probably had a narrator.
It's what she wants. You, heroic one, what are you doing? Don't just let this happen. Stop him from killing you.
That's actually a good point.
I'm on it. Your other hand locks around your wrist, struggling to keep it from perforating vital organs. But the blade still flails towards you, managing to slice bits of skin that plop to the floor to join the growing pile of blood and gore beneath you. Despite the pain, you manage to keep yourself in one piece, at least for now.
Not been listened to once, yeah. That's fair.
Beautiful display. A wounded little bird thinking it can defy a god. It doesn't have to be like this. It doesn't have to hurt so much.
Pain is transitory.
You can choose a gentle end. You can choose to leave that punctured vessel for the next.
Pain is transitory.
Or you can pathetically struggle against yourself until the floor of this temple is painted with the bloody impressions of your futility.
You're futile. Or fetal. Or feudal.
You continue to approach the princess, even as the repeated gouges of your blade expose bone and muscle to the open air of the basement.
You know, this would be a lot easier if you gave us a hand.
That's true. Hey, she gotta clean the floor later. Absolutely. I've gotta make as much of a mess as I can.
My influence only goes so far, and I can only juggle so many things at once. The best I can do right now is to continue to drive you forward. Believe me, this whole ordeal would be so much easier if I didn't have to contend with free will.
You're the one making things difficult. You're the one making us hurt. She doesn't want to hurt us. She's just doing what she has to.
Stop.
Oh.
As you finish crossing the room, you fall to your knees at the princess's feet, your chest heaving as your blood...
Oh, fuck. Sorry. As your blood pools in the crevices of the stone floor, the coppery taste coating your throat.
The princess kneels down, lifting your chin with her finger as her face lowers to yours.
Your devotion is misplaced. You've surrendered to delusion. But something about your defiant spirit speaks to me. You are different than you were before.
Coppery taste, that's blood.
If you've learned your lesson, I can spare you from the release of death.
Can you?
That's a little demeaning, isn't it? Yes, how thoughtful of her. It's a mercy. Take it.
Well, we are a monster, so maybe our blood tastes like copper.
I think he's given up whatever say he had at the start of all this. At least one of you is sane. She's within striking distance, and she's only negotiating now because she knows you have what it takes to put an end to her. Seize the moment before it's too late.
It's funny that that one's not available. Which tells me that you can get here with a different voice? Interesting.
No. Yes. Though your body trembles, struggling to defend itself in the face of the princess's overwhelming will, you finally manage to break through, darting to her side before she can react.
Now, you say we have a spine, but we currently are the broken, so I don't know if we actually do have a spine in our current iteration. So, Copper might be correct. I'm sure our blood tastes like iron at any other given time. Though your body trembles, struggling to defend itself in the face of the princess's overwhelming will, you finally manage to break through, darting to her side before she can react. We are totally gonna kill her Achilles. And that's about as far as we're gonna get.
The wind of your freedom rushes through you, and you channel it into a decisive blow, stabbing into the soft flesh of her ankle and severing the tendons in an act of unyielding defiance.
Unyielding defiance with the pristine blade.
She falls to the floor, crashing unceremoniously to her knees.
Symbolism, baby!
But you don't give her any time to recover. Your heart pounding with determination, you plunge your blade into her chest. As you find your target again and again, she laughs, crude emotion breaking through her once stony composure as your blade cuts her flesh.
I don't like where this is going. You're on even ground now. Let's go.
We can do this, can't we?
Maybe.
You always could. The decision to give you this task was not made lightly. You're here for a reason.
It's not too late to pick up the pieces. It's not too late to toss that blade aside and beg for forgiveness.
Shut up, Broken.
Shut up.
I love how sometimes he just repeats what I say.
I can't believe you would actually strike me. You've
lost a few voices there.
You worm, you
you're back.
defiler. You don't know the consequences of your arrogance.
I'm about to find out.
Before you can strike the final blow, the princess lashes out, knocking you off your feet.
That's funny, she's usually the one not on her feet.
There's an unsettling wet pop as your spine breaks, numbness and pain spreading through your body.
Well, there goes that theory.
As you rebound towards the ceiling in a moment of disorientated lightness, she drives her fist into your chest.
Well, you can't break something you don't have, so I guess we do have a spine, so there goes that. Damn, it was so close.
Your body is crushed as she pulverizes you into the floor, the ground itself breaking from the impact.
Alright, so we don't have a spine now, as, you know, it's now a paste, so we can go back to copper-flavored blood.
You lie there, broken, beyond pain, unable to even see what she's done to you. But the princess is succumbing to her own wounds as well. She looks down upon her body in abject horror and disgust.
You made me use my hands. I can feel myself twisting into something new, something dull, something defiled. What have you done to me?
Removed your godhood.
You're monsters and conspirators. I can't bear to watch this.
The princess has been nothing but cruel to
One
you.
for one, totally
You
worth.
feel liberated by her fall.
You should feel liberated by her
I
fall.
don't feel liberated. I feel empty.
Well, I mean, we're also gonna die, so that's not great.
Pain, I feel fine. She collapses to
God
the
killer,
floor.
slay your
Her
better.
glassy eyes watch, unblinking, yet somehow still full of anguish and fear, as the two of you perish together.
Wait, what?
I suppose we were never gonna get a happy ending here, were we? Don't let those be your final thoughts. You saved the world. That's worth something.
I don't think I did save the world.
Regardless of how you feel about it, it's finally over. Thank you. Everything goes dark, and you die. You're on a path in the woods, and at the end of the path... Okay, what the hell is that?
This is new.
I think he's upset.
You think? Maybe you were the next Demon Lord, maybe.
What's he got to be upset about? We just killed a god.
Wait, I get the stubborn too?
Exactly. You heathens destroyed the most beautiful thing that ever was and ever will be.
But yeah, but...
You're damn right we did. And you'll get over it.
Wait a second, this is probably the first time I've had the stubborn too. Did I think I had done a lot more than I did?
Can't say I have much sympathy for you. She was bad for us and you almost got us killed.
Wait, he did get us killed. It was just we ended with like a KD of 1, so...
You're being too generous. He did get us killed.
Can you stop just saying what I just said? Right now I have 25 achievements, I think. Yeah, 25 achievements.
Alright, enough chatter. Got a thing I'm supposed to do, and if you don't mind, I'd like to do it without any more interruptions.
11120. Right, because I died 2 times now. Wait, did I? No, she just murked me the first time. Yeah, okay, that's fair.
Okay, great, you're listening. You're on a path in the woods, and at the end of that path is a... If your thing is telling us about the princess, don't waste your breath. We know all about her, and it's hardly a path in the woods at this point, is it? Well, this is just great. Let me cut to the chase. Clearly, you've already been here.
Looks right to me, yeah. This is Morrowind, right? This, the mushrooms and the Morrowind,
you
right?
Think?
Actually, I don't think we have been here.
Well, not here.
This is all different, isn't it?
I like how the heroes kind of had enough at this point.
Yes, precisely. And if you'd given me 2 seconds to finish my thought, I would have said that. Oh, you're actually letting me talk now. Great. If you've already been here, it means you've seen things you aren't supposed to have seen, and you know things that you aren't supposed to know. This doesn't look like a path in the woods if reality seems distorted. It's because reality is distorted. So you knew this could happen? You knew we'd be able to restart like this?
Oh, yes, he did.
I know all sorts of things, which is why you should listen to me. That's not really an answer. Look, if the world around you is changing, especially all the way out here, then that means you're nearing the point of no return. Whatever happens next, that's it. There won't be any more do-overs. So you'd better take things seriously.
You said yourself that you know more than you're letting on. If you want me to go to the cabin, then you better tell us everything. Feels like I'm being pulled in 100 different directions. You better all listen to me when the time comes to make a choice.
So what if I'm speaking my mind? It's not like I've ever really gotten a say in things.
What a crock of shit. Yeah, you stabbed us last time. Repeatedly.
It didn't even work. It doesn't count.
It doesn't count.
We died! If you didn't submit to her, for all we know, that wouldn't have happened.
It's the punishment you all deserved for not listening to her.
Lowercase h. Interesting.
Aside from our sulking friend, I don't think we have much to worry about. You're still the one in charge here, and I don't think that's ever going to change. Second he tries something, I'll put a stop to it.
If I don't slay her, if I just stay here or do anything else, and we hit this point of no return, then what happens?
Then what happens? Have you even been listening? It's the end is what happens. Yeah, but is there something after the end?
Well, that's a good question.
How am I supposed to know? The end means finality. It's not like I can just peek on over to the other side and tell you what it's like there. If there even is a there. It doesn't matter because we're going to win. Now that's exactly the sort of mindset I like to see. Don't let yourself be consumed with self-doubt. Don't flirt with oblivion. Just focus on the present and everything will be absolutely fine.
You said yourself you know more than you're letting on. If you want me to go to the cabin, then you'd better tell us everything.
I can't.
The winner's
Anything
mentality.
I say at this point is far more likely to accelerate the unraveling of this place than it is to actually help you do your job. In fact, I probably shouldn't have even said that. I trust that if you've been here before, it means you know how dangerous she is, and that you know I'm not lying to you about her. Really? That's it? That's all we're getting out of you?
I really want to see the map for this. Like the flowchart for it, because this is interesting.
Wants to keep things going the way they are. But we've been given a second chance to do right by her. She can build something better
Lowercase
than
h.
this. She can build something better than us. We just have to let her do it.
Lowercase h.
I get it. You're conflicted. You've been through a lot, but I really have to be firm here. I will tell you one thing, which is that even now you are capable of stopping her and saving the world from ruin. You always have been, and you always will be. Do with that what you will.
Flirt with the princess. No matter what happens, it seems like our answers are at the cabin. We might as well proceed. We might as well see this through. Oh, as interesting as that would be, we're just gonna go ahead.
Good, we're all on the same page. It isn't long before you find yourself at the end of the path, staring up at the cabin on the hill. You'll find the princess within, as I'm sure you already know. End her.
Lowercase h.
That's it? No final words of advice? I'd rather not waste any more time. I'm sure that any advice I'd give at this point is something you've already heard.
If there's still a princess at the cabin, maybe we can salvage things. Maybe if we just grovel and apologize, things can go back to how they were before.
Oh, cut it out, will you? We need to be tough right now, and you're making it so much harder.
This time he said, end her, not end it. True. To the cabin-mobile. How does it look?
The interior of the cabin is a place that feels long forgotten. There was once an elegance to its construction, carved marble columns holding a high arched roof, vaulted windows letting in the weak starlight. But that is how it was. Now there is a growth that has overtaken it. A viscous fluid seeps from cracks in the stone walls, and it congeals into chaotic streaks of writhing nerves and wet clumps of living meat.
Heart, lungs, liver, nerves. Heart, lungs, liver, nerves.
That's horrible.
So she died, she couldn't clean it. Damn, no one cleaned the floor. Not into. He learned, yeah.
You did this. The only furniture of note is a pulsating pedestal, a pristine blade perched on its edge. The blade is your implement. You'll need it if you want to do this right.
It's that mirror again, and this time it's blocking the door.
A mirror? There is no mirror. We've done this already. Try to keep up. The repetition is maddening. I don't know what to tell you. There isn't a mirror because I would know if there was a mirror. You're either seeing things or you're confused on the definitions of door and mirror. Or you're seeing things. That seems far more likely. What are you trying to say exactly?
He thinks we've lost it. That we're succumbing to madness, that something in us has broken.
I feel like he can't actually see the mirror.
That's an unnecessarily melodramatic way to describe a hallucination, but sure. I'm not going to waste time arguing with any of you. It went away after we touched it last time. Let's just do it again. You step forward and approach the door to the basement, hesitating before you open it. As if you don't see it. You really don't, do you? How strange.
It's blunt. Are mirrors not like doorways into one's soul? Or shit?
It really is, just like last time. Are we really hallucinating? Why here? Why now?
Smash it. Smash it to pieces. It's the only thing keeping us from her.
Don't you want to know what we'll see in there? We won't be able to see anything if we smash it. Nah, I'm with him on this one. Smash it! Let's get violent already.
It's a strange definition of the word stubborn, but
Do
okay.
whatever you want with it. The mirror isn't real, so how you handle it doesn't matter, aside from wasting dangerous amounts of time.
But there is a mirror. I'm not gonna smash it. We're gonna wipe it clean.
You reach forward and drag your hand across the door leading to the basement. As if on command, it slowly slides open, scraping against the stone floor, its ancient hinges moaning as it reveals the dim path ahead.
I was kind of hoping for something different. I was kind of hoping to actually interact with the mirror in some way.
Surprised.
So I didn't grab the blade.
Into the darkness.
It was a trick.
The stairs leading down to the basement are at once both narrow and grandiose. A high vaulted ceiling stretches up into a gloom beyond your sight, while walls wet with tumorous growths press in uncomfortably at your sides.
Tumorous growth.
You feel both unprotected and trapped. at once exposed and claustrophobic.
Neat.
The air is thick, its odor an oppressive violence. The metallic scent of fresh blood twisting
Maybe she's a
with the
dwarf now.
nauseating embers of
She
charred
diggy diggy hole?
remains. If the princess
Just
lives here,
strangle her.
slaying her is probably doing her a favor. Her voice, a bellowing rage, roars up the stairs.
Was severing the tendons of my ascension not enough for you? Was it not enough to rend my divine heart?
No.
Come, see the horrors you've wrought upon my flesh, and feel my hands set upon your throat.
She's so angry with us. Why? Why did you desecrate her? Why couldn't I stop you?
I probably should have grabbed the knife, but here we are.
You've got to stop thinking about her like that. It isn't doing anyone any good.
Calm down. Yeah, I just gotta tell her to calm down. It'll be fine.
She's not some untouchable god. She's an abomination. And we're going to put an end to her once and for all.
Okay.
Whatever she is now is our fault. If she's an abomination, then what does that make us?
An abomination maker. I'll make a business. Abominations are us.
She was going to end the world last time.
This is true.
If I might interject, you didn't make her into an abomination. She's always been what she is. It's why you're here. And it's why your task is so important.
Here we go.
You make your way to the bottom of the stairs.
Do I?
The chamber's walls are painted in blood, a deep, sickening red that drips down in clotted streams onto the charred corpses that make up its floor. This place reeks of torment, of ripped skin and burning bone. The princess stands in its center, muscles flayed and bare and weeping, draped in a tattered dress of her own skin. Her heart beats
No, it
from
doesn't.
its place in her open chest.
Oh, we are,
Do you know what I'm going to do to you?
Do you really have bone stilettos? Is that okay? We're maintaining the femininity no matter what. Sounds good.
There's not so much a moment of hesitation before she steps forward. Her chains pull taut, holding fast as she strains against them. The cuff around her wrist digs deeper into her skin.
She slays,
Blood
yeah.
drips from the place where metal meets flesh. And then, with a nauseating sound, the skin tears. It plops to the ground, and she pulls her red, glistening arm free from her bindings.
Yeah, that checks out.
She is loose, and she is coming for you.
She's a goat now.
Let her end it. It's the punishment you all
Her
deserve
skin is her
for what you
dress.
did to her.
Screw that. We can win. We've done it before and we'll do it again, only this time we'll make it out the other side. Hell, she's practically done most of the work for us.
We also don't have the knife, so keep that in mind. By Faye Princess Designs. It's interesting because it's like the flesh is the dress. Yeah, like the design is her flesh is her design. It's interesting.
We don't even have a weapon.
Yep. Exposed heart. Yep.
It doesn't matter. I refuse to go out any way that isn't kicking and screaming.
So bite her heart. Sure, there's a metaphor there. Given up on destroying the world, have we? What happened to you? Wait, we don't have to do this. I'm sorry, okay? I'm sorry for what I did to you. Please, just listen to me. Fight back. Let her end you. Let's have some fun. Given up on destroying the world, have we?
The world hasn't wronged me the way you have. Maybe I'll get around to it eventually, though. Once I've had my fill of you.
Probably has crazy live steel. Once I've had my fill of you. Maybe I'll get around to it. Okay, alright.
She bounds across the room, her fists ready, her heart set upon your destruction. With a horrifying squelch, you are unwound.
Oh?
I hope you weren't planning on dying. We're going to make this last forever. Huh. I feel cold. I've never felt cold before.
Nom! true to her word, you do not die by her hand. Nor will you ever. It's time for you to leave. Memory returns.
She's gone. Where did she go? Should we try and find her? And there's that mirror again. Why is it here? Why now?
It's going to be okay, just trust me. We've been here before and you always get scared.
It feels so bad. Like looking into it right now is going to be the end of everything.
Screw the mirror. We just need to find the princess.
I don't want to look at us.
So, earlier I was talking about how decisions in games don't need to change outcomes to be important. There are times when it is not great, when decisions don't change outcomes, and the reason I bring that up now is because in this game, a lot of the responses that you get, or at least a decent amount, will have lie in brackets when you're lying. Now, no, it's not the end for you, it's the end for you, but not for me. And I'll see you on the other side, it's going to be okay. Neither of them have lie beside it. So, in my perception, I feel that this is the truth. I'll see you on the other side, it's going to be okay. Because I see this as more of a... Like, and these, as far as I know, don't affect anything. And I see this as more of a... continuance, right? Like, it's talking about other worlds, but consciousness, all these sorts of things. So I think it's interesting to give you both of these options. I always go with that one because I think it's the truth.
If you say so. We'll try.
Maybe there'll be a good fight there. Maybe we'll find her again.
A mercy.
Other side, maybe? Yeah, but it's still them, I think. You know? Because if they're a part of me, which they are, then they'll be there. Approach the mirror. You approach the mirror. Gaze into your reflection. Silence as you reach forward. They're gone once again. The mirror always makes them leave. But you need to see what's in it. You've unraveled. So yeah, it's you, you've ungrown, you've withered, you've unraveled. That's the order which I'm now starting to see is the same. You find yourself in the long quiet once again. You are at the cabin.
There's a world beyond the endless walls of the long quiet.
It's holding her heart.
I'm curious to see what it means for us to know it.
Do you have thoughts on this vessel?
This
Spend a
one
point.
is desecration. She placed the weight of her agony on you, yet it is she who unwound herself. But there is passion and empathy in her misery. She will make for a burning heart.
Who dis?
Click on that. Well, thank you. I appreciate that. I appreciate that. It's a fun one. I like that. I just sort of, just make an easy redeem. It's fun, you know? It'd take you a while to spend them all that way, but you're welcome to try. Is the hero you just left at the mirror the same hero you left at the mirror the first time? It's up for interpretation, I think. I say yes. I think the metaphor in this is more sort of the changing of an individual as opposed to some sort of cyclical spiritual rebirth or something along those lines. That's my perception of it. It sort of fits with sort of my view of that. So I think it's the same person. I think you could interpret it the other way, and you'd be perfectly valid in doing that. Again, how far into concept soup are we here? Less far than I thought before I started playing again today, but still to a point. You know, there's still a point. This one is desecration. She placed the weight of her agony on you, yet it is she who unwound herself. Because she attacked us. Was I going to kill her? I don't remember. Because I didn't... I took the blade. I didn't take the blade? I took the blade. And then I decided to murk her, right? But she just beat the crap out of me. But there's passion and empathy in her misery. She will make for a burning heart. That's true. That's true. I forgot the knife the third time. But the first 2 times I brought the knife. And the first time is kind of the most important one because that's, again, what sort of sets the pace. And then we had a little bit of conversation. And then... Sorry. The voice caught me for a second there. So we took down... Did I try to murk her, or did she just take advantage of the situation? I think I tried to murk her. Yeah, I tried to murk her. She placed the weight of her agony on you, yet it is she who unwound herself. So do we go back to the first, or be into the second, where... Well, she unwound herself by sort of the whole godhood thing and raising herself up above others. So I guess that would be the implication there. But there's passion and empathy in her misery. Interesting. She will make for a burning heart.
Do not mourn her. She has finally found peace.
Good for her. Do you think there are people out there?
It doesn't matter if there are. People are frail and impermanent. You and I are the only things that interest me.
And this is where it starts to lose me. She sidestepped your thrust. Like Faker on one ping and then beat the crap. That's right, you're right. I got too close. And it's this, this is where... I've never seen this dialogue for this question. Okay, yeah. It doesn't matter if there are. People are frail and impertinent. You and I are the only things that matter, that interest me. So do the fragile vessels influence the dialogue? Because this would certainly feels influenced by the section of the Monica mindset. Yeah, absolutely. She's right. Is that... No, that's not Monica. Monica's... Oh, you guys can't see Monica right now. I'll pay for that later. You and I are the only things that... That sounds like something this version of the princess would say, doesn't it? It feels influenced by it, doesn't it? Interesting. So you think there's anything real out there? Do you think that we're real?
We are real. Nothing is an idea that dwells in the absence of something. But nothing cannot exist on its own. And because of that, nothing can't exist.
Fair. Do you know what's going to happen when you awaken?
No. The point of awakening is to find out.
I think they do. In my playthrough, I had much nicer vessels, and she said something like humans make her sad like tears on a snowy day. Yeah, that sounds about right. When you send me back, I'm not alone. There are voices that speak to me. Some of them are me, but one of them is something else. I call him the narrator, and he wants me to kill you. Do you have a narrator? Have the vessels had one? No, they have not.
No. Their minds are empty, existent, but constantly shifting into something new. Do you think your narrator lives in the spaces beyond?
He does. I know why. I don't know why, but I know this for a fact. That's what I said last time. He does. I don't know what I'm going to do when I find him. He does. And when I find him, you and I are finally going to have answers. He does. And when I find him, I'm going to kill him. He does. But you're going to keep that to yourself. I find that's a useless statement. I thought... He does. I don't know why, but I know this for a fact. Actually, I do know why I know this. It's because I have to say it no matter what option. So, he does. That's how I know. He does. I don't know what I'm going to do when I find him.
There's no need for you to know what you are going to do before you do it. If you find him, remember that I'll be waiting for you on the other side.
True story. How many more vessels? 1.
1. Whatever you bring me next will be enough, and then gravity will pull the others back to me. I will be singular, a final multitude.
Just keep holding that heart in there. If this is the last time, is there anything you would like me to bring you?
These gifts are a conversation, and each one shows me the contours of your heart. The only thing I want to see is what you choose for me when the thread is fully drawn.
This is this last stage before your completion. Then I'm not going back. I'm just going to stay here. No, that's fine. Alright, let's do it.
The next time I see you, each of
Be
us
ready
will
for it.
finally know what we are.
Be ready for it. No.
I will be here, waiting for you.
No, be ready for it. Be ready for it. Whoa. Okay, one more click. Be ready for it. Oh, jeez! Dicks. Bring the fury to her, the unwound vessel. Okay, we are up to 26
You're
achievements.
on a
Look at us.
path in the woods, and at the end of that
fulfill your
path
destiny.
is a cabin, and in the basement of that cabin is a princess.
I'm curious as to what happens, but I never want to do it. I never want to do it.
You're here to slay.
Yeah. Okay. Silently continue to the cabin.
You make your way. A war she will love.
We're gonna have a really nice time. You were supposed to attack it, not go back to the start.
The interior of the cabin is almost entirely bare. The blade is.
What is? I want the contrarian, because that's the one I don't have. I guess it's the only one I don't have. So how do I get the contrarian? I did that one. That was actually the first one I did today. I got the ghost, which was the. I feel like it was the broken, but I don't. Yeah. Forget the knife. Just use your axe. Yeah, we'll go without the blade. See what happens.
Hello?
Someone there? I'm here to
Wait, really? You're here to rescue me? I was starting to think I'd be stuck down here forever.
I see. You're trying to get her to lower her guard. It's a gamble, but it might work.
I did forget the knife, though.
I want to see the face of my rescuer.
I'm a monster.
You walk down the stairs and lock eyes with. She's beautiful. I am begging you to
stay focused.
I can't believe you're here. I've been waiting for something like this to happen forever. I hope you brought something to deal with these chains.
You were lying when you said you were here to rescue her, but regardless of your intentions, breaking her out of those chains would be a big.
Hold on. Let's talk a bit first. Jeez. Yeah, I'm just on a path I've been on before.
Okay.
I believe they've been keeping you down here like this. Out of here. Okay, I'm going to get you out of here. Don't make me regret this. Can't trust you. This doesn't add up, and it isn't worth the risk to take your word over the potential fate of the world.
Thank you. You turn back to the stairs, intent on retrieving the blade in the cabin.
I feel like it's just going to lead to one I've already gotten.
What? You're going to try and kill me? You'll regret this. I promise you. But go ahead. Run along and get whatever you're planning to get.
I kind of talked to her. So, sorry, Electronics. I spoke a lot to her in my first playthrough. So this is my second playthrough, so I'm not going through all of the dialogue. Yeah, like in my first playthrough, which was about a week and a half ago, I want to say, I went through a ton of dialogue with her. So, yeah, that was just to get the option to try to set up something different to get a different outcome.
But you'd better hope that I don't slip these chains before you make it back down here.
Slip these chains?
She can't, right?
She can't.
I don't think she's bluffing.
She has to be bluffing,
But hurry.
You rush up to the first floor, grabbing the blade. Okay. If we're sure about this decision, I'll support it. You slowly creep down the basement stairs.
And
where the
cut off
princess
her hand?
sat only a moment ago, there's... Is it just me? Or did...
I think we got off on the wrong foot. Do you think we can start over? Explore? Hello? Let's finish
Your
this.
eyes dart to the corners of the room. You don't see her. Where is she? You close the door behind you. Almost magically, its locks immediately click into place. Maybe they'll open if you finish the job.
Thanks, narrator. Come on out. Let's just get this over with. You need to break your egg. Not just rip off. Yeah. No, she bites off her arm.
I can wait.
I've had to watch her do that like 9-10 times. Venture into the shadows.
You step into the shadows. Too late, you hear the quiet patter of feet against the basement floor.
Oh my goodness.
Followed by the taut pull and sharp pain of tearing flesh as the princess lunges into you from behind and drags you to the floor.
Is this gonna be
the ferocity overwhelms you, and as the princess rends flesh from bone, your limp fingers lose their grip on the blade.
Yeah, she did that with one like less hand than me.
Your one last means of defense lying useless beside you in a pool of your cooling blood. I suppose you just lacked the will to fight back.
That doesn't make sense. Wait.
This is the end, isn't it?
I'm gonna end with the stubborn, aren't I?
I'm afraid it is. You shouldn't have let that fear creep into your heart. You had the upper hand, and now look at you.
Well, as we're both fans of DDLC Electronics, yes, women are scary.
Everything goes dark.
And you die. Oh no!
You're on a path in the woods. And at the end of that path,
this is my least favorite.
And you're here to slay. A terrible sense of deja vu. No, you don't have that. This is the first time either of us have been here. If he doesn't remember what happened, then something else must have trapped us here. You're not trapped here. Nobody's forcing you to do anything, though the only sensible thing for you to do right now is march up to that. A warning before you go any further. She will lie as a cat lie to a cornered mouse when it plays with its freedom.
Or is it just acting out its nature?
I don't see why that matters. A lie's a lie, and if anything, she's the one who's cornered. She could have gotten out of there whenever she wanted to. We should trust nothing that she tells us, only what we hear and smell.
Hear and smell.
That's a very roundabout way of saying that you should listen to me and take this seriously. Maybe.
Nobody's forcing you to do anything. Narrator, shut you. Your entire fuck up. Yeah, exactly. Oh, man. Nobody's forcing you to do anything. Except me.
The interior of the cabin is ruinous and dilapidated. The blade is your implement.
Oh, we're taking the blade.
You take the blade.
You better believe we're taking the blade.
It will be difficult.
Yeah, let's just go. We know what happens with the mirror. Nothing.
The door to the basement creaks open, revealing what's left of an old wooden staircase. It's still sturdy enough that you can make your way down in one piece.
You have to be mindful of the holes.
The air seeping up from below is oddly warm and wet, as if you're descending into a jungle.
If the princess lives here, slaying her
would probably be doing her a favor. She growls up the stairs.
Growls up the stairs.
I can smell you.
That's nice. I have a knife.
She sounds almost feral.
Oh, you just wait. This is shoot, what was her name? From Fullmetal Alchemist, the one that got chimera'd.
Impatient.
It's her, but bigger.
Eager. You carefully make your way down the stairs. The last step gives way to the damp earth floor of a starlit pit. The walls are obscured by an impenetrable darkness, giving the illusion that the room might stretch on forever. You brush against the wide leaves of plants that surround you on all sides, seemingly the only living things that occupy this strange underground wilderness. The jungle is pressing in on us, hiding her from view. She could be anywhere.
It's fine, we have a knife.
You see only a flash of the princess before she scurries away into the underbrush, dragging her heavy chain behind her.
I like how he just doesn't mention, oh, by the way, she's a lion now. In case you were wondering. She's a lion now. But, oh. Okay.
Remember, she's just a princess.
I hate you so much, narrator. Gonna smash your glassy raven face.
She's certainly not just a princess.
Thank you.
You're not helping.
Neither are you!
It doesn't matter what she is. It only matters what she does.
Maybe you're a lion as well. No, I'm a bird, remember?
Her shining eyes
That's what the giantess said.
Staring hungrily at you from the darkness.
There she is. Step, 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 step.
I can hear your heart pounding from the bottom of the stairs. You're right to be terrified.
The princess is the right one. Me. I'm the one who says that. Then again, I have the microphone, so...
I'm so much more than you. And a little splinter clutched in trembling hands won't save you from me.
Oh, I know what I'm doing with this thing.
A shiver rushes up your spine and pulls you upright. The air's shifting. She's getting ready to pounce. Move, now.
Move. I did something other than move last time.
Picking a direction on instinct. As you land, you're buffeted by a gust of air disturbed by the sudden motion of a massive body. The princess.
I was still trying to save her last time. Not this time.
In an instant, she's pounced on the spot where you would have been, her chains rattling across the floor behind her. Before you can blink, she's gone, vanishing once more into the shadows. But you still feel her gaze on you.
Oh, I'm sure I do.
You're faster than you were before.
That's right.
But you're still meek, reactive, prey.
I did. I dodged it. I didn't pull a Gohan.
You whirl around to find her, and your gaze meets hers, a pair of shining eyes peering out at you from just beyond the basement stairs.
So she's cut off our escape. Shit. What do we do?
Just keep dodging. Sent to kill you because you're a threat to the world. Stop hiding and show yourself. We don't have to kill each other. What if I helped you? What if we left together? If you could get out of here on your own, wouldn't you have... Yeah, okay, we already know that. Stop hiding, show yourself.
If you want to see me, you should get better at seeing.
Okay, cat eyes. Whatever.
She knows that her strength lies in shadows and secrets. She won't reveal herself unless she has to.
To kill each other. What if I helped? What if we left together? Skill issue. You're deflecting.
And you bear your weakness to the world.
Yeah, that's fine, I cope.
She's coiling for another strike. Be somewhere else. We're on the back foot. The back foot keeps us nimble, keeps us alive.
It doesn't matter if it keeps us alive if it eventually kills us. We need to take back the momentum. We need to do something.
Sounds like a hero. Survive? Survive.
Jungle, barely moving out of the way before the princess surges past you with a speed that makes her practically unseen.
Another dodge. What do you want? We don't have to kill each other. What if I helped? I was sent to kill you because you're a threat to the world. I'm starting to believe that's true. You think we get a question? Or you think we just... Because we're at the stairs again, I think. Yeah, it looks like. Let's do one more explore.
Oh, for the love of... You've given up the game. Great. All that will do is hasten her victory.
So many useless thoughts run through your head. Thinking.
I do have that problem.
You'll never hurt me if you keep thinking.
Let's stairs it.
Now's our chance. Quick. And then what? We need a plan. We need to figure out something. Don't plan ahead. Act on the now. All that matters is that we stay alive. As you turn to sprint for the stairs, you feel the air shift. You instinctively glance behind you just in time to see the princess lunge from the shadows, more unhinged and dripping, eyes fierce and full of hunger.
I don't want to go.
She is too quick to outrun, too nimble to outmaneuver, too determined to overpower. This is her domain. You are devoured.
Look at my cursor.
I guess that's it then.
Look at my cursor.
Unfortunately for you, no. This isn't it.
We're gonna Drax this.
You are in a dark and caustic
Or Men in
place.
Black is probably the better reference. Better
Fibrous
movie to
lining
reference.
constricts around you, its slick surface impossible to grip. Your hands scrabbling uselessly at your surroundings as they compress in on you. Your lungs can barely expand in such a tiny space. Not that the humid, finite air grants you more than a few shallow breaths at a time. The liquid pooling beneath you starts to seep into your skin.
Oh, I still have the knife.
You itch, then sting, then burn as the acid begins its slow work.
When I killed you, I tried to leave this place, but it wouldn't let me. You belong down there, it screamed at me. The world is better off without you in it.
The flesh around you rumbles as the princess begins to move, her thundering footfalls twisting you helplessly about. Your skin protests as the corrosive liquid sloshes around you, but there will be no respite for you in sight. The burning grows stronger, and you can feel layers of you being peeled away.
But you don't belong down here. You came from somewhere else.
I did.
You came from out there.
I did.
So I consumed your dead heart, and I carried it in my throat, and I draped what was left of you on my back, and I threw myself against that door.
Gross.
She stops, her muscles tensing around you, and through the muffling layers of her flesh, you hear the whine of straining metal. And with a pop, she lurches forward, your body lurching right along with her. Her chains. She's loose.
But even then, it denied me freedom.
When do I get to use my knife?
You cannot fool me by draping yourself in decay. I know your true nature, and it is suffering.
Your true nature is
Gravity
suffering.
pulls at you as you're hefted upwards, the distant creaking of ancient wooden steps barely audible over the thudding of the princess's heart.
Let me use the knife!
And then it was gone, and I was here. A new enclosure, a nicer cage, but still a prison.
You know, goldfish grow to their space, so I guess that's what you did.
I learned from my wounds. You're alive now. We can leave together.
I am alive now.
Does that work? Could she free herself if we're alive in here? Do you really need me to give you a definitive answer for you to understand that the situation is grim? Stop her. Do something. You still have that steel claw. Tear through her before we are her. Survive.
It's interesting how the change of words they use, because calling it a steel claw in this instance, whereas a lot of other times it's called a knife or a pristine blade or those sorts of things. There's a lot of minute detailed work went into the script.
Or we could use it to make this quick for ourselves. If she needs us in order to leave, we could at least deny her that. That is a bad thing to do.
I agree. Dig with the steel claw.
Though you have little room to move, you use what strength you can muster to drive the blade forward into the thick walls of tissue digesting you.
I can feel you tearing through me, but are you swift enough for it to matter?
Maybe.
Your body is violently jostled, the disruption causing burning skin to slop from raw muscle, and you hear what you can only assume is the princess pulling against the door to the cabin.
The cage is still locked.
Keep going.
You slice again, deeper, rooting through her meat with the tip of your blade, until at last it finds her beating heart.
It's more than a little bit unsettling. Yeah, I mean, like.
The pulling returns to banging as the princess.
Did I get skin back on that one? Oh no, that's bone.
Your flesh screams as your reddened, spongy body is hit with fresh waves of blistering acid.
I don't know if that's how that would work.
You can't hold me forever.
Don't need to. Stab time.
So your body is dissolving, eroding into unrecognizable shapes. Your will drives it forward. You have a target, and you will strike it.
We're too late, aren't we? This isn't survival. This is spite.
Yeah, well, you know, sometimes that's what you get.
No, it's something better. It's fulfilling a noble destiny. Your lone, functioning arm lashes out, stabbing up towards the princess's heart.
Stab, stab.
So you found a way to kill me. Then we'll die together. And I will see you again soon.
Wait, is there going to be another iteration on top of this one, too?
With those prophetic words,
I just got an achievement for that guy.
Draw another breath.
Strike the heart from the belly of the beast.
Melting
only 11%.
In the cooling folds of the princess's flesh. Everything goes dark, and you die.
Is there going to be another?
At least you've saved the world. I hope.
Wait, what do you mean? I hope? Oh my goodness! This one gets a chapter 3.
We are a path in the woods. We have no beginning, and we have no end. But something cold and unnatural sits watching us from just beyond our edge.
This is brand new to me. And the narrator isn't even here. We have no end, but something cold and unnatural sits watching us from just beyond our
His
edge.
gaze pushes against our borders, curling them in on themselves, preventing them from stretching to the places they need to reach.
No, that's all wrong. You're not a path in the woods, you're on a path in the woods. Who's even saying that?
Now both won, because she ate you. Yeah.
That's not the princess, is it? Oh no. How many times have you been here?
Many.
I think this is our third?
It's your third.
That's bad. That's very, very bad. It wasn't even supposed to reach 2. If you're at 3, well, no wonder things aren't the way they're supposed to be. Let's get our facts straight. What happened last time? What could you have possibly done for things to be like this?
The thing that sits beyond our edge speaks his logic into us. He tries to grasp at things that cannot be grasped.
Yeah, so both the narrator find us. The thing that sits beyond our edge speaks his logic into us. His, capital H. He tries to grasp at things that cannot be grasped.
He tries to stare with wide pupils at that which can only be held from the corner of the eye or with a passing glance.
It's poetic metaphor.
Shut up. The rest of you, talk. What happened? What did you do? Can she hear us if we talk?
I can hear everything, little one, but you don't have to be afraid of me. There's no place where you end and I begin. Nothing can hurt you here. Not anymore.
Oh, I like that. I don't feel so small anymore when you put it like that.
That's because you aren't small, even if you act that way. We're both so much more together than we were apart. And we can be so much more still, vast, unfathomable.
It's the we're going back to the marriage metaphor.
You're not mad at us for stabbing you in the heart, are you?
Opportunist? Where the fuck did you come from?
No. Are you mad at me for swallowing you whole?
No.
Nah, not really. It all seems so petty right now. She ate you. And now you're convinced that you're stuck together. What a mess.
It's nothing personal.
He doesn't
It's fine.
understand. We aren't convinced of anything, and we aren't stuck together. We're one. This is how we're supposed to be. Can't you feel it?
We aren't convinced of anything. We aren't stuck together. We're one. This thing watching us. What is he? Capital H-E.
I'm not watching you. I'm trying to help you.
You have to do one to do the other.
That's not an answer to our question.
I don't know what he is. I only know that he is something other, and that he wishes for you and I to tear ourselves apart.
I do want that, but only because it's in your best interests. It's in everyone's best interests. You won't be able to slay her unless you remove yourself from her.
See, and this is where, like, this is really strongly pushing into that whole marriage, man, woman, two become one metaphor. And again, right at the beginning, it says it's a love story. And the concept of the world ending is your existence as an independent person, and then, coming into a duality, or duality with another person. Like this part is spelling it out. This part is really spelling that out. In fact, I think every chapter 3 really spells that out, and I've only seen 2 so far, so, yeah.
He wants us to kill each other.
And in this, it would be sort of that killing of the world that we create together, right? So it's a metaphor, right? He doesn't actually want us to murder. He doesn't want us to murder our significant other. He wants us to murder the joint world that we've created, to destroy the world, to end that world, so that our individual worlds can slay the princess. Okay, Doc, calm down. She just ate me, okay? And I literally just stabbed her in the heart. So you know what?
Don't. I want you to kill her. Don't be charmed by her faux solidarity. You're not in this together.
No, it depends on what you mean by together.
She's the only one who poses a threat to the world, and she's trying to make you go along with it. You don't have to enable her, especially when you have what it takes to stop her.
She just ate him. He can't slay her anymore. That narrator knows what he's talking about. Can't slay her anymore. I don't even know where she is or where I am. Oh, there's no more explore. I gotta make a decision. I don't like this. I'm supposed to be me, and you're supposed to be something to me, and you're supposed to be something that isn't me. Whatever we are right now is an abomination, and I want out. I can feel the pressure of the outside pushing in on us. What are we supposed to do about it? Why are you being nice to me? Aren't you a monster? Didn't you eat me? Why should anyone do anything right now? This is fine. I like being this. Okay, let's say I want to stop her. What do? I feel like I can't do much of anything right now. Can't do much of anything right now. I don't like this. I'm supposed to be me, and you're supposed to be something that isn't me. It's an abomination I want. I can feel the pressure of the outside pushing in on us. What are we supposed to do about it? Why are you being nice to me? Aren't you a monster? Why should anyone do anything right now? This is fine. Okay, I'm between, I've had enough of this guy. How do we stop him? Okay, you, narrator. How do I stop her? No, see, I don't want to actually stop her. I'm still on Team Princess. I like the top one, I'm sure you do. Oh, I've had enough of this guy. How do we stop him? Yeah, well, okay, that's one of them. And the other one is... I don't like these because this is out of curiosity. I was on Do Nothing. Oh, jeez. I don't like this. I'm supposed to be... See, this one, I'm curious to see what the response would be. Oh, no. This is the one. I can feel the pressure of the outside pushing in on us. What are we supposed to do about it? Versus, I've had enough of this guy. I don't want to be this direct, so we're going to go with this.
We push back. It may feel like he's everywhere, but presence isn't strength. Otherwise, he would have torn us apart by now. There must be a crack in the walls of this prison. There must be a way for us to be free from him.
She's trying to use you. After everything she's done, you should be able to see that. I may not have been around to witness it, but clearly you remember what happened. How about you try remembering how it all felt?
Gross and Bernie, thank you for reminding me. Turn inward and find your freedom. See, on a metaphorical standpoint, psychological standpoint, exploring past trauma, well, it has been one of the central pillars of psychology since the time of Freud. There's a lot of looking into it now that basically says, you know what, if it's closed, if the book's closed, don't open it. If the book's closed, don't open it. Just move forward. You don't have to explore the past trauma. You just build around it. So that's kind of why I'm thinking turn inward and find your freedom. A glimpse of something bigger. Embrace your transformation.
You fall inward into a network of connections too vast for your mind to occupy. Are you a path in the woods? Are you a body? Can you even grasp the fuzziest edges of the shapes that confine you?
We can change to fill them together.
We don't need to be everywhere. We just need to test the boundaries. We just need to find the right place to be at the right time. You'd do best to remember that some wounds will never heal. Some rifts can never be mended. Even in rebirth, some things never come back the same.
What is he going on about? What does he know about us?
You aren't whole. You'll never be whole again. This struggle is meaningless. Whatever you think you're doing, you will fall apart.
We don't need to be made whole. All we need to do is find a single corner of his cage and break it.
Those are two different things. Those are two different things. There's a place you need to be. You just need to find it.
You stretch and search and stretch and search, growing as you decay and decaying as you grow. As you strain beyond your limits, the ground around you becomes dry and unstable and crumbles into nothing beneath you.
Interesting.
This place will fall apart before you find its end.
Okay. I'm roots, I'm a tree.
This task, whatever it is you think you're doing, is impossible.
What is going on?
All he has are words, and words aren't real. We're real.
What are we but words at this point?
Right, I know a loser when I see one. Call his bluff.
I can hold
Where's
us
the hero?
together for a little while longer, so long as you trust me.
That's the decision I've apparently made. I trust you. Find the way out.
You won't find anything, if I have to starve you, if I have to sacrifice my world to keep the princess at bay, I'll do it.
But you do find something. It's cold and smooth, and gently buckles, then cracks under the pressure of your consciousness, flattening against it.
Don't move an inch. Don't grow another blade of grass or harvest the remains of another dying creature so you can expand just that much further. Stop all of this. Right now.
Don't grow another blade of grass or harvest the remains of another dying creature so you can expand just that much further. Interesting. Interesting. So what are we?
I think it's too late for that, mate.
Hey, the hero's back. I might be ending the world itself right now. For the sake of my love. Who's the smitten now?
I'm at your side. Shatter it, and free us all.
Shatter the cage.
No, stop!
But his pleas disappear at the sound of breaking glass. For a moment, you and she gaze through the tiniest hole in the world at the place you need to be.
Job well done, team. Just like I'd planned.
This feels so different from the first time.
Is this what he kept from us? Is this why he made us kill each other?
It's beautiful.
No, it's not beautiful. It's just a looped video of growing grass. And it's, you could have at least put it through some sort of cartoon filter so it wasn't just an actual video of actual growing grass on a loop, but sorry. Sorry. It really hurt the ending a little bit for me.
We won't be whole.
America! It's freedom time! And then it's gone.
Where did it go? Why is everything so cold?
So I actually busted through. Wow. I wonder what would happen if I did that on the first iteration. That's interesting. But you never get the chance to answer her. You turn to see her gone behind you. Wait, did I see her there in the first place? Memory returns.
She's gone.
Should we try to find her? Why is it here? Why now? It's going to be okay, just trust me. We've been here before and you always get scared.
It feels so bad. Like looking into it right now is going to be
the end of it.
Thing reeks of death.
It does.
If they think it's bad, I'm with them.
See you on the other side, it's going to be okay.
If you say so, we'll trust you. I'd like to be somewhere nice. Finally, we're going places.
You approach the mirror. Silence as you reach forward. They're gone once again. The mirror always makes them leave. But you need to see what's in it. You are nothing at all. That isn't right. You can't be nothing. You refocus your gaze and then you see it. A figure. Faint and veiled in shadow just beyond the reflection. Are you me?
I think you know what I am.
Yeah, but not exactly. A crack slides down the center of the mirror, splitting the image in the glass in two. Looks like a bird. And then another crack forms, and another, turning the mirror into jagged shards of broken glass. So he did know about the mirror because he was in the mirror, because he was the mirror. Interesting. Okay, so I'm going to shoot for questions I didn't ask before. I wasn't supposed to see all this, was I?
You were either going to have seen all this, or you weren't going to have seen all this. This is worse, but you still have an opportunity to save the world. You can still slay her.
Alright, Dark Corbin, throw it in the chat. Tell me what you want. I'm not saying I'll do it, but he's selling me on it. What are you? Are you something like me?
Oh, I'm nothing like you. I am an echo, likely one of many. Somebody made you after all, and I'm what's left of him. Not that I'm the only one who can make that claim. I'm sure you've met many others like me.
Somebody made you, and I'm what's left of him. It's interesting. Others like you. You've said something like that before. So yeah, so every one of those narrators was a different echo of this someone. That's it. This is your last chance. Slay, slay, slay! So you're the narrator. I was wondering if I'd ever get to see you. I'm not gonna waste a question on I have so many questions for you. Some guy's OC. Some guy being the echo, yeah. I'm sorry, I don't want to destroy you. Will it help if I... No. Look away or stop at... Every time I ask you something, it's like a piece of you breaks. That's actually a good question. You've cracked the mystery.
And if I were you, I'd be more precious about your time.
Ooh. Are you something else? You're the one who wanted me to slay the princess. Why?
Because among other things, she is death itself. To rid the world of suffering, to save untold trillions from being lost forever to the cosmic wind, she must be destroyed. And despite how far you've fallen, you will still have a chance to fulfill your purpose once I'm gone.
You said she contains death. What is she? Many times. If you made me, then what am I?
You're the long quiet, the god I made to rid the world of death.
Sorry, I don't want to destroy you. Will it help if I look away or no? You said she contains death. What is she? You can reflect on your actions.
She is the shifting mound, the ebb and flow, the capacity to change. She is transformation, or most of it. Her nature is why I had to die, for she becomes that which others perceive her to be. But an echo can't perceive things, not in the way that people can.
She is the shifting mound, the ebb and flow. Okay. She is transformation, or most of it. Her nature is why I had to die, for she becomes that which others perceive her to be. Her nature is why I had to die. But an echo can't perceive things, not in the way other people can. Destroy the concept of transformation. How is that existence any better than death, or even better from death at all? Honestly, it feels worse.
When I broke the cycle, I made sure that the tear was rough. You carry a part of what should be her, and she carries a part of what should be you. Things won't be as they are now, but they won't be nothing either.
When I broke the cycle, I made sure that the tear was rough. You carry a part of what should be her, and she carries a part of what should be you. Things won't be as they are now, but they won't be nothing either.
Besides, anything is better than oblivion. In the end, nobody wants to leave.
People getting what they want isn't always a good thing. Do you have anything to say for all your hubris? You're delusional. If I destroy her, won't I be alone? Sure.
Yes, you will. But it will all be worth it.
I want you to know that this is... See, but he didn't make us. It's like... He didn't make us. He's an echo of who made us. Right? So you're the nader. I was wondering if others like you... I have so many questions for you. Does it hurt when a piece like that? I'm sorry, I don't want to destroy you. I don't really care. He's what's left of that person, yeah. Is he what's left of that person, or is he an echo of that person? Is that person no longer existent? Is that higher God, which is the only way to describe him, no longer existent? Or is he just an echo of that higher God and that higher god is still around. Because I don't think he said... Now, he might have said that. He also lies. Like, that's the other thing. He lies, right? We're dealing with a literal... pardon me. We're dealing with a literal, unreliable narrator right now. All of the questions are unfortunately kind of vague. Are you a god, or were you a god? Okay, here we go.
No. In life, I was painfully mortal. A witness to the end of days. I held the fear of death in my heart and saw oblivion threaten the very memory of everything I knew and everyone I loved. I needed to do something.
Oh, interesting. No, in life I was painfully mortal, a witness to the end of days. I held the fear of death in my heart and saw oblivion threaten the very memory of everything I knew and everyone I loved. I needed to do something.
So I made you. And I made her. And I made this place to hold you both.
You're delusional. Just don't forget to slay. Unreliable narrator. Yep, very appropriate. I'm just gonna hold off until the ad time's done there. So I thought he was God, but he's not. He is an echo of a mortal. You made us out of what? That's a good question. See, I would say that, but I'm running out of things, and I'm more curious about that sort of little narrative there. Who cares about dying? I've died plenty of times. Okay, and we're back from the ad. Okay, I held off. Okay, so, yes, unreliable narrator. Too many questions, not enough glass. Yeah, that's for sure. Okay, let's see. You made us out of what?
The cycle of life and death. The endless pattern of creation and destruction. I tore it in two and shaped the fraying threads into you and her.
I think you're out of time. I'm not going to slay her, and I want you to know that before you die for good. See, they give you the option to both lie and not lie. Do you yet? I still... I think you're out of time. I'm not going to slay her, and I want you to know that. See, but I don't want to be a dick about it. But I'm also not going to lie to him. Yes, we were literally a single concept. And he tore the very concept of... Like, this is interesting. It's like, oh yeah, no, I was painfully mortal. But I was capable of tearing the concepts of life and death and fashioning them into beings of ultimate power. Explain that one. Go deeper into detail here, please. Wizard did it. Yeah, exactly. I'm going to slay her, and I want you to... I think you're out of time. He really upset in the room. You just said, yeah. I literally changed existence. Yeah.
So I am. It's like I said, I'm just an echo. And echoes always fade away. You know what you have to do.
You enjoy not existing. As the final fragment of glass shatters, you see yourself with newfound clarity. The narrator was right. You are the long quiet, a vast and nascent god. And it is finally time for you to wake up. All of this is you. Proceed to the cabin one last time. An endless vessel, bring the networked wild to her. When you arrive at the heart of things, there is no final vessel for you to bear witness to. There's nothing for you to find. Yep, forgot about that one.
I can finally see you, and you can finally see me. It's been so long, and my heart has ached for this moment. I've missed you dearly.
Do you know about the Echo? Did you hear our conversation?
Every word you spoke found its way to me.
Oh, good.
I know him. He was deluded by his fear of death. Pay him no mind.
I'm long quiet, but I don't really know what that means.
Names are their attempts to capture that which cannot be captured. They call me the Shifting Mound, a pale imitation of what I actually am.
Is this the good ending? Not the narrator. Well, you haven't hit the ending yet. I think this is where you kind of start your ending selection.
Ever the passive player.
Like, everything coalesced, and then it comes out again.
But it's woven into your nature, isn't it? When the Echo spun us from one into two, he gave you a choice and me a role to play. I am not death, but I contain it in my multitudes.
We've hit his ending. Ha! No, this can't be the good ending. Not without slaying the princess.
So, will you attempt to destroy me and bring about a world devoid of death and the possibility of meaning? Or will you open the final doors to our liberation?
There's so many stories. Yeah, I don't really care about that. Don't you have a whatever.
Even as your eyes begin to open, you still hold on to the notions of is and is not, of beginning and end. Pitch black
Feels like a philosophical rap battle. Let's go.
Infinite. There is nothing to resolve, nothing restraining us but us.
Don't you have a say in all of this? Why is this all falling on me?
Of course I have a say in all of this. You and I share reflections of each other's burdens, just as you and I share reflections of each other's gifts. If we didn't, the winding paths that brought us here wouldn't have been full of strife and conflict.
So the Echo, so the narrator's still out there, because he created this construct so that no one would die, and he's someone. So he's out there. He just put a piece of him in there to maintain it. Interesting. Or fulfill it. Let's talk this through. I still have many questions and I need answers before I make a choice. If I let you out, an entire world ends for good. I can't do that. If you were always going to become this, then what was the point of me doing anything? Did it even matter what roads I walked? Oh, yeah, okay, that's fine. I don't really care about that. I think it's an automatic process. There has to be another way. This can't just come down to me either destroying you or letting you out. I won't do it. I told you what was going to happen when we reach this point. I never actually said that. That would be a lie. I think it's time for us to leave this place. But I don't know how to leave or where to go. Sure.
If you're saying that, it's because you don't yet understand. But we cannot use words alone to grasp.
He said he had killed himself to set this up. Oh, okay. Oh, that's right. Okay, yeah.
You cannot rationalize with logic that which defies it.
But we cannot use words alone to grasp. Hold on, look, out of focus? In focus, jellyfish things behind her. Out of focus? In focus. Out of focus, in focus. Sorry. And you cannot rationalize with logic that which defies it.
Violence and passion are dances that both of us know well. If this is what it takes to enlighten you, then so be it.
Oh, I started the battle. I started the philosophical rap battle. We're doing it.
A web of nerves, lain upon a web of nerves, lain upon a web of nerves. The shade of a beautiful beginning we can never return to. Where did you end and I began? When you felt what it was to be me, we held on to each other and pierced the veil of truth.
And I pierced your heart.
Will you abandon that curiosity now that we are no longer joined in physicality?
Curiosity comes second to doing the right thing. I still want to know what's out there. I miss what it was like to be together. Can we go back to it? Ugh. I won't engage with violence. See, the problem is I agree with her, and like I want to play this part of the game, but it's like how do I do this? Let's remain silent.
But you say nothing.
That's true. I like this vessel. That vessel was basically I am Groot.
What is a person? Is it their body? Is it all of their body?
Pluck the eyes, peel the skin, strip the tendons, mince the meat, grind the bones. When it is all gone, do you still have who you started with? A person is not a body. Death is a transformation into something new. It is only bodies that feel it.
I'm not my body, but I feel my body suffer. I'm not my body, but perhaps others are theirs. I do not fear death, not anymore. But what am I if I'm not a body? I won't engage in violence. I won't engage with... that's the weirdest... I don't understand that one. I don't want to surrender quite yet, but... I'm not my body, but I feel my body suffer. You'll go with that one.
Do you suffer now? Let go of what you think yourself to be and exist.
Crazy lady.
There are few things more terrifying than one's own heart. And there is almost nothing more terrifying than sharing it with another.
Few things more terrifying than one's own heart. There's nothing more terrifying than sharing it with another. The nightmare, right?
But the most terrifying thing of all is to leave one's heart unshared. You are the only thing like me, and I am the only thing like you. Could you bear the weight of an eternity alone? Do you dare to shape a reality of solitude and thrust it on creation?
Thrust it on creation. Thank you for sharing yourself with me. I don't need to share my heart with anyone. Wrong. I wish I could share my heart with you. You showed me your heart to break me. It was a terrible thing to see. If that is what it takes to rid the world of death, I could bear the solitude. I won't engage with this. Thank you for sharing yourself with me.
I'm aware of what it did to you. The understanding you've returned to me is a gift.
True story.
A trick behind your back and a trick behind mine. We dance, revolving and revolving around each other, but forever stuck in place. We both move, and yet we both don't. For each of us watches the other instead of ourselves. But forever is not forever. I move and you react, and both of us break the other. But broken is only a moment in time. To change is to hold the potential.
Stop hiding down there.
Would you limit yourself to what you are now? Or would you like to see what you might become tomorrow?
Yeah, I did this one last time too. If there are no endings, there are no limits. If there are no limits, then there is no difference between growth and decay. If there are no endings, then there are no limits. No limits, there's no difference between growth and decay. That's an interesting little thought bomb there, isn't it? If there are no limits, then there's no difference between growth and decay. Oof. That's its own game right there. Actually, that might be this game right here. I've already come so far. What more is there left for me to see? With time, we could have been better. But I stabbed you in the back and left both of us paralyzed. What potential was there to rise above? But you betrayed me. What potential was left for either of us to rise above? I can lift us both. That's actually a good question. You know what? We're going to do that one.
You mire yourself in an ending that did not end. Lift your gaze beyond moments and towards the infinite depth of reality.
Oh, the ghost.
shiver passes through you as unseen fingers, cold as the grave, dance across your skin. They remember the violence you inflicted on them, and yet they do not return it. I offer you a path to your redemption, and you take my hand in yours. You felt the pain you caused another, and you were willing to sacrifice everything you thought was used to set me free.
That's true. That happened. This first one, like, if there is no law, there is no crime. I think it's in the same vein.
There is
yeah.
no redemption.
But without redemption, there can be no sin. So this is exactly... Speaking of! But without redemption, there can be no sin. That's not true. And I would sacrifice everything to free you again. I get it. There's no need for... And I would sacrifice everything to free you again.
And yet there is nothing left for you to sacrifice, so long as you accept me with open arms.
Is there one more? As the clash between you abates, you begin to shake, your will rapidly dissolving. Yes, absolutely.
Nothing is immutable. Everything that is exists only in relation to everything it isn't.
Don't do the red talk when you've almost got me. The red talk is scary. Nothing is immutable. Everything that exists only in relation to everything it isn't. True.
There is no constant. There is no center. Open your eyes and accept what we are. We can leave this prison together.
It's easy to believe in the things you believe in when you get to sit above it all. What do you think happens if we leave?
It is from my vantage point that I can see the totality of truth.
I never wanted to fight you, but how do we leave? Okay, I'm ready to go, but how do we leave? I was told there was enough of you in me to preserve meaning in existence. I'm going to trust that's true. I have to fight for a better world. I'm so sorry. You are cruelty itself, and I cannot let you exist. I don't know what the answer is, but there has to be something else. It can't be this. I won't kill you, but I won't let you free. That's interesting. You've done everything you can to make me understand your perspective, but you keep dismissing mine. If you think you can change me, then I must be able to change you. Well, what am I trying to change? Critique. They leave it too vague to have this kind of a discussion thing, I think. Either I'm dumb and I'm just missing it, which is possible, but I just... Because if it's as simple as should there be death or not? She's sad. You want to turn that frown upside down? But like, if it's as simple as she's death, which it isn't. Right, death is merely for it's like it's change. She is change. But then it's kind of like, well, I have part of that. So am I the death part of the cycle? It feels like I'm the death part of the cycle and she's the growth part of the cycle. Like, I agree with her, and I would hope most people would. I don't know, maybe it's just I'm so in agreement with her, I just find it hard to... I kind of don't like both. See, and I feel like that kind of puts you sort of more in the middle where they would have this, because it's kind of like, because there's this, because you can keep her trapped. Okay, what does that do? Well, that leaves whatever... I don't know enough about the world out there. Okay, maybe that's the point. I don't know... Okay. No, I think I got there. The last one is interesting. Let's try it.
What I offer you is not perspective. It is truth.
No.
Whatever you're trying to do right now, you don't have to do it alone.
What the fuck? I thought voices weren't allowed here.
That's not true, but we can worry about it later. She's too many things all at once out here. If you want to get through to her, you need some way to get through all of that divine confidence. There's still a piece of me nestled close to where it all began. I can take you there.
I think he's going about it the wrong way, though, yeah. The hero! For me, it seems like she's like chaos, but with good personality. And the narrator is law and order. I think it's your perspective. As you said, you were on her side, so it doesn't make a whole lot of sense to be in between choosing her or the narrator's side. She sure does have personality. All of them. Haha. There's still a piece of me nestled close to where it all began. I can take you there. I can take you to her heart.
It's time to resume our dance.
She's relentless, isn't she? Let's make this quick. Are you ready? Then let's go.
I just want to see where this narrative goes now.
And here we are. I'd say we were back where it all started, but I guess it's a little after that, isn't it?
Well, you can see yeah.
Do you need me to describe things?
It's just you and me. Did anyone else make it to the cabin?
It's just us. I think the rest of them are still out there, jumbled up in the rest of her.
Is the narrator really gone?
Yeah, it's dead silent in here. Whatever it was that was left of him, I don't think it could handle you waking up to godhood. Pretty sure he got obliterated.
The offer still stands, but could you Skype? No. To be fair, if my last hope for not being forgotten to oblivion, my worst fear ever, was some asshole birdman with free will and spite up the wazoo, I'd be able to, yeah. Not actually my own fear, but if I were in the narrator's shoes, yeah. Narrator's probably the better choice. Yeah, no, see, I just can't. Change is so necessary, and his idea is to stop change. And okay, just before I continue here, let's dive into this a little bit. And this was sort of had a little bit of the revelation there a couple seconds ago. The narrator, or the man who created the narrator, decided he knew better on how to change existence. He wanted to change the nature of existence, and he thought he knew best. And if that is not the height of God complex hubris, I will decide the waves of fate and how death and life are defined. And not only did he have the hubris to decide that he knew better, but he was so certain he knew better that he died in doing it with no capability of undoing it. If I had the opportunity to change the very nature of existence, I would not assume for a second that I that I had the intelligence to make the right decision. I have trouble budgeting my own money. Never mind deciding the waves of life and death. Existence has gotten around pretty well without my guidance. It doesn't need my guidance. So in that, I would stand against any individual, especially a human, deciding their guidance is what existence needs. And that's kind of where I'm going to be pretty firm on that as an answer, philosophically, myself. Fun fact, at the mirror, if you repeatedly criticize the narrator in his plan, his voice lines become noticeably more upset. Oh, really? From my last hope for not being forgotten. Yeah, okay. His idea was to slay the princess, and that's the title of the game. So in order to win the game, that's what you have to do. Narrator's probably a better choice. That's how certain he was. Yeah, he was trying to save a reality he never expected he'd get to enjoy himself. Now that the narrator is gone, you must choose to slay the princess on your own without any direction from the narrator. The only direction you can receive is from this chat, which is why I'm here to remind you of your duty. What about the ending? What about the end of existence, though? Fair. Narrator, how did you get here? Aren't you supposed to be dead? Yeah. I mean, that guy survived the end of the world somehow. What about the end of existence, though? I mean, maybe existence is supposed to end. I mean, we all end. If we go back to, we are all worlds, and it was one of the friends group, one of the guys in the friend group of J.R.R. Tolkien and C.S. Lewis had passed away. And one of the things C.S. Lewis had said about it was that this friend dying, as his friend died, a piece of him died, because there is a part of him that exists only in the interactions between him and his friend. That world, that shared world, that world of compromise, that world that existed only when they were together, died. An entire world died. Not only that world, but that world died for every person he knew. And let's be clear, every combination of people. I am myself. I am also a different person when I am with my friends. I'm also a different person when I'm with a specific friend. I'm a different person when I'm with my sister, and I'm a different person when I'm with my mom. I'm a different person when I'm with my sister and my mom. All of that is creating worlds. It's creating perceptions. It's creating those compromised worlds. Worlds end and begin all of the time. And that's just the reality of it. In existence is just a container for worlds. If you want to go something real pop culture, Vision and Ultron, their conversation, and Ultron saying, "Yeah, these humans are terrible, and they won't survive forever. They'll be gone at some point. Why do you protect them?" And he says, "A thing isn't beautiful because it's permanent." And I won't let my own fear of death, and my own love of my own existence get in the way of my acceptance of a lack of permanence and the role that it plays in existence. And that's kind of my answer to that, as to, what if it's all of existence that ends? Well, then all of existence ends. And then it happens. In memory, but only because... Well, a second, snoozing the ads. I'm going to be wrapping up once we're done here. Well, there is no mirror. What are you talking about? There is no mirror, yeah. In memory, but only because someone still exists to remember him. True. Yep. But no, I wasn't saying that in the sense of, oh, he's remembered because, oh, we remember him. That wasn't a way for him to persist. It's gone. It's gone. Like, it's gone. That wasn't, oh, it's nice because we remember him and he exists. No, it's gone. That part is dead. That world is destroyed. All of us have our own versions of you. Absolutely. Absolutely. That's exactly how that works. True, if you're together with the wrong people, you could end up going to jail and end all your existence, yeah. Do not pay attention to these other voices. The narrator did not escape the game and get into your chat. No, you don't need a mirror when you look at chat. Just take the knife on the table and let's stop wasting our time discussing this. Anti-nihilism. The world sucks and nothing matters in the end, so that's why you should make it as enjoyable as possible now. Or something. Yeah. He's broken the fourth wall. Okay, all right. Let's, I don't know, actually. Now, how to feel about him being gone, yeah. It's funny, after everything he put us through, I'm kind of sad he's gone. Not really, no. Yeah, let's hear it.
Yeah, of course.
For old time's sake.
The interior of the cabin is, well, it's a cabin, yeah? There isn't much here, just a table and a knife and a door. And some windows. Come to think of it, I don't think he ever really mentioned the windows, did he?
Oh, you're right.
There's no mirror, either. I think you broke it.
I did.
And I know you're still trying to find some middle ground, but if things go south, we're going to need that blade.
Good riddance, yeah. All right.
That's probably for the best. It's always seemed to give us more options than not.
I feel like this is a mistake taking the blade, but let's see.
The stairs. Do you remember the first time we were here? The first time we heard her voice?
I've never liked the hero more than in this moment right now. A great inferior job as to what I did. I mean, the narrator did. A greatly inferior.
Have you figured out what you want to do yet, or are you going to keep trying to find a center that doesn't exist?
It sounded just like that. A little sharp, a little menacing. Only she didn't know us. And down we go. We shouldn't keep her waiting.
And there you are, knife in hand. It really brings me back. Have you given up on talking? Have you finally decided to kill me? You'll have all of eternity to yourself after this. Why don't we chat a little before I go?
Sit with her. Are you the same as you are out there?
No. I feel like I'm myself again.
I don't want to hurt anyone. There has to be a way out of this. What are we going to do?
Well, I don't want to be at the end of that knife, so how about we figure something out? What if we tried doing this forever? I can do whatever you think I can, right?
I can do whatever you think I can, right?
So, make me put it all back. Make me fix whatever this place is and make me wipe our memories of everything that's happened. Make me send us back to the beginning, before we woke up. Before either of us saw the truth.
Can she really do that? Are you sure that's what you want?
No. Would resetting it do anything to help them? People out there? If you continue to exist, don't they continue to suffer and die? I don't want to forget you. We're going to find her. Okay, I'm going through like a million thoughts right now. So, okay, let's see. Okay, but really, the voices are really well written for literally, yes. I'm thinking how many distinct characters are, absolutely. As usual, Athos slipped his mouse into the incorrect choice and did not slay the princess. Again, it must really just be faulty computer, because nobody in their right mind would actually choose not to slay the princess after that wonderful introductions they were given. I don't want to forget you. We're going to find ourselves back here eventually. Right now, how do we know we haven't done this before?
I don't think that's something we'll ever get to know. But odds are we've probably done it before.
I don't think that's... I take it all back. I don't want this, and I want to kill you. Is it too late to go back to being a god? Is there any other way?
You brought that knife down here for a reason. Either you use it to kill me, or I use it to put things back.
I don't want to forget about you.
That's sweet. But unless you do, the whole world ends, right? Not like I care. But it seems important to you.
I suddenly care. Out of nowhere, I suddenly care about this relationship. And now it's killing me. This is a game called Slay the Princess, where the first thing you are told is to slay the princess. And hey, wait, why are you freeing? We're going to find ourselves back here eventually.
If we do, nothing is stopping us from making the same choice. We could just keep doing this forever.
How do you know that things won't end worse? What if when I make my way back here, I'm different and I hurt you? What if I kill you? What if I let you bring about the end of everything? This isn't fair. I want to be here with you. I don't want to be alone again.
Neither do I. But we won't be alone for long. I'll be right here, waiting for you.
See, and okay, so like now I'm sitting here and I'm like, why can't we just stay here? Oh, no, we can't just stay here because that goes against your stupid philosophy of change is good and everything has to die, you idiot. Now I'm arguing with myself. Didn't I warn you about this very thing? Now you're stuck with feelings for this princess that you are supposed to be slaying. You are only making things more difficult on yourself by prolonging the inevitable. Would resetting it do anything to help them, the people out there? If you continue to exist, don't they continue to die and suffer?
Fixing that is on you, not me. If you want me to help them, you'll have to make me help them.
How do you know things won't get worse? What if when I make my way back here I'm different and I hurt you? What if I kill you? What if I let you bring about the end of everything?
Who cares? We've hurt each other plenty and I still like you. And if you're hesitating, then you must still like me, too.
True story. We'd have to decide to do this every single time. Forever, eventually. Something is going to be different. What if we change our minds?
Well, if we change our minds, we change our minds. What matters is that we'll always have a choice. This is just the one we're making now.
Oh, fuck. I take it all back. I don't want this, and I don't want to kill you. Is it too late to go back to being a god?
Yeah, I think it's too late for that. But maybe next time.
You need to do a third playthrough. No, it's, I'm not crying, you're crying. It's kind of beautiful. There is no right decision. I don't think. But I wouldn't say they're all kind of shit. To gain permanence as the narrator wants, you have to sacrifice your own permanence. And to try to get permanence, you have to accept chaos. It is truly sort of a yin and yang thing, because it's the yin yang symbol is the white represents order, the black represents chaos. I explained this earlier, but it's very pertinent now. The dot in each side represents the order and the chaos and the order. And that's kind of what this is. Right now, we have the possibility to, if I kill her, I'm alone forever. But there's a level of permanence created for the world, so I think that's the wrong choice. The right choice is the cycle. Because the cycle is the chaos in the order. We are the chaos going through this, which is a representation of a relationship. So life continues. Suffering continues, but suffering is life. So life continues and suffering continues. And we just go through this cycle over and over. But that's what's right. We are the chaos in the order, and the world is the order in the chaos. Or vice versa. It could be either way, but that's what it is. Life continues, and we continue. And we mimic each other in that way. And that's the balance. Because otherwise I'm choosing them over me or me over them. And this is the balance. Here we are at last. You have 2 chances to get this right. Come on now. Just click on the correct choices, on one of the correct choices, and we can go home. Chaos cannot make anything better. You simply must make the choice I tell you to make. Haven't you figured that out by now? It's part of why the game is great. For me, leaving with Shifty is the good ending, and slaying the princess is the bad ending. But for someone else, slaying the princess is the correct choice because they also don't want to die. You see, there are 2 valid choices for you. You get to choose. If you say anything to her or not before you slay her, that's free will enough, isn't it? You know what? Doc Corbin, you're right. You're 100% right. We're going to go ahead and... Oh, my mouse slipped! Oh, my mouse slipped!
Okay, if this is your choice, then I have your back.
I'm sorry!
I guess I'll see you on the other side.
Step, 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 step.
She takes the blade from our hand, a fondness in her gaze.
Ooh, do I say it or do I Han Solo it? It does hit different, doesn't it? Yeah, let's just say it.
Oh, I love you too.
You're on a path in the woods, and at the end of that path is a cabin. And in the basement of that cabin is a princess.
They're recreating my voice. You mean the narrator's voice, right? You meant the narrator's voice. I'm assuming. There's a typo, right? It's a typo, Doc Corbin? There's a typo?
You're here to slay...
Yes, yes. I guess it just continues. Yeah, it was 22nd. I played it the first time. So not like a whole week and a half ago, but like 9 days. 9 days ago. No, the choices are done. The cycle continues. Yeah, let's... Oh! Nice, Nat! You're on a path in the woods. At the end... and the end of that path is a cabin. Nice, Nat. I didn't even know if it was out. I was just gonna close the game and walk away. That's what I have to do to slay my own princess. It's a very nice game. You haven't got a trophy, right? Yeah. Now get the other endings. Not tonight, that's for sure. Thank you so much for playing. As an expression of our gratitude, here's the track order for a special playlist just for you. If you'd like to take a screenshot, you can hide the UI by hitting H. Seems like a weird... Like, I appreciate them being appreciative as this playlist. Oh, okay. Now... Cheatvo count now? Oh, Chivo, 30. Up to 30 now. Everyone else, oh yeah. Well, I think that's built into the engine, because this is the visual novel engine. Because it's the same one Doki uses. Doki Doki. Oh, this, yeah, like, do you wanna do our stuff? Do you wanna do our stuff? Do you wanna do our stuff? 30, yeah. 30 of 97, yeah. 30% it says, yeah. Which is, it would be less than 30%, I think. Yeah, should be less than that. Okay, so my initial finish, I was a little bit, the first time I finished the game, I was a little bit ranty and very negative on the game. And I take almost all of that back. Probably all of it. It's not concept soup. It did need a second playthrough, and it very well may get more. That being said, now is this gonna work? Ah, it did work. Look at that. We're gonna wrap up for the night. Thank you, Doc Corbin, for the new follow. Thanks to... Okay, hold on. I gotta quit this so I'm not getting the... Thank you to Dark Fox Archer, Zon Armor, Sir Spider Hitter. Thank you so much for following. I appreciate that so much. If you enjoyed this, Happy New Year. Yeah, absolutely. Happy New Year. Yeah, I guess it's, wow, it is the 31st already because, you know, it's 2 in the morning. I was going to do like a 3-hour stream from like 7 to... This game keeps me playing. Like, that's a huge thing for this game. I don't see me not returning to this game at some point. That being said, January is, as Electronics will tell you, Doki Doki month. I'm going to be doing a deep play. I've made up this term, deep play, of Doki Doki Literature Club. Kind of like this, except we're probably going to be doing a lot more pausing and talking because I want to get to the bottom of what that game's about. So if you're not familiar with Doki Doki Literature Club, it's similar. It's a visual novel, breaks the fourth wall. Well, it breaks the fourth wall. It's very deep. What would have happened at the very end if you had not taken the knife down? See, and that's, with this type of game, right? That's the sort of thing, and that's... I'm very curious about that, too. I have a sense it wouldn't have made a difference. But I've had that sense before and been wrong. So... also, getting the chapter 3s is gonna be a big thing, isn't it? Right? So that's sort of gonna be the other thing. You didn't have all the perspectives you needed yet, as in you. Yeah, right, yes. How would you stab her? How would you... I imagine you could have just gone up to get it. It wouldn't have been the first time they would have teleported the knife. It would have only been the second time, but But anyway, so yeah, that's going to be starting. The Doki Doki thing is going to be starting Monday the 1st at probably 7. So, but she beat the crap. Yeah, she doesn't stab you. She just strangles you. You just stand there. It's like, yeah, we're going back to the literature club. We're going back to DDLC, Doki Doki Literature Club. That's going to be January 1st, and we're going to do our deep play of that. And it's going to be awesome. But who throws the knife? And are they alive at that point in the game? Okay, that's fair. Maybe the hero does it. Yeah, but thank you everybody. Thank you everybody for coming up, for hanging out and chatting, and all of your perspectives. I appreciate them all. I appreciate all the chats. I appreciate you guys hanging around. You guys absolutely made my night, because this is probably the best viewer stream that I've ever had. So thank you so much. One more beer. No, I gotta get to bed. I'm not doing it, Nat. You're not manipulating me into getting drunk. I will do that. Hydrate with water after the stream's done. I should have a water here. Sorry. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. Oh my. I'm not getting a beer.
What is your name?
X_Ltronix_X.
Then I dub you.
X_Ltronix_X.
Jeez, you guys are finding the alerts.
You're not sub.
Of the round table.
Yeah, play around down there. See what you find.
X_Ltronix_X.
Oh man. Let me see to retrieve a beer. No, that's not a beer. Do not drink the correct beverage. Hey, it's hydrate. If I'm drinking a beer, it's a beer. If I'm not, it's not. Isn't that a little cheap for the hydrate? Oh, I don't know. No. Oh, for sound alerts? Oh, those are, you can only redeem those once a day. Okay, so I had a buddy, actually a good friend of mine, and what he would do is every time he came on the stream, just to get because he liked my follow alerts so much, he'd unfollow and refollow me, which was screwing with my analytics. So what I did is I made those so that he could do that without screwing up my analytics. But they're only redeemable once a day. So yeah, you can only do it once a day, so it doesn't disrupt the stream. So it's all good. But I appreciate you bringing that up. I appreciate you saying that. Yeah. Also, I don't have streamer bot, so you can't do the follow age thing. I don't actually know how that works, so I made my own bot. So I like everything on this channel is custom made. I don't use Streamlabs bot or I think I have a few things that are like overlays that are through Stream Elements, but other than that, most of it is just sort of I just build this stuff myself because I have more fun doing that. Once you're done with the game, the devs did a special stream a couple weeks back you should watch. They did a playthrough with all the voice lines muted and had the voice actors read their lines live. It was incredible. Oh, that's so interesting. Oh, that is super interesting. That is super interesting, yeah. Is there any commentary to it, or did they just have the game, like, is it like a round table kind of thing? That's neat. That is neat. If you're in the Discord, throw the link in there. Yeah, that's cool. Lots of Q. Oh, okay. See, and that's kind of, and I appreciate you saying, once I'm done with the game, because I am trying to dig down. I think I might be at the okay, research what other people say phase of it, but I'll think about that in a little bit. Oh, was it? Okay. All right. Yeah. So that was, because yeah, that was interesting. But did the table have a knife on it? And was it beside a door? But was the knife pristine? That's the question. That's the question. I friggin' love games like this. Okay. All right. I do got to close this out, though. It's 2 in the morning. I have to get up at like 8 in the morning. Which actually isn't terrible. 6 hours is not the least sleep I've ever gotten. But it's not the most sleep I've ever gotten. So once again, thank you guys so much. I can't tell you. I know streamers always say this crap, but I mean it. I appreciate you so much hanging out, and all of the comments and all of the perspectives. It makes it a much more enjoyable experience for me playing a game like this. When I go on these random psychobabble things and I have people either like responding or pushing back in the chat, I friggin' love that, and giving me other thoughts and things to think. Like this is manna from heaven for me. So attentions are the best part. Well, you're gonna get a lot of them here, that's for sure. It's probably a more boring answer than you expect. Oh well. Oh man. Okay, all right, I'm gonna close it out. You guys enjoy the rest of your evening. Have a great new year, and I hope to see you guys in January as I'm trugging through DDLC, and I will chat with you guys later. Where's my button? Hold on.
What is your name?
Calnix.
My liege? Then I dub you
Who dis?
Sir
Calnix.
Knight of the Round Table.